doing its thing. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee Endorsement Interview Meeting. We'll be meeting starting at 9, interviewing number of candidates and for Democrats. So I hope everyone enjoys it. And first I want to say thank you to all the candidates who filled out a questionnaire very thoughtfully. And I'm so thrilled that we have so many Democratic candidates. And it's going to be a difficult choice for endorsements. And I'm really proud of everyone who is in this process. Thank you.
Okay.
And now Karen will explain the rules. The chairman of our endorsement committee will explain the rules.
Okay, the interviewees will come in. They will have 2 minutes to do a presentation. The board will have 5 minutes to ask clarifying questions based on the questionnaire and the presentation. And then they'll have a minute to wrap up. It'll be a pretty close timed process because we have lots of candidates, which is a really wonderful thing. So I don't think with any further ado, we should start and ask for our first candidate to come in.
Okay, coming in is Bethany Smith.
Hi, good morning, Bethany. My name is Karen Sims, and I was one of the ones who've been sending you emails back and forth. And welcome to the committee. There will be people's faces that'll show and not show. When you start your presentation, there will be someone who will say ding, ding, ding when you have 30 seconds left. And so with no further ado, I don't want to cut into your time. Please start your 2-minute presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm grateful to be here, and hopefully I'm your, the first and best candidate that you've seen all day. So I am currently the incumbent representative for the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District, and I am seeking re-election as well as the Central Committee's endorsement. I believe that my values match that of the party, and especially around jobs, wages, and education. Both my professional and school board positions, if you will, represent that. So I have served the community for a little over a decade, probably about 13 years now, in a variety of capacities. I have served on a local mom's club when my kids were little bitties, and they're not quite little bitties anymore, but I went on to assist in the schools and the parent-teacher organizations, and then grew to serving on a district level capacity. I've represented the Public Safety Academy as the parent leader to the superintendent's parent leader group, and things like the master plan committee for facilities before they went out for the bond. I've served.
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh.
That means you have 30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. We got through that fast. All right. So I mean, I don't want to go on and on without getting to your questions. So I just want to summarize, say that I am, a parent representative. My top issues are facilities, as well as career technical education and equity in our.
2 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, committee, you now have an opportunity to ask questions of Bethany if you have any. I know you have her questionnaire and what she said now, but if you have questions, you need to type into the chat your name and the fact that you have questions. Okay. Bethany, I don't see any questions, and so you now have another minute to sort of wrap up and tell us why we should vote for you or endorse you for this position.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully that means I was very.
Oh, wait a minute, wait, I'm sorry, there is a question.
Sharon, I have one too.
Okay, type it into the chat so that I can keep track of it. It's not a problem right now. Tom Bilbo, you had the first question.
Yes, hi, Bethany. So do you support LGBT community in your schools and having an open and a welcoming school to those folks?
Absolutely. I mean, our schools should be welcoming places for everyone, but especially those students that identify as such. We really need to make sure that there are programs and supports. I know that they are some of the students who have the most challenges when it comes to academics, and that typically is due to other distractions, you know, especially people who are maybe depressed or don't feel capable of being themselves in the school setting are going to perform more poorly in their education programs. So I'm fully of clubs and mental health supports for students that identify as.
Okay. Corey Penrose, you had a question?
Good morning, Bethany. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to comb my hair yet, so I haven't turned on the camera just yet. I was wondering, have you been endorsed by FSUDA?
I have not. No, they chose to go with another candidate, and you know, it's unfortunate, but I respect their decision. And you know, I, as a member of a union, understand that you want to put people in place that you feel most closely identify with your platform. And I feel like it's unfortunate that they don't see me as such. I am definitely an advocate for staff, especially, you know, with what is going on with COVID right now, and making sure that we don't put people back in classrooms when it's not the safest place for them to be. I think quite often when people talk about putting people, you know, back in classrooms, they think about the students only. They say, well, kids are less susceptible and they're not really the carriers and don't pass it on, but they don't necessarily think about staff. It's not the forefront of their mind. And as I said during that endorsement interview, as long as I work for the state, I should say, member of SEIU 1000, and as long as the state tells me that it is not safe to go to my office, I feel like, you know, we need to think about that when it comes to our own staff at the school district.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Quinlan,
Hi,
you had a
Bethany.
question?
Yeah. Do you support independent charter schools?
I'm very challenged with the concept of charter schools as far as, you know, a private charter, you know, there's, from, you know, any money that's coming out of the public school funding. And I am not in support of them. I think that they lack oversight and accountability in a lot of ways. And I, as a board member, feel like we need to create a situation that doesn't, that it doesn't, they're not a necessary part of our community. You know, we need to be providing high quality, diverse education programs so that people feel that there is a place for them in the public school system.
That's the end of the 5 minutes. So now it's the 1 minute wrap up.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Oh,
Bethany.
okay. All right, well, this is rapid fire. I guess you guys have a lot of candidates today. So I do want to look at the couple of chat questions and address the COVID one especially. You know, we're in very close contact with our county public health official we have a very comprehensive plan that, a lot of our teams are working on, our bargaining units. And so I think that we do have a pretty comprehensive plan, and hopefully you'll visit the school district website to see
30
what that
seconds.
entails. But I do hope that I was very thorough in my responses, and that I've articulated what I stand for, and really wish to have your endorsement this time around. And so I thank you for the quick time. I'm glad that my dog didn't interrupt things, so we can keep on track. But just thank you again, and I wish you
Fine.
the best of luck with all of your interviews.
Okay, thank you, Bethany.
All right. Thank you so much.
Does anybody have any questions? We're going to type in the fact that you have a question or what your question is. In order to be given an opportunity to ask that question, you need to at least give me your name in the chat room, and I will call the first 5, or just depending on how our timing goes. If you decide that we need to change it and remind people that it's just 5 minutes for these questions, as it is now, we will not get out until almost 5 o'clock. And so let's see what we can do. If there tends to be more time later on, we'll try it. But for right now, we're going to stick to our 9-minute time frame. Okay, Tom, is our next person in the room?
Yes.
Leslie Unver.
Oh, actually, no, she's not. Leslie Umberth is not there.
Okay, is Helen Tilley there?
Yes, she is.
Then let's go ahead and call on Helen Tilley. And if Leslie, I didn't get a message from her about having any struggles, but we can reverse those 2 appointments. Let's not wait anymore. So,
Okay, here's Helen Tilley, candidate for school board in Fairfield Sassoon. Karen.
good morning. Hi, Helen.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
This is the committee that will be making the endorsement decisions, and we're all eager to hear what you have to say. So with no further ado, you have 2 minutes at this time. Paula Bauer will be letting you know when there's 30 seconds left. Okay?
Yes, thanks. So first off, thank you for hosting this amidst evacuations, and I'm hoping that everyone is safe and feeling well. I was going to start with my plans, but then I thought that because I'm a little bit confusing in terms of names and experience, that maybe I should let you know a little bit about who I am. I was the parent of a student who attended district schools, who is now in college in his first year, distance learning from home, having been sent home during the pandemic. I've also been an attorney mediator since 1987. I've practiced law in Contra Costa and Solano County in good standing, and shifted my practice to mediation in 2001. My practice is under the name of Helen Peters. The reason that I kept my professional name is twofold. Number one, I served as a temporary judge, kind of like a substitute teacher in the Contra Costa courts for 13 years, where I staffed the domestic violence and civil harassment assignments, as well as others. My preference upon having my son and my husband was to keep my life in Solano County separate from the risks as well as the benefits of serving as a judicial officer on a temporary basis in that county. So my name remains as Helen Peters, and my bar number is there. I've also been teaching first as an adjunct faculty member at John F. Kennedy University School of Law, and for 13 years. And I've been teaching an online course for the last 13. The reason I'm running, because I need to be able to apply my skills to manage the fallout from the pandemic and Black Lives Matters movements, among others, and I have the skills to be able to creatively use facilities and to use and help our staff to adjust in order to move us forward into the next 4 years.
That's your 2 minutes.
Great.
Okay, there's now an opportunity to ask 5 questions. And Paula will also let us know when there's 30 seconds left of that. The first question on this list is, do you support Prop 15? From Monica
Yes.
Brown. Sorry, Monica.
Oh, hey, Monica, are you there? So I can't see Monica. I think so. Tell me more.
Let's see if I can unmute you.
The idea is that you're supposed to know, Helen. I can talk
Yes.
to you after this, but not before.
Okay. Well, I did complete the questionnaire. If Prop 15 was on it with explanation, I likely would support it.
Okay, are there any other questions for Helen Tilley? Steve Quinlan, you have a question?
Hi, good morning. Do you support independent charter schools?
No, not really. I think that there are bigger issues to address given the effects of learning loss through distance learning district-wide. And to the extent charter schools can address that learning loss, perhaps I'm always open to information, but my focus is on sustaining and maintaining and expanding the resources for the Fairfield Sassoon Unified School District learning community.
All right, thank you.
Corey Penrose, you have a question?
Good morning, Helen. Welcome.
Good morning, thanks.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you, honey. We were evacuated, but I'm back home and my house stands, so that's good news. Go ahead.
Glad to hear it. So, I had a question. Have you been endorsed by FSUDA, by the CTA affiliate in Fairfield?
No, you might want to talk to Monica about that. We have a sitting incumbent, Joan Gott, who has served with distinction for the past, I think, 7 years. And the reason that I'm running is that I think there needs to be a more global approach. Also, what I'm hearing from the polling is that the statements put out at the FSUDA meetings when they were polling was that I filed late. I did have the support of FSUDA when I ran in 2007, and I think that contributed to my win, and I support our teachers 100%.
Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that looks like all the questions, Ms. Tilley, so you have a 1-minute wrap-up time period.
Okay, I don't know if you allow me to share screens or if you're even interested in doing that. There's more information regarding my campaign as well as my goals at HelenTilleyForSchoolBoard.com. I would invite review of that. I spent my time telling you about me rather than telling you about my goals. And I'm sorry to have wasted that time with you, but I welcome the opportunity to return to the school board and to manage forward progress during the next 4 years in a time of unprecedented upheaval, both in terms of budget,
30 seconds.
resources, and facilities. Our teachers, our students, our staff all need to have clear, experienced help in managing the storm of the coming fallout and recession as a result of the pandemic. And they need someone who can learn that quickly and act flexibly and in a neutral way in order to meet the needs of all of our learning community constituents.
Okay,
Time.
thank you very much, Ms.
Right.
Tilley. Okay.
Thank you. Be well, you guys. Enjoy the day.
Is Leslie in the waiting room, Tom?
No, she is not.
Okay. And so, is there anyone else in the waiting room?
Yes,
Anna.
Anna Patero.
Okay, then let's have her.
Okay, Anna Patero for candidate for school board in Fairfield Sassoon. Karen.
Hi, Anna Patero. My name is Karen Sims. Welcome to the Central Committee. These are all the people that will be listening to your presentation. And I don't want to take any of your time to make it any shorter. And so please begin with your 2-minute time, and we will have somebody who will let you know when there's 30 seconds left. Okay?
Okay. Let's see, hold on one second. Hi, everyone. I'm Anna Patero. I believe that the value of a community is dependent on the excellence of its schools. I'm running for the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District Governing Board because I believe in smaller classrooms, smaller class sizes. Fundamentally believe in that. I believe in career education programs, technical education programs. I also believe in educational equity. I believe it's important to have ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. And most important, I believe teachers need to be respected and have the autonomy that they deserve as professionals. They're not babysitters, they're professionals. And I think that's so, so important. And those are the 3 reasons why I'm running for Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District. I'm a teacher. I teach at Solano Community College. I teach communication studies. I also am a member of several organization groups in Solano County. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Ms. Patero? Corey Penrose.
Good morning, Anna. How are you?
Good morning.
Excellent. Cool. I was wondering, have you been endorsed by FSUDA?
I have been since I filled out the application or the questionnaire for the Central Committee. I have since been endorsed by FSUDA.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Anna Patero?
I've also been endorsed by, I don't know if it matters in our community, but I've also been endorsed by the city council member, Steve Young, who's also running for Mayor of Benicia.
Okay.
So
Quinlan
2
had a question.
endorsements. Oh, there you are. Thank you for the endorsement, sir.
You have a few other questions, Steve Quinlan? Steve?
Hey, Anna, how are you doing this morning?
I'm well, thank you.
Can you tell us your position on independent charter schools?
Oh, I am vehemently against charter schools. I think it's important that we save our public education. That's so important. It serves more people than charter schools. In addition to that, charter schools have been in trouble in the last few years. I've read several articles about that, particularly in Philadelphia, because they're not accountable to the taxpayer.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Steve Young, you have a question?
Yes, Anna, do you support Prop 15?
I absolutely do support Prop 15. I support Prop 15. I also support Prop 16. I think that's so important. I was in college when Prop 209 became law, and I spoke against Dr. Custard, who was one of the authors of Proposition 209. So I'm for Prop 15 and Prop 16.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, Anna, you have a minute to sort of wrap up, and Paula will be giving you the 30-second notification as well. So 1 minute to tell us why we should endorse you.
Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. I think you should endorse me because I'm a teacher. I'm for teachers, and I'm for members of the community. I believe that our property values are increased if we have better schools and better education. I believe that an educated populace is a productive populace, and I fundamentally believe in education, equity in education. I think that is the cornerstone of our community. I believe in teachers because I believe that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, and that's why I'm running.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Are we done?
Yes, we're done.
Okay. Be safe out there.
Bye.
Bye.
Tiffany, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your question until after she had started. So I'll make sure to check back one more time the next time. Is there anybody else in the waiting room, Tom?
No.
Okay, well, we have a few minutes, like a time for a 5-minute break. Then we had a person who does not have an appointment, and the next appointment, unless Leslie shows up, the next appointment is scheduled at 9:40. The 9:36 canceled and the 9:09 didn't show up. So you have time to go get another cup of coffee and to stretch.
And then maybe when we come back before the next person starts, we can kind of explain the voting or how that's going to be, so people know. I do have a roll call ready when we can need to do that.
Okay, would everybody like to take a break first and have the answer and talk about?
Yes, but Karen, many of you guys are very, very low on the volume. So what time did you say we're going to come back?
We're going to come back in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Karen,
Yes, sir.
Logan Legg is in our waiting room.
Okay, we'll still come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right.
What time was his appointment?
I'm looking now. Not until almost 2 o'clock this afternoon.
I'll send him a message.
Well, we're going to have time, I think, because of that, Leslie. So if you want to move him ahead, we can. It means that we'll be actually able to end our day a little bit, 9 minutes earlier. Maybe.
I'm your servant, so you tell me.
Okay, so
Go
let's
get your coffee.
Yeah, let's go get coffee and then we'll come back and do this. Okay.
Hey, Tom, are you there?
Yes.
I just got an email on the treasurer account from Jeanne McDougald or Jeanne Rice. Jean or Jeanne, I don't know. That she'd been trying to get in since 8:53 this morning.
There's no one here.
I know, that's kind of what I was. Thinking.
I'm sorry, is she?
A committee member or is she a candidate?
No.
I don't have her on either.
I think she's just interested.
If she's interested, then she needs to go to the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Could somebody
isn't working.
If you email me the link to the YouTube channel, I can send it to her.
I'll send it to you right now.
Right on, thanks, sir.
Oh, actually, I'll send it to you.
Oh, you're good. Tell her what?
No, I was gonna say she can go to SolanoDemocrats.com.
Okay.
But let me just send it to you. It's on our press page.
The streaming doesn't appear to be working, Tom. I just went to the YouTube page.
Okay, let me change that because I'm looking at it right now. And I see Steve Young. Wave Steve Young. It's a little delayed. Oh, YouTube, what did you do?
What I'm seeing based on the link you sent out is waiting for the meeting, and all I see is that little title page.
Let me send this. I think YouTube changed the link because it was set up to go to that one. But now that I'm looking at our channel, we have that plus the
link.
Now that I'm looking at our channel, we have that plus the, I hear it. So Morgan, if you want, you can send that to the individual.
That link doesn't seem to be working on my phone. Or did you just send one to me?
It's in the chat, but here.
Okay. No, I got it. I'll get it. I'm bouncing back and forth between all these windows.
I have 2 PCs and a phone.
Now, see, that's the way to do it.
No, I've got 2 things in my ears, plus I'm listening to the PC.
Thanks, Tom. That does appear to be working.
Okay, I'll update the page and everything else. Live and learn.
Well, if YouTube messes with your links, what can you do?
Yeah. A-hole. Guess I should not say that. I'm going on mute.
Trials and tribulations are to make sure that not just the
For those of you who are just now joining, we have about 4 more minutes and a break.
Karen, do you want me to send Logan a note or?
Tell him that if he would like that we will try and see him, because is he the only one that's in the waiting room?
Right now, yes.
Then I would say that we would interview him next. I need to take a few minutes to answer Jeanette's questions and tell people about voting, and then we'll bring him in.
Oh, actually, now we've got Manveer and Christina Palmer just joined.
And it will
Manveer next.
Yeah, it will be time for Manveer's appointment so that you can tell Mr. Legg that if he'd like to stay, we'll see if we can fit him in, but otherwise his appointment is at 1:48.
Karen, are we ready?
Okay. Is everyone back and reconvened? Tom, can you unmute Jeanette? She was the one who had questions.
No, I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to see if to discuss the voting, but we can do that later if we're ready to do the next interview.
We have a few minutes before the next interview is scheduled. So let me tell you how the voting will work. At the end of the day, there will come up probably 3 ballots because it's so long. We don't want everybody to be lost. There'll be one, and Tom, jump in here if I've got something wrong. There'll be one for the school board. They will have one for the mayors and another for city council. And when it comes up on your screen, you will have a choice of the different candidates running for that particular seat. And you will also have an opportunity to check no preference. Tom will, the system tabulates it, and then we'll have our results. While they're verifying it, right as we start the voting, anyone who is not, I'm going to ask Jeanette to go through the roll call to make sure that everybody that's here has a right to vote. I know that sometimes we have people who are voters and alternates on here, which is great, but we're going to ask the alternates to go into the waiting room during the voting time because it makes it so much easier just to tabulate the vote. So at that point, then the voting thing will come up, we'll vote, tabulate it, the endorsement committee, we will take that information, we will send it to Margie, and Margie will be able to make the announcements. And then the endorsement committee, we'd like you to stay around so that we can finish up and tie up little pieces of things that we need to do and get ready to send out letters. Jeanette, did you have a question?
And then after the committee, we vote today, it needs to go to the full body on Wednesday to be ratified. So actually it's going to be finally approved on Wednesday.
Right.
Karen, this is Bonnie Hamilton. I have one question, and maybe I missed this. Will there be any discussion when there's a contested or there's any controversy about the candidates?
I have to tell you that we have not figured out, a way to do that using this system. It was very easy when there was a room full of folks to talk about individuals, but it's very difficult to figure that out now. So we did not plan on it. If there is a question or there is a race that is, that there's no majority for, then at that point we'll have to bring it back to the group. But as long as there's a more majority, then the votes will be what we use. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess it comes down to also when there is a race, and I guess I'm not really clear on which races where we're interviewing 2 people for 1 seat. So I know that the Benicia City Council is one, but as far as the school boards, I'm not quite sure how many seats are available and how many people are running for each seat. So
okay, I can actually, when I call up the next appointment, anytime there is a chance for that, whether it's vote for 1 or vote for 2, I will tell you. I'll let you know.
Also, it is in the document that everyone had a link to.
Yeah.
At the header for each candidate, it tells you what their office is and how many people can be in that office. If there's like vote for 2 or vote for 1.
Okay, I'll take a closer look, Tom. Thank you very much.
But there's no reason why I can't mention if that makes it easier.
Yes, that would be good too. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready?
Are there any other questions? Okay, then yes, we are ready. You're going to let Mr. Sandhu in?
Yep.
Okay.
Here he comes. Candidate for School Board, Travis Unified School District. Karen?
Okay. Mr. Sandhu, there you are. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. This is the Central Committee that will be making a decision on the endorsement today. And I don't want to cut into your time. I will tell you that Paula Bauer will let you know when there's 30 seconds left of your time periods. At the end of the 2 minutes, at the end of the 5-minute questionnaire period, and at the middle of the 1-minute wrap up. So without any further ado, please, your presentation, please.
Okay. Hi, good morning. Thank you all for your time. I'm Manveer, and I'm running for Travis School Board. I decided to run for Travis School Board because I began to realize some things that I didn't like what I was seeing. So my sister just recently graduated from Bandon High School, and that's also where I graduated from back in 2016. One thing I noticed while she was finishing up her senior year was having to see teachers have to make a difficult choice of either having their classroom open at lunch or fighting for fair compensation with the district. I think that should never happen. Teachers shouldn't have to make that choice of, do I go fight with the district for money, or do I have my classroom open at lunch? So the timeliness of district negotiations with the unions needs to be improved, because students shouldn't have to suffer because the district can't work with the union. The other one is, when I graduated high school, there were some things I felt I was lacking, and I think that is still the case. Skills like skills such as basic life skills, like financial literacy. And what that entails is the importance of a credit card and how to use a credit card responsibly, the importance of a credit score, and what it means to have that set well early on in life. And then like another thing of the difference between buying and leasing a car. And if you're a student who's been working over the few summers and you have some money saved up, you want to get a new car, will that student know the difference between buying and leasing a car? Or are they going to learn how to do that at the dealership?
You have 30 seconds, Manveer.
Okay. And the last one is ensuring there's accountability on the superintendent. Recently in our district, that our superintendent has come in hot water. And there is a feeling that the board isn't doing enough to ensure that. And lastly, just to increase communication with families and students, and to show there is more engagement between the district and the local community.
Time.
And, those are some of the reasons I'm running for Travis School Board.
That's your time.
Okay. There are some questions. And so the first question is from Corey Penrose. Corey?
Good morning, Manveer. How are you, sir?
Hey, good morning. Not too bad. Not too bad. Thank you.
Excellent. I was wondering, have you been endorsed by TUDA, the CTA affiliate for the Travis Unified School District?
I did interview with them, but unfortunately they chose to go a different way.
Very good. Thank you.
And the next question is for Steve Quinlan. Steve?
Hi, Manveer.
Hey, good morning.
Got a question for you. At a recent Fairfield City Council meeting, when a bunch of young people went to push back against Catherine Moy's comments that Antifa and Marxists were coming to attack her, most people pushed back against Councilwoman Moy's comments. Yet you gave a statement saying how hard it was for our police. Do you support the Black Lives Matter movement?
I do, and I fully support the Black Lives Matter movement. There's no secret that like the crime against Black individuals from police is more than any other race. Yeah, I fully support that, and I get it. My comment was in regards to the podcast I had done with the Fairfield Police Department, where I interviewed the Fairfield Police Chief and 2 police captains. And I asked them even the same question that you just asked me. What are their thoughts on the Black Lives Matter movement? And they shared a similar sentiment. Like, they also don't like how things are going. They also don't like how they are perceived. I get it. Policing's a difficult job. Do there need to be changes? Does money need to be reallocated? Yes, I fully agree with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Corey Penrose has a follow-up question.
Hi, Manveer. Following up on a couple of just, basic type issues. First of all, your thoughts on independent charters?
Yeah. So I am not in favor of independent charter schools. I believe they take money away from public education. I myself am a product of the public educational system, and I would fully support it and advocate for it and defend it as much as I can.
Very good. And Prop 15, are you familiar with that?
That's about the reassessing of property value, right?
Schools and communities first, sir.
Yeah, I am in favor of Prop 15. I think it will bring more funding to education, and I would vote yes on it, and I would advocate as much for it.
Would you be willing to put that in your campaign literature?
I would. I don't see an issue with that. If I
Very
believe
good.
it, nothing wrong with me supporting it publicly.
Thank you. We'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, then we're ready to move on to your 1-minute wrap up.
Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you for all your time. I know it's been a difficult couple of days. I know for me, we had to evacuate and stuff. So thank you first and foremost. The last thing I'll leave you with is I'm a product of Travis Unified, and I care about those students because I used to be one of those students. I care about the teachers just as much because they used to be my teachers, and still some of those teachers are still there. I want to do a good job, not just because I live with my family and I wouldn't want them to disown me, but because those teachers who taught me how to be a student and how to be a good adult
30
going forward,
seconds.
I wouldn't want to show them anything bad and to not do a good job. So that's really like my driving force, my driving motivation is that this is my school. This is where I went to school. It's where my sister went to school. And I'm fully motivated to make a difference there and to make it better. And that's what I'll leave you with today.
Great timing, because that's your time.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so do I just hit leave? Is that what I do now?
Yes, sir.
All righty, thank you.
Next up, we have Christina Palmer.
Okay.
Okay, so Christina Palmer is running for school board for Travis Unified District against Manvere.
Just so you know, the people that you have, there has been opportunities where we could vote for one or we could vote for two, but these are the only Democrats, and so therefore there's no opportunity to vote for two on these positions so far.
And vote
Here she
against,
comes.
right? No recommendation.
No, I mean, you might want to do a recommendation on him, but there's no person who's completed a questionnaire who's a Democrat who's opposing him at this point.
Karen, she's in the room.
Hi, Ms. Palmer. How are you? Tom, she is muted.
Yeah, ask her to unmute.
You need to unmute yourself, Christine.
There you go.
Okay. Welcome. This is the committee that will be making the decision for the Central Democratic Committee, making the decision on the endorsement. And you have a 2-minute. I do not want to take any of your time. And so you will be notified when there's 30 seconds left.
Okay.
And when you're ready, please start your presentation.
Okay, my name is Christina Palmer, and I've lived in our district for the past 16 years. I just recently came off the Community Services Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a question for me?
You have 2-minute presentation. After that, there will be questions.
Okay. Okay, I just saw the chat pop up.
No, ignore the chat. This is just your time to talk to us.
Okay. I've lived in the district for 16 years, and I just came off the Community Services Commission appointed by the mayor for the city of Vacaville. I had served on the commission for 8 years. And at that time, I had been looking for some way of, there we go, there's my face. Some way to stay involved. I've been helping with all of our Democrats in the city of Vacaville for their campaign. So I was a commissioner for 8 years, and then I have been a mentor and an advocate for Solano County's Office of Education since 2012, helping with the virtual enterprise as well as the CTE program, which is the career technical education, throughout the high schools in Solano County, as well as in Oakland. Once a year, they have all the high schools from the United States. Any high school that's a part of the virtual enterprise comes to Oakland to do their presentation, and we mentor, we do judging for them, we help with facilitating their mock trade show.
30 seconds.
I have a Vanden High School graduate 2020, and I am hoping to make sure that there is a voice to be heard through the students, parents, and classified staff, as well as the teachers. I'd like to be an advocate for them.
Okay. There is a question from Steve Quinlan. Steve? Tom, can you unmute Steve?
Hey, Christina, Steve Quinlan.
Hi.
Do you support independent charter schools?
I feel that independent charter schools take away from the public school system. And in Travis Unified School District, there isn't a need for charter schools. So or not a need, I wouldn't say need, but I just wouldn't endorse them for Travis Unified School District.
All right, thank you very much.
Corey?
Wait, you called on.
Corey, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Good morning, welcome. Have you been endorsed by the CTA affiliate for the Travis Unified School District, TUDA specifically?
TUDA, yes. TUDA for sure. And then I had an interview with the CSEA and the CSEA Association, and they said that all their board members weren't there. And so they wanted to do another vote when all the board members were there.
Steve Young?
Yes, good morning. Do you support Proposition 15?
Absolutely. And it's on my website, and I do any form of advocating for it. Absolutely.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Christina, you have a 1-minute wrap up now available. And you know what, Paula, I'm finding that it's just, please let us know when the time is up rather than the 30 seconds.
Okay.
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 Right.
So I had been reached out to by the CSEA as well as TUDA in regards to making some productive changes to the district and to the board. And through the interviews with them, we found that there could be a way for me to advocate and help to make sure that there was a voice. The staff, as well as the teachers, as well as the students, have felt that they haven't had a voice for a while. And that is my position. You know, my biggest platform is safety, child safety. That's what I advocate. That's what my books are about. That's what I live and breathe by. And I just feel that as long as the students are having a voice and their safety and new expectations and boundaries set forth for everyone, superintendent, board, as well as students, teachers, and staff, that
Right. That's your time.
This was fast.
It is very fast. I know. Fortunately, you had a very long questionnaire to fill out, and we've had the opportunity to read those answers. So I want to thank you for coming, and thank you for filling out your questionnaire.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful day.
Okay. Tom, is there anybody else in the waiting room?
We only have Logan Legg in the waiting room.
Is Kelly still here?
Kelly is here, yes.
She's next.
Yeah, Kelly, I show you as the next person on the list.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, you already know what the drill is, and so I think without any further ado, we'll turn it over for your 2-minute presentation.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for your time. It'll be a long day, but I appreciate the time to interview with you. And just a background about me and why I'm running. So I have 2 elementary school children in the Vacaville Unified School District. I think you've all met them before at the Central Committee meetings where I've had to drag them along with me. But basically, I decided to run because I want to be a voice for all students in the district. And I just believe that there's nothing more important than investing in our children's education. And I think just being in Vacaville for the last 5 years, I've become involved in the school community a bit, but I want to be involved more. And I've kind of gained an understanding of the concerns of parents and issues our teachers face and the obstacles that the district has dealt with in terms of improving the schools. And so I have a lot of different goals. I think that the current school district has worked diligently to try to improve our schools, but I'd like to do more. I think that the most important thing right now facing everyone is the teaching and learning needs through the COVID pandemic. I think that's what a lot of folks are struggling with. And so I'd like to be able to help our children and our teachers through this, because it's just a really hard time for everyone in terms of learning. I also want to try to recruit and retain new teachers and reduce class sizes. I want to improve our STEAM education. I want to try to create some more business partnerships in our local community for our CTE students. And I definitely want to make ethnic studies a requirement. I was very disappointed recently when the board voted that down. So there's a lot of different things I'd like to change, and I'd like to see some more progressive change in Vacaville. It's one of the most lowest funded districts in the state, actually, and so I'd like to look at some other funding measures to help Vacaville get more funding.
That's your time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we do have some questions for you already. Corey, I believe you're first.
Good morning, Kelly. How are you?
Hi, Corey.
Pleasure to see you. Could you talk about the dynamics in your race? Talk about what you're trying to do and talk about how the Democratic Club and the Northern Dems could help you because of the logistics of your campaign.
So I'm running against an incumbent, and it's going to be a tough race because I don't have the name recognition that she does. But I do believe there's a distinction between us, and I really don't want to get into like any negative politics here at all, but I really think that I embody what the Democrats believe in terms of improving education. And I'm not a fan of charter schools at all, and my opponent actually voted against ethnic studies as just even an elective. And I have been endorsed by the Vacaville Teachers Union, which is helpful. And I also was endorsed by SEIU. But it is an uphill battle for my campaign. So having the Democrat support would mean the world to me. And especially just because I've been a lifelong Democrat and have tried to be involved in public service by being on the Central Committee in Solano and San Francisco. So that's sort of what I'm up against.
I can follow up if there's no other questions.
There is another question. Steve Quinlan.
Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
Hi, Steve.
Kelly, what can you bring to the board that Tracy Stacy doesn't have?
So I think that I have a long history in public service. I don't know. I mean, she's served on the board for a while, but I think that I have a lot of tools and educational background that I think will help me serve on the board. I think my skills as an attorney will also help me draft and interpret policies that the district might bring forth. And I just think I have a passion for education and for helping teachers and students, and that I'm really driven to do that. And, I've been thinking about running for a long time, and I finally decided to run because this is really
I think
Does everyone else have Kelly frozen?
Yeah, Kelly's frozen. I don't know if she can hear us or not. Kelly, we can't hear you anymore.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, sorry, did you hear my whole answer?
No.
No, you froze.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, so basically what I was talking about is my my background in public service and my passion for this role on the school board. I think this is something I was thinking about for a long time and decided to run because I really just I'm driven to help our students and our teachers and our families in this district. And so I think that my background in public service distinguishes me, and then just the fact that that I have a strong passion for education. I grew up in a family of educators and child advocates, and so this is just something that comes from the heart. And I think I would be very passionate about the work in terms of, advocating strongly for our teachers and our students in the district and their families.
I know that you got frozen, so we may be over just a little bit, Paula, but Tom Bilbo, you had a question?
I paused it.
Okay.
He was frozen. There's a minute, 20 seconds left.
Perfect. Tom?
So real quick. So Kelly, your opponent has voted against having a pride celebration or pride acknowledgement at the school. What would your vote be in acknowledging the LGBTQ students in Vacaville Unified School District?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I think that's a shame. And I think that, a lot of folks in Vacaville, not just my opponent, but a lot of folks in Vacaville, don't support that. And I truly do. And that would probably be one of the first things I'd want to work on is a pride proclamation and celebration, because so many of our students are, do identify as LGBTQ, and they need to be supported. So that's probably one of my priorities as a school board member.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Corey, did you have another question?
Yeah, I can go ahead and do a couple more. I assume you're in favor of Prop 15?
Yes, a strong proponent of Prop 15. It's on my website, I think, and I'll be putting that on my materials. When I looked up the numbers on it, I think that it'll bring about 7 million to Vacaville alone. I forget what the numbers are for Solano County, but there's a calculator that you can use, and I believe that it'll bring about 7 million to Vacaville.
That's your time.
Okay. Kelly, we're now at the point that you have 1 minute to sort of wrap up, and Paula will let you know when that minute's expired.
So I basically, like I said, I have 2 kids in the school district, and their education and their experience has really prompted me to get more involved. And I think that being on the school board will help me give a more progressive voice to Vacaville, which I think the city of Vacaville really needs. I think, it's a shame that there's been voted down ethnic studies and things like an LGBTQ pride celebration. And there's different reasons why I think that Vacaville needs me specifically on the board. And I think, like I answered before, I think I bring a passion for education and for helping our students and teachers get through this really difficult time in the pandemic. And so I want to be able to support, everyone through this difficult time, and then hopefully get to some of the other goals that I mentioned before. And yeah, I just think my experience.
That's your time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, everybody. And I'm staying on, so.
Yeah, Kelly does not have.
Or do I have to leave at some point? Do I have to leave for?
No, you do not have any competitors in the race you're in. That's on the board.
Okay.
Is Michael Kitsis in the waiting room?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Hold on, let me just unspotlight Kelly. Here comes Michael Kitsis. He is running for Vacaville Unified School District, but in District 7, not District 6, which is Kelly's. Karen.
Hi, Michael. Welcome to the committee, and all the faces in front of you, or even on the second page, are here to make a decision about the endorsement. And we start off with it, and I don't want to step on your time, but we're going to start off with a 2-minute intro, and Paula Barrow will let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
No, I won't. I'll tell him when it's over.
Oh, you're not going to let me know about the 30 seconds? Okay, he's going to tell you when it's over. Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Michael Kitsis, as you know, and I'm going to start off by reading the first 2 paragraphs of my candidate statement, since I took a lot of time making that. So for the last 17 years, Vacaville's put its trust in me to serve on the Vacaville Unified School District Board. and it's been an honor and a privilege to serve the children and families, teachers, classified staff of Vacaville as a representative on the board. I feel a deep sense of duty to remain on the board during these chaotic times. The health and safety issues related to the pandemic, curriculum challenges with distance learning, and inadequate funding from the state all call for a steady, experienced hand. More than ever, we need someone who understands the system and has experience dealing with crisis. This is an all hands on deck moment for the district. A few things that are important to me coming into the next term is, first thing is equity. We've developed an equity, or we at least have the structure for an equity task force that we're developing. As probably a lot of you know, that was started after there were some racist videos seen on by some students on YouTube. And the district's taking it really seriously, which I think is just really great. So we're going to use this as an opportunity to try to really take an anti-racist stance. You know, I believe it's not good enough to just acknowledge that there's racism. We have to be anti-racist. I think I'd really like to move the board to a more progressive stance. Two of the most conservative members are actually leaving the board, so I think that'll leave a good opportunity to do that. And you know, finally, I just think that my experience and my understanding of the system is really what's needed right now.
That's your time. Excellent timing.
Perfect.
Okay, so it is now open for questions. Do we have any questions for Michael? Steve Quinlan?
Hi, Mr. Kitsis, Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Steve.
Do you support independent charter schools?
Almost never. I think that it's really important to acknowledge that, to me, the only reason for an independent charter school would be if the district was completely failing in serving some population of the district. And I don't think that's applicable for our district.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Corey Penrose?
Good morning, Michael.
Corey.
You see me everywhere, man.
I'll tell you, man.
I'd like to ask a question about Prop 15. First of all, I presume you support it.
Yes.
Will you be willing to carry Prop 15 on your campaign list so when you do drops, people in Area 7 will know that this is a good thing to vote for?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Are there other questions for Michael? Tom Bilbo?
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Tom.
Do you support a pride proclamation or acknowledgement for the LGBTQ community while you're on the board of the school district?
I sure would. That's been one of the major disappointments for me, that with the conservative members of our board, we haven't been able to get that through, but I would definitely make that a priority.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so Michael, you have now 1 minute to sort of wrap up.
Okay. Well, again, I think this is a very interesting time because this is the first time that we've been going to districts, and you know, no one knows how that's going to look exactly. So I'm looking forward to getting my name and opinion and thoughts out the best I can. I'm really hoping that over the last 17 years, people have taken in, or at least people that watch, have taken in what I have done and what I can bring, and I look forward to your support.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time to seek the endorsement and fill out all the paper and interview with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you. You all too.
Karen, before we go to the next one, do you want me to call the 30 seconds? I thought you didn't, because it was just too disruptive.
I think for the last minute it is. I don't know, how does everybody else sort of feel about it? You're muted so that you can't tell me.
I think it's disruptive.
You think it's disruptive?
Yeah, it kind of disrupts our train of thought. I can see folks going along, then all of a sudden when the 30 seconds jumps in, I can see the monologue being disrupted.
I can do this, but I don't know that it shows up. I have a 30-second sign, but it doesn't really work.
It doesn't. I guess let's just try continuing with the end of the time period, the 2 minute, the 5 minute, and the 1. And if it ends up causing problems, we'll do something different. Wanda, does that work for you too?
Yeah, that works for me. I felt it was a little jarring and just took them out of their ability to continue to speak and express their thoughts and ideas. And so just letting them know in the beginning that they will be advised that at the 2, 1, and 5 minute that they'll be asked to end.
Okay.
Their time.
This is Nancy. I was also going to add that that's really part of candidate preparation, that they should know these time periods and have practiced and be in those. So, just letting them know and reminding them at the beginning is adequate.
Mr. Kitts has clearly practiced and had that down pat. So I think that's the gold bar.
Just a reminder, this is being live streamed on YouTube, every bit of it.
Okay, Tom, is Christy there?
Oh, no, she is not, but I see Joe Kinney and Jerry Castanon, which they're not up for a while.
Well, Mr. Castanon may be here as a council, a central committee member.
Oh. Is he the one for?
He's Cecilia Aguiar's rep.
Okay.
I think.
His appointment's not until 1:30. But
Yeah,
so,
I'm letting him in now.
yeah, okay. All right, and you said that the only people in the waiting room right now is?
Joe Kinney.
John Kinney?
I'm sorry, it's a Jay Kinney. Sorry, I just said Joe. I got Joe on the brain.
John Kinney is one of the
second of the last.
Yeah.
Second to the last. He's a Vallejo mayor candidate.
Right. However, we are looking for Christy Gardner and Belinda Robinson next, and I have not heard from either one of them. And so I'm voting to go ahead and hear Mr. Kinney if he would like to go early. Do I have any objections? You can shake your head. I can see that. No? Okay. Then Mr. Kinney is one of 5 candidates running for mayor of Vallejo. And all 5, I think all 5 of them will be here today. They all qualified so that you will only be able to vote for 1 out of the 5. Okay, so let's tell Mr. Kinney that he is going to be interviewed early, please.
Okay, I'm letting him in now. He is in. Let me spotlight his video.
It's connecting to audio, yeah. Mr. Kinney?
I show that he's still trying to connect.
Okay.
He's unmuted now.
He needs to unmute himself.
Mr. Kinney, you need to unmute yourself.
I asked him to unmute now.
Okay. Good morning. We have.
I'm unmuted. Am I okay?
Yes.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and take you. I know that your time is not until this afternoon, but we did have someone who didn't show. So as long as you're there, we're just going to move you up. You do have you will be notified at the end of your 2 minutes, at the end of the 5 minute, and at the end of the 1 minute presentation that your time is up. And so I don't want to take any more time of your time up. So you can start your 2 minute presentation now.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? I can just barely hear you. I'm not sure where the volume is. I have my computer all the way volumed up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Just barely, but yes.
Okay, you have a 2 minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and 1 minute wrap up. You will be notified by one of the members of the council when your time is up.
But by how will I be notified?
She will announce it in the room that your time is
Right,
up.
right. So I'm supposed to go in there at 4:17 or so for a 4:27 appointment?
No, we have pulled you in because you've been waiting and are going to do your presentation now.
Oh, we're doing it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared for that. I thought it was going to be later, but okay.
No, if you would like to wait till your appointment time, that's fine.
If you guys want me to go now, I'm fine with that. I'm not totally prepared for it. I was going to brush up on my notes and but it sounds like it's more convenient for me to go now, so I'll go now if that's fine.
That is okay. Then you may begin your
Hope you give me a slight leeway in case I do some boo-boos because I wasn't prepared, but all right, sure.
Okay, you may start your presentation now.
All right, my name is John Kenny. I've been here in Vallejo for about 6 or 7 years. We were down in San Diego prior to this. I lived in Japan for quite some time. Don't know if you guys all got a chance to do my questionnaire. Thank you very much for letting me in at late notice. I can't see everyone except for Karen right now, so not sure who else is there. I think I recognize a few faces really fast as I was trying to figure everything out here. I am running for mayor. We've been here, as I say, for 6 years. We've moved into Glen Cove area. I just think this is really a critical time for all of America, and in particular for Vallejo, where I live. I've been involved in national politics and even international politics, having lived in Japan for a number of years. I owned a business there. I had a school. I was the principal of the school. I had about 130 students in-house, about 7 or 8 teachers at our peak. I also went out to a number of universities. I taught at Fujitsu, Panasonic, Sharp, and I was also an adjunct professor at Notre Dame University in Kyoto. I was going to give it the Japanese pronunciation. And anyhow, I moved back to America. I was involved very heavily in the 2004 election nationally. I was against electronic voting. We've seen all the problems we're having, including with Russia right now. I really don't think that should have been happening, especially without any paper ballots. We fought pretty hard. We didn't really win that particular year. The very next year, California and the Secretary of State got rid of any non-paper balloting here. 2 years later, the Republican Secretary of State tried to put it back in again, electronic voting, and one more time the Democrats got back in, and since then they never have had it before. So here in Vallejo, I have also worked with clean energy. We've got a bill passed. Marin Clean Energy should be taking over shortly from PG&E.
That's your time. Your time's
Sorry.
up.
Okay.
Okay, your 2 minutes are up.
I can just barely hear everyone. Is there some other mic somewhere here? My volume's turned totally up on my computer. Is there one inside the Zoom here? But go ahead. I'll just try my hardest.
Okay, and the first question for you is from Steve Quinlan.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
Hello. Again, I can just barely hear. Does anyone know where there's a volume thing on here?
I don't know.
I don't have one. Steve, if you want to type the question, I will try and read it in.
All right, sure.
But if you just speak up loud, I can just barely hear you. So if you could go from there.
Okay, I'll yell as loud as I
That's
can.
better.
All right. You're running against 2 candidates with very deep ties to the community and a lot of support. What makes you stand out from Hakeem Brown and Robert McConnell? What can you bring that neither of those candidates can do?
And the question, I think a number of things. Number one, that I'm not so entrenched in the community. I think, particularly with COVID, we really need some fresh blood. We need some fresh ideas. We need a new vision. I've seen both of them where, in particular, reimagining the police. This is going to be a really critical issue. I know there's really vitriolic feelings on either side of the issue, as I've seen at City Council. I've been in there. A woman was crying that they were getting murdered in the streets. I mean, I was actually there to present about clean energy, and I was so moved. I opened my presentation with, geez, I hope we do something about that. Nobody brought it up again the entire meeting. It wasn't until George Floyd that suddenly everyone realized there was some sort of a problem going on. I don't know how that could be. So I have worked nationally with a number of campaigns about things like police reform, starting way back in 2008 or so, when I first returned from Japan. And again, I've been involved with clean energy. I've been involved with the Green New Deal and electronic voting. I think these are all critical issues for our national infrastructure. But, you know, there's only so much you can do during a COVID. Everybody's on Zoom and we can't even control our volume here. I live in Vallejo. I bought a home here. We've been here for 6 years. I live here in Glen Cove. I want to push things forward here in Vallejo. I think this could be a much better place. As beautiful as it is coming out of COVID, we're going to have a lot on our agenda to try to fix up. And one of them is absolutely reimagining the police. Only 10% of the calls that go into 911 in certain areas are about violent crime. So why do we have militarized police showing up at all these incidents and then having real problems? I know it is critical for law and order here in Vallejo that we do have a police department, but I do think we have to reimagine it. So that's one issue where I think fresh eyes will change the agenda here.
Okay, you may need to turn up, there's a suggestion, you may need to turn up the sound on your headphones.
That's a possibility. Didn't even think of that one.
Okay, Steve Young has the next question.
Thank you, Joe. Actually, two questions. As a first-time candidate and with an open council seat in Glen Cove, why did you decide to run for mayor instead of council?
I'm sorry, I'm not catching that at all. And that didn't work with the headphones. I might switch out if you want to give me a little bit of time. I have one other set over here, but I'm not sure which one. One of them's got a bad.
John, let me see if I can read it and you can hear.
Sure, please.
As a first-time candidate and with an open council seat in Glen Cove, why did you decide to run for mayor instead of council?
Yeah, great question. Honestly, I didn't even decide. You know, I knew there was a new race coming up and was involved with some other issues myself. I did not decide until I saw that Bob Sampayan really stepped out. I know it was in the paper that he was going to step out. I just didn't believe it. So on last, what was it, the 7th of this month on Friday, and I didn't even hear about it until the next day in the news. I wasn't following it that tightly. They said in the news that he had stepped out. At that point in time, I still thought Sunga was running number one, and Mina Diaz, excuse me. I was working with her I was also working with voter participation, the new maps that we put in, the by districts. We had a number of meetings there. I was at City Council 3 or 4 times with that. Had like 5, 6, 7, 8 hour. One time was a 4-hour meeting and several other smaller meetings. So I worked with her. I felt she was a good representative. Maybe you know her better than I do. I don't know, but I had really good relations with her. I was wary of even stepping into Glen Cove then, but I thought Sunga was running as well. And then finally the mayor's position came available. I didn't find out that Sunga had stepped out until the day after registration on March 13th. It was finally in the paper, I'm sorry, August 13th. So it just wasn't available really. I thought I will support Mina as of this point in time until I know something other than what I've worked with her. She's seemed like a real community activist. We've talked a number of times and I'll support her.
Diane, my follow-up question?
That's time. That's time.
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, so you have a 1-minute wrap-up time.
Well, again, I wasn't totally prepared for this, trying to figure out the Zoom thing, but I do hope I can get your vote and support here. I'm picking this up. Literally, I signed up. I got out and was walking all around. I got my 30 signatures on August 12th, I was handed my paper at 12 o'clock. I had them by 3 in the afternoon. We're getting up to speed as fast as possible. I know I can run at least a grassroots campaign from my former activism, but I'm going to be putting together a web page and moving forward and trying to get more active. There's some huge war chests out there against me. I'll do my best, and I think Vallejo really needs some new vision, and I think we can make a beautiful new Vallejo with your help.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kinney. I'm sorry that we had some technical problems while you were here, but I appreciate you filling out the questionnaire and coming for the interview.
Likewise,
Have a great
thanks
day.
you, everyone. I appreciate you letting me, and then I guess I'm done for the day then.
Yes, you
Is there any
are.
way for us to watch this, or is this kind of just for you guys closed in? You have to be meeting room always.
No, you can watch it on live streaming it on YouTube. You can get the link off of the Democratic Central Committee's webpage.
Cool. So probably just go to your webpage and then find the link there. So I would be outside of the Zoom meeting and I'd just be watching it live streaming.
Right.
Yeah, if you go to the webpage, John, you can see under press, you'll see
Under
a
press.
post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. And thanks for your contributions to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Are you guys,
I removed him.
Okay.
So next coming up is Christy Gardner. She is a candidate for district something in Vallejo.
District
School
2.
District. District 2, thank you. I didn't have my spreadsheet up, so I'm letting her in now, Karen.
Okay, but you may vote for one, and there are 2 candidates who should present for those of you. Okay.
She's coming in.
Hi, Christy. Oh. Hi, Christy. Oh, she's
muted.
Okay.
Can't find her. Oh,
Did she mute herself?
I've asked her to unmute.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee. All the people in front of you are going to be making a decision on the endorsement process. It is a very short time frame for the interview, so I don't want to take any of your time. You will be notified at the end of your 2-minute presentation, at the close of the 5 minutes for the questions, and then at the end of the 1 minute. So, and that'll be a verbal announced out that the time is up. But so I don't take any more of your time. Please start your 2-minute presentation.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. And as you know, my name is Christy Gardner, and I'm running to continue serving as a school board trustee. I want to return to the board because we're doing the work necessary to move the district forward, and we're at a critical point where a knowledgeable and well-run board will make a big difference for the near future. I am a retired educator. I started my career at Vallejo High School, and I ended my career at the California Department of Education. We currently have a board that understands education, and I believe that's helped the board to coalesce into a very productive body. We've accomplished a great deal during my tenure and have made tough decisions necessary to balance the budget to remain solvent. We, like other districts in California, are experiencing declining enrollment. And to give you an example, when I left the district in 2000, we had a student population of over 20,000 students. And we currently have a student population of around 11,000. This alone has been very detrimental to the district. Soon we're going to be starting a strategic planning process that will involve the community in creating a new vision for the district. And we're also in the process of hiring a new superintendent who can enact that vision. I'm excited about the progress that we've already made in the district, and I want to continue working on the board to ensure that any changes made are in the best interest of our families and the community. And we have a big challenge ahead of us. I'm asking for your endorsement as a lifelong Democrat and because I believe I'm the best person for this job. And then
All right, that's your time, Christy. You
Okay.
now have 5 minutes worth of questions.
Okay, great.
Okay, your first question comes from Corey.
Good morning, Christy. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Corey?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Will you be seeking the endorsements of the employee groups for the Vacaville Unified School District? And if so, how do you envision them as being good partners for you going forwards, assuming you do so?
I haven't thought about asking for the endorsement of Vacaville Unified. I would love to get Vacaville Unified's endorsement. I've sought the endorsement from the Vallejo Unified School District and believe that any partnership that I can make with any school district in the community would be worthwhile.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Tiffany, you have another question?
Yes, good morning. I would like to know what your plans are to ensure that the full service community schools continue to be funded and staffed appropriately.
I think that the full community schools is a necessary entity of the district. And I think that that was a great vision that was initiated. I think that they need to be beefed up, quite frankly, and really hire more. Well, I don't know that we'll have the funds to hire, but my goal would be to hire more social workers, rely more upon the academic support providers, and really get those necessary support staff in that can really handle the social-emotional problems that some of our pupils have within the district. I think that you can't have too many social workers, you can't have too many support providers, you can't have too many support personnel that really work together and coalesce to move these kids into a spot where they are academically ready to receive the instruction that our teachers so valiantly deliver.
Okay, Steve Quinlan, I'm sorry I skipped you. You have a question for Christy as well?
Hi, Christy. Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah, I have a question. Would you be open to starting an art school or a magnet school within the Vallejo City Unified School District as a way
Absolutely. In fact, I'm a former drama teacher, and I think that the arts is one of those programs that really it helps kids stay in school because it's something that they're passionate about. My goal really is to create an arts school in the Unified School District and partner with some of the production facilities that are on Mare Island. We have a wonderful arts community downtown. We have wonderful artists in the community. We have a number of people that have gone on and have professional art careers in the performing arts, in music, and as artists, visual artists. So that's one of my passions, and I plan on really pushing that if I'm elected in the next 4 years. There are other schools that I think would be nice to open. We need to increase the attendance, and we need to have something that is available for all of our students. And we've lost a number of really good students, and I'd like to see some of those students come back. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is to provide different programs and facilities for some of the students that have been left behind.
Okay, great.
That is your question.
Tiffany, did you have another question?
She's muted.
Tiffany? Okay, then let me ask a question. You talked about hiring new teachers. How are you going to make sure that the diversity of your hires matches the diversity of the population and the students in the schools? What steps is the school board taking, or what steps do you want to take to make sure that happens?
Well, I think a lot of that may depend upon where we're recruiting our teachers from. And I see no reason why we couldn't recruit some of our teachers from historic Black colleges. I think that there are other universities that are very diverse that we could recruit teachers from those universities. I think it's important to reflect the diversity of our teaching population with the diversity of the student population. We also have a very large Hispanic population currently, and it would be nice to actually, in California, there are a lot of Latino students in the teaching profession or that are trying to become teachers, and it would be nice to recruit many of those teachers as well to the
Christy,
district.
that's your 5 minutes are up. Now you have a 1 minute recap.
Okay, boy, this goes by fast.
I know.
Okay, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. It would mean a great deal to me to get your endorsement as a lifelong Democrat. And I know that you have difficult decisions in making these endorsements to make the best endorsement. I hope that you take into consideration the work that I've already done on the board and the fact that it is now a productive and well-run school board. So please take that into consideration when you're making your final decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questionnaire and your time this morning. Have the rest of your day now.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Tom, is Belinda Robinson in the waiting room?
She was, but she left. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I did. So she was there and she left?
Yeah.
Well, her appointment is in like 2 minutes. So I suppose, is there anybody else in the waiting room?
No.
Okay. And did you ever get a message from Leslie Unverfer?
No,
Okay.
I haven't seen anything coming from her.
Okay,
And I'm checking like 18 different things.
I know.
Make
So
sure I'm
I suggest that we were going to take a break after the next interview, but I would, since she just popped out, maybe that she's having some technical
she's
problems.
back.
Okay, great. Okay, the next person is Belinda Robinson. And remember, I said that you can only vote for, there are 2 candidates who are putting in for this particular position, Christy and Belinda, so you can only vote for one. Okay, we're ready.
Great. Here she comes.
Hi, Miss Robinson, you need to unmute yourself. Good morning and welcome, Miss Robinson, to the Solano County Central Committee's endorsement meeting. And the people that you see in front of you or around you are the people who will be making a decision on your endorsement. You have a 2-minute presentation. You may have 5 minutes for questions and a 1-minute wrap up. And you will be notified when the 2 minutes, the 5 minutes, and the 1 minute is up. Belinda, you are still muted.
Sorry.
There, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so did you hear me about the 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and a minute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for a presentation. You'll be notified when the 2 minutes is up. You have a 5-minute question period and be notified when that is up, and a 1-minute wrap up. I don't want to take any more of your time. I want to make sure that we have, all the time to listen to you during this setup. So you're ready to start.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Robinson. I'm running for District 2 in the City of Vallejo Unified School District Board. I have never done this before. I'm very nervous, and I'm ready to get started.
Okay, did you want to talk any more about your race or what it is that you intend to get done?
I am an African-American woman in the Vallejo City Unified School District. My grandchildren go to the school here. My kids went here. I'm very concerned about the education in the school district itself, especially for the African-American children who are being left behind, probably on purpose, it appears to me. And I just want to get up there so hopefully I can make a difference and help the African-American community along with all the other children.
Okay, Paula, how much time does she have left in her 2-minute presentation?
A minute.
Okay, you have a whole nother minute, Ms. Robinson, if there's anything else you'd like to say. Otherwise, we'll go straight to the questions.
Okay, go ahead, go straight to the questions. I'm nervous, this is my first time, so excuse me.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, Corey Penrose, you have a question?
Good morning, Miss Robinson. How are you?
I'm fine, how are you, sir?
Sure, I'm wonderful. Thank you. On your application, you say that donations to your campaign are tax deductible. Given that that isn't the case, do you plan to keep saying that, or will you make adjustments to your campaign literature?
I am making adjustments immediately. I found it out yesterday, and I have started making adjustments accordingly.
Very good. Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Steve Quinlan, you have a question?
Hi, Belinda. Steve Quinlan. I have a
Hello.
question. You've been a very vocal advocate for the elite charter school, and recently you helped lead a campaign against the VCUSD where you were asking for $8 million of the Measure S bond money. Given that the Measure S bond money was specifically written for the VCUSD and MIT Griffin, why tilt at windmills and ask for something that was never going to happen?
Well, I'm advocating for elite schools because I believe in what elite is about. As far as the $8 million, I'm just going with the program, and I know that there's things that should not have happened with elite, but this is not about elite for me. This is about the African American children and brown children in the Vallejo City Unified School District. It has nothing to do with elite. I'm talking about the children of the Vallejo City community.
But my question was, you were leading a campaign against the VCUSD and asking for something that could not legally happen.
Well, I wasn't leading anything. I am advocating for the children of the Vallejo City Unified School District, the African American, Black, and brown children that are being left behind, and they need our support to help them get what they are supposed to have, what they're legally entitled to in this district.
But the bond was
no.
specifically written for
Okay, we need,
VCUSD and okay.
all right, we need to go on to the next question. Tom Bilbo, you have a question?
Ms. Robinson, I have a question about the LGBTQ students. Would you support a pride proclamation for the LGBTQ community students that are in your school? As you know, the school has flown the pride flag the last few years for Pride Month. Would you support that?
I would definitely be interested in supporting that. I'm not sure to what degree, but I'm definitely interested, and I would not say no to anything because everybody has their own preference and choice. So I would definitely be looking forward to engaging in that to help that community as well, because they are also Black and brown children too.
Steve Young, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Robinson, and thank you for running for the first time. It's always good to see new people putting themselves out there. What do you think is the single biggest challenge facing the school district?
Funds, homelessness, death around all the communities. It's just a big overall big picture. It's not just one thing for me. It all goes back to the same thing, the family dynamic and how they're being treated, what they have access to as far as the white community, and things like that, support, resources, things where the money should go back towards the children.
Okay. Corey Penrose, you had a question?
Good morning. I have a question about Prop 15. Are you familiar with that?
Excuse me?
Are you familiar with the Schools and Communities First Initiative, Prop 15?
Not exactly familiar with it. No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, I can ask a different question then. Do we be seeking the endorsement of the employee groups of the Vallejo Unified School District, SEIU, and VEA?
I have not sought out any endorsement from anybody. This is the first endorsement interview I've had or been involved in. So at this time, that would be a no.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Morgan, you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering, what are your plans to improve the educational outcomes for Black and Brown students?
Well, my plans are to get something in place, to work on something, to try to get something in place for the kids' education that just doesn't help them in the school area because we may need mental resources, we may need grieving counselors, we need music programs, we need an outlet for the kids, an after school program, places where they can go and continue to engage.
Belinda, that's your time. Your 5 minutes are up. You now get a 1-minute wrap up.
Well, I hope that I have proven myself to you guys. I do believe we need some new people on the board, and I'm very interested in the education of all the children. But the Black and Brown children, they need some support right now, and I'm here advocating for them as best I can. So hopefully everything will go okay, and I can get up on the board and we can make some things happen. I'm open to ideas and anything else.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and filling out the questionnaires. And you will be considered along with all the other candidates, but thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You have a great rest of your day.
Karen, we have Danny Espinoza in the waiting room. He's a member of the committee. What are we doing now?
I didn't hear from him beforehand. Since he's in the waiting room and we're now fixing to go on a break, I need everybody back in 15 minutes. So I believe that I have that as 11:05.
Do you want me to send him a message?
Yeah, have him call me, maybe. Yeah, have him call me. Okay, everybody, it's break time and I'll see you at 11:05.
We're on a break right now?
Yes, we are until 11:05.
11:05. Ooh, a long one. Okay.
Yep, this is your morning big break. Hello?
Karen, be sure to mute.
Okay, it looks like everyone is back. Tom had to step away for a minute. So I just wanted to bring up one thing before we let the next person in. And that is that Miguel cannot get his chat window to work. So what I'm going to do is he's going to text me when he has a question, and I will try and make sure that it is within the order that people submit questions. Okay. Are we ready for our next? Oh, I should also tell you that I heard from Danny Espinoza. He will not be able to join us today because he is taking care of family business with the evacuation and stuff. So our next person is in the waiting room. Well, how do I see the waiting room? Hello?
Karen?
Yes?
This is Bob Lawson. I'm supposed to be in an endorsement meeting at 11:03.
And I'm trying to let you into the room right now.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure because a lot of times these things end up heading off in the wrong direction.
No.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Bye. Okay, who's a whiz on Zoom?
Click on participants, Karen.
What?
Click on participants. Then you can see who's in the waiting room.
Okay. Bob Lawson is in the waiting room and we will welcome him.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Corey.
No problem.
I said y'all had to keep me straight. Hi, Mr. Lawson. I think you are muted. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, just turned it off. Okay.
All right. Good morning. Welcome. This is the committee that will be making the decision on the Central Democratic Committee's endorsement. And the format is that you will have a 2-minute presentation and a 5-minute period for questions and a 1-minute wrap up. And that you will be notified at the end of each time period when your time is up. Okay. Are there any questions?
No, just a thing to pass on to people. The statements that answers the question I made had to be done in haste because there was a snafu in getting a notification on the meeting. I had one day to get stuff in. So feel free on any of the questions if you have questions for me to expound further. That's the only thing.
Okay, then if you're ready for your 2-minute presentation, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Bob Lawson. I'm seeking your endorsement as I run for re-election to Vallejo School Board, this time for the newly created Area 4, which encompasses much of central Vallejo and a small area east of I-80. I have had success as a trustee and merit your support for another term. During my time in office, I was instrumental in the selection of a new superintendent who was able to change the culture of the school district. And right now we're in the process of selecting another superintendent. In 2018 and 19, as president of the board, in addition to working closely with the superintendent, I was able to conduct meetings that conveyed civility unlike those previous. Also, during my time as president of the board, we in the community were able to pass a $194 million bond issue to repair our schools. During this time, I have voted in favor of measures to protect our various needs, students, immigrants, and the health and safety of our students, parents, employees, and the public. All these in keeping with the principles and positions of the Democratic Party. Therefore, I ask your endorsement for Area 4 trustee. I guess I had more time, but I didn't need it.
Karen, you're muted. Karen, you are muted.
Steve Quinlan, you have a question?
Hey, Mr. Lawson, how you doing?
Yeah, I can't hear you real well. Okay.
Mr. Lawson, quick question. Do you support independent charter schools?
What about the charter schools?
Do you support independent charter schools?
No, I feel it's been a drain on our resources. And the last one that was approved, we had no say in. It was done by the county, and it was also done by the portion of the county that has nothing to do with Vallejo. Thank you.
Corey Penrose, your question?
Good morning, Trustee Lawson. How are you, sir?
Very good.
Excellent. I have a question about Prop 15. Are you familiar with it, and will you support it?
I'm for the one that should, change the taxes on those people at the top of the top of the earning scale. Yeah, and so I do. You get mixed up on these things sometimes, whether it's yes or no, and then when you read the voter statement, when you find out who's for it and who's against it, that helps you figure out which side you're on. So yeah, the Prop 15 would be to would increase the tax load on the highest earning people, and I'm yes on that.
Awesome. Thank you. Would you be willing to carry that in your campaign lit?
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, Tiffany Jones, you have a question?
Yes. Good morning, Trustee Lawson. My question is on the similar vein with Corey Penrose. Proposition 16, the repeal of affirmative action, is on the ballot for November as well. Would you support that? And how do you see that being able to affect the hiring processes in Vallejo as far as diversifying the teachers as well as support staff?
Well, first of all, I am not familiar with the thing, so I'm not going to shuck and jive on this. I basically would be in favor of things that continue to support affirmative action types of programs. Now, does that mean voting no on it? Yes. And if it means of doing something that's going to enhance it, it would be yes. I'm unfamiliar with the whole concept at this point, but I have favored affirmative action programs in the past and will continue to do so.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Lawson? Hearing none, Mr. Lawson, you have a 1-minute wrap up.
Oh, okay. But you're going to have 10 minutes. I would have about 9. No, actually, all I'm saying is, look, I've been a school trustee during what has turned from 3 years ago being a clown show, okay, to be perfectly honest, in which every meeting was an argument and every meeting resulted a sort of a embarrassing story in the newspaper, being part of a 5-member board who work very well together, support our administration, and hopefully you're making things better. And based on that, I would ask for the Democratic Party's endorsement. I've been a lifelong Democrat. I voted for George McGovern even after the TV told me he had lost in a landslide. So, I would continue to support democratic principles in school issues, education, and the like. I ask for your endorsement. I've been a good board member, and in so doing, have been faithful to the principles and positions of the Democratic Party.
Great timing, because that's your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawson, and thank you for your support of the Democratic Party. We appreciate you filling out the questionnaire and coming today for our interview. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Am I leaving the meeting?
Thank you. Tom, are you back?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want to make me a host, I can handle the rest of it, so you can handle the other stuff. Also, Corey said he could help out too.
Okay, so when you
So we can
you're
bebop around.
better than I am.
I just have to go potty.
Where do I change you to be the host again?
Click on me, or is it? Wait, let's see.
Right click on the name, Karen, and then you can change. Then you can make people a host or a co-host or whatever the case may be.
All right, Corey, I'm going to need to have a.
From the participants list, I think, right?
Yeah.
Just make me a co-host, and I can help take care of some things for you, Karen.
Okay, let me see if I can make.
That way I can watch. Oh, okay. Well, I'm the host again. Yeah. So next up is Latanya Young.
Yes.
Running against Bob Lawson.
And you may
Trustee
only vote for one.
for Vallejo School Board. Okay. I'm admitting her now. All right, Karen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. This is the group.
How's everybody?
We're good, Miss Young. Most of them are muted. I'm sorry. So
I'm sorry.
That's okay. They're sticking their thumbs up and waving. Welcome to the interview process. You know, most of the faces around you are the ones that will be making the decision.
Oh yeah, it's like old home week.
Okay, you have a 2-minute presentation. You have 5 minutes for questions and a 1-minute wrap up. You'll be notified when the time is up for each one of those parts. And so without taking any more of your time, I turn it over to you to do your presentation.
Okay, I have served the educational needs of Vallejo City Unified School District and community for 40+ years in the following capacity: 15 years as a teacher, and 25 years as a site and district administrator. I also was elected to serve on the Central Committee. That's how I know all these familiar faces, and served a very knowledgeable learning curve for 4 years with you, and it was enjoyable. My knowledge and experience in educational leadership and team building will be an asset to Vallejo City Unified School District. If elected, we as a school board can continue to build a vision that will address a new way in delivering instruction, guaranteeing safety in the learning and working environment of all stakeholders that are involved, making sure that physical stability, dealing with the possible cuts of educational funding, and on the state and federal level. As a board member, educational delivery, safety of the students, teachers, and support staff, district financial stability are my top priorities. Knowing I've been at every level, so therefore I know the ins and outs of how to run a school and a school district. Thank you.
Steve Quinlan, you have a question for Dr. Young?
I can't hear you.
Hi, Dr. Young. How you doing?
How are you?
Good, good. I have a question for you. Can we
Okay.
count on your support for Prop 15, schools and communities first?
Prop 15.
Schools and communities first. That's the proposition that taxes multi-million-dollar corporations so they pay their fair share and the money goes to schools.
My stand on that is a yes.
Okay, thank you.
Your next question is from Tiffany Jones.
Good morning, Dr. Young. My question is also in the same vein as Steve Quinlan's. Would you and do you support Proposition 16, the repeal of affirmative action? And how will you ensure that we have enough African American teachers in the district?
I do support the proposition, and it's very important that we have diversity in our district due to the fact that we have a diversified district and we have Black and brown children, and it needs to in the instructional delivery, it needs to be a reflection of their a mirror of their that reflection. Thank you.
Okay. Miguel Castillo, you have a question?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Young. There's a growing percentage of Latino Hispanic students. And I'm wondering if you've given that any thought in terms of new approaches or things that you might want to see change.
I want to make sure that all students, especially brown and Black Afro-American students, have equity access to quality education. Education is a civil rights and is due to everybody at all times. Programs that will initiate a growth in the learning curve so that they will not be left behind. That is my concern at this particular time. We have a high percentage of kids that are not meeting the set goal of on-level learning. And we need to take a fine look at that because of the fact that it's not working. We still have not closed the achievement gap with our minority children. And it's been going on for at least 30 years. We still have not successfully or even closed the achievement gap. It seems to get wider and wider from my point.
Okay, there's a question from Corey Penrose.
Good morning, Dr. Young. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
She's muted. Dr.
No, I'm not. I think she is though.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Young?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you.
This is the learning curve too, okay?
It's all good. We're all learning together.
Woo!
I had a question about independent charter schools. Are you in favor of them? Not in favor of them? Did you hear me okay? Independent charters.
Just yeah, I'll try to hear you.
He wants to know if you're in favor of charter schools.
No, I'm not in favor of charter schools. I'm a public, I've done 45 years of public servant, serving the public school system. I'm a public school graduate, Vallejo City Unified School District all the way. I'm a union member. No, I do not support charter schools. I'm sorry.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, there is one more question on here, and it says, how will you improve the school experience of LGBTQ students of all colors?
I will make sure that that we are informed of the needs of that community and all children. Make sure that they are inclusive, make sure that they're safe, make sure that they're comfortable, and making sure that their educational needs are met, along with you know, their emotional, their health. It's not an isolated thing. It's an inclusive thing. And as soon as we realize that as a whole, we will have a better world to live in.
All right, I added a little bit because of her being stuck on mute, but that's time on the 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, so you now have a 1 minute wrap up period, Dr. Young?
A wrap up? Oh, okay, I'll wrap it up. By endorsing me, I continue to share my knowledge and experience and relationships I have established during the 40 years of service in Vallejo Public Schools and in the community, so that students, parents, teachers, and support staff feel valued, safe, and heard. I feel I am a lifelong Democrat and a union person, and I've always been for the people. I would very much appreciate your endorsement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming and doing your presentation today and for the questionnaire. We
Thank you
appreciate
for
your time.
having me.
Okay. Have a great day.
Okay, you do the same.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next up is Quentin, and he's in the room.
Okay.
Oh, actually, he's not there. Oh, there he's back. He's back.
Okay.
So Quentin Voice, Solano Community College, District 5, or Area 5.
And there are two people running for this particular race.
Okay, he is in.
Okay. Hi, Quentin.
Greetings. How are you?
I'm good. These are all the people in front of you who are going to be making a decision on the Solano County Central Committee for your endorsement. And the process is for you to have 2-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and 1 minute wrap up. And there will be somebody who will let you know when the time is up on each one of those. And so if you are ready to start, because I don't want to take any of your time, it's ready to go with your 2 minutes.
All right, great. Thank you for having me. It's nice to see so many faces here. I just switched to gallery view. I'm running for re-election to this board. I've served on the last for the last 3.5 years now. It's been a great 3.5 years. There's lots of problems that we've been able to resolve, but there's still a lot to do. And so I'm decided to run for re-election to continue working with this board. One of the things that we've been really good about is we've passed balanced and wise budgets, and this is going to serve us well in the next 4 years because we are expecting to see some decline in state revenue. And so I feel like I've helped prepare the college for a time like this. I think this is also a really important time to have people who understand the college and understand budgets on the college board as we face some of this challenge. And so that's another reason why I decided to run for re-election. I'm really proud of a lot of the programs we run. We have a really successful bachelor degree program, or dual enrollment programs, and I'm really excited about some of our unique programs like our prison inmate program and our reentry programs. We have some more collaborations that we are planning, and I'm excited about those as well, with things like Sonoma State offering bachelor's degrees at our Vallejo campus, and other programs that allow access to higher education for people that maybe never thought that was even possible. I'm a big proponent of community colleges. I was a community college student myself, and so I went through Solano, and so that's where my passion is in the community college system, and so that's why I'm here.
Okay, I think if you're ready for questions, Steve, you had a question?
Hey, Quentin, Steve Quinlan, how you doing?
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Quentin. So Vallejo schools have a problem attracting and retaining students. Would you be open to working with the board and starting you know what I'm talking about? Early college, high school program within the Vallejo School District?
That's a great question. We've actually, on our side, we've actually been really interested in starting a dual enrollment or early college. There's lots of different models of dual enrollment, so it'd be about finding which model fits best for this. But the 2 superintendents ago had no interest, and then the last superintendent did have some interest, but had a lot of other things on his plate. And so it didn't get very far on their side. And so we're starting with the new superintendent again, hopefully very soon. So we do want to be there with an open hand and say, we're ready to partner with you if you would like to. And so we can't be the high school agent in it. So the K-12 needs to be the high school agent. And so it really does need them to be a partner. We can't have a dual enrollment program without on our own, essentially. So so we are there with an open hand, and we're actually even looking at incorporating that thought into our facility master plan. We're looking at what facilities we have in Vallejo and how would we host a dual enrollment program. So we're looking at that in our facilities master plan too.
Thank you, Quentin. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Monica Brown, you have the next question.
You're muted, Monica.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. My mouse died. Sorry. Quentin, number one, whenever you guys do a fundraiser for Mike Martin, let me know. You probably heard about his walnut, all of that. Okay, number two, Prop 15. What's your feelings on Prop 15?
I'm a big supporter of Prop 15. I think we're long overdue for reevaluating our tax structure and sort of the entrenchment that it's had with keeping older, larger businesses at levels that are just ridiculously not their fair share of taxes, and to the cost of newer and smaller businesses. And that's just not a fair California that we want. And so I am a big proponent of Prop 15 in that it solves that, but also brings that revenue back to the systems of education that we say we value and then don't fund. So, and yes, thank you for mentioning one of our board members experienced some damage to the fire. He's so modest that he's not asking for a fundraiser for him, but he does have a couple of his ranch hands who lost homes, and so he's helping promote some fundraisers for them.
Tom Bilbo, you have a question?
Yes, hi, Quentin. In the past, you have been very supportive as the LGBTQ candidate on the board for a Pride celebration stuff. Will you continue to support? And what areas would you improve the learning and student life for LGBTQ kids if you have the chance?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm one of the very few openly gay elected officials in the county. I would say 4 years ago, Solano had basically zero services or like direction on LGBT issues. In the last 4 years, we've really focused on sort of facilities first. We had almost zero gender neutral facilities for transgender students, but also for students with disabilities and parenting students that could use some gender neutral facilities. And so we've vastly increased that. I think our next steps is really looking at some community partnerships with Pride Center or with other places to try to make sure that there's some consistency. A lot of our services were sort of like student run projects, and we are community college where students go through in 2 years. So every year it was sort of a mix of what was available for LGBT students, and so really starting to solidify some solid pieces there. And related to Solano Pride, yeah, I would love to still support. Yeah, I would obviously still can support our countywide Pride events.
Okay, the next question is from Don Lowry.
You know what? Time is up. There's a second left.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay, Quentin, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'm hyper available, so I'll if you have more questions for me, I'm happy to answer via email. I'll type my email in the chat as well, and so feel free to continue to ask questions or get to know me if you don't already. I would be thankful for your support. This is going to be an interesting race with everything being virtual, and so endorsements I think this year mean a little bit more than usual. I think people will be looking for some recommendations from places they trust, and so thank you for your consideration, and I'll end there.
All right, thank you very much for being here and participating, and you have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, next up is Catherine Frost. who is running for Solano Community College School Board. What district is she in?
7.
7.
7.
So, yeah. So there is no other Democrat that applied for an endorsement in her district, just as with Quentin. So here she comes. Karen, she's connecting right now.
Okay. Hi, Catherine. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee's endorsement interview. You're muted, Catherine. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
I don't want to cut into your time because we have some really tight time frames. So I'm just going to tell you that you have a 2-minute presentation and you'll be notified when the time is up on that. We have 5 minutes for questions and you'll be notified when the time is up on that, and a 1-minute wrap up. I don't want to take any more of your time. So if you're ready, start your presentation.
All right. Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to meet with me. My name is Catherine Frost, and I'm running for Solano Community College Trustee, District 7. I believe that I am the most qualified candidate for this position, and I am seeking your endorsement. I was raised by a liberal family like Kamala Harris. I remember my mother taking me to Sproul Plaza at UC Berkeley for the civil rights rallies. However, I wasn't in a stroller. I was a 5-year-old child who watched in wonder as the people passionately spoke about the inequality that Black people live with on a daily basis. That was the birth of my passion for equality and helping others, which is still alive and well and embedded in my soul. I fell into my career in higher education in my early 20s, but immediately knew that it was a good fit. I worked in undergraduate admissions in the advising section at UC Davis. I was able to guide students on the path to admissions or recommending them for affirmative action. There was a disproportionate number of students of color being denied admissions to the university, and that bothered me. They deserved the same opportunities, and I was going to make sure that they got them. That was 35 years ago, and I worked in community colleges for a total of 31 years. There are still problems with systemic racism that need to be addressed. There are still inequities in financial aid and scholarship distributions, policies and procedures, student support services, and recruitment into majors that turn into high-paying jobs. In this position, I will be able to address these issues. I am not a career politician. I am a person who loves students. Student equity is my priority, and I'm hoping to get your support.
Excellent timing.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Frost? I have a question, Ms. Frost. Why did you decide, or why did you choose to run for this seat now?
Well, I just retired and I love what I do. However, it was time for me to take a different direction. And this is another step in my career where I feel that I can still contribute to helping students.
Okay. Carrie Birdseye, you have a question?
Hi, can you tell me if you support Prop 15 and Prop 16?
I do support those. I'm not sure what they are, but.
Schools and communities first is Prop 15, and then righting the ship on affirmative action is Prop 16. So
absolutely. I always support all the schools initiatives since I work in schools. Schools do not have enough funding, and affirmative action, like I spoke in my statement, is a necessary thing that was eliminated by Prop 209 and needs to be restored.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I have a follow-up on Prop 15.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be willing to carry Prop 15 on your campaign literature, help get the word out, and really inform the community about the importance of passing this much-needed proposition?
Yes, I'd be willing to carry both of those propositions on my campaign.
Very good. Thank you.
Michelle Pellegrin? Michelle, you had a question?
Needs to unmute.
Hi, okay, there we go. Catherine, thank you for being here. I have
Sure.
a question about charter schools. Where do you stand on charter schools?
I have mixed feelings on charter schools. My daughter did go to a charter school. I believe in public schools, and I also believe that if charter schools are taking away funding from public schools, and that's not always the best thing to happen. The thing that I do like about charter schools is that teachers do not always receive tenure, and I think that sometimes there are teachers that really shouldn't be teaching anymore, and that's just being honest, that there are teachers that really should be retired. And that's a problem in the public schools because there are teachers that are tired of teaching. And like me, when I'm tired of being an administrator, so I retired. And that's how I feel about it.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Quinlan, you have another question?
Hi, Steve Quinlan. I wanted to clear up a couple things. First of all, California school teachers do not have tenure. They have what is called permanent status. Permanent status just guarantees them a due process. So if a teacher is not doing their job, it's up to the principal to work with them, give them a chance to correct their behavior. And if they're still not getting it, then they can go through the process and that can lead up to dismissal. I highly disagree with you that there are lazy teachers that are just posting.
Mr. Quinlan? Mr.
My
Quinlan,
question, yes, hold on.
please ask a question.
I'm getting there. My question is, do you support permanent status for teachers?
I support a permanent status for teachers that are evaluated on a regular basis.
We are evaluated every 2 years.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions? Okay, Ms. Frost, you have a minute to wrap up.
Okay, in closing, I hope that I will receive your endorsement, which is very important to me. I believe in the democratic principles and values. Honesty and integrity are my core values. I am a tried and true Joe Biden, Kamala Harris supporter. Barack Obama was the best president ever, and I can only hope that I can try and mimic the work that he did for our country at Solano Community College. Students need a voice, and I will be that voice. I will fight for what is right and just for students and put them first. I know how the system works and cannot be stonewalled. I will stay on the course to ensure that students will achieve equity. I am passionate about what I do and am not afraid to speak up for what is right. My education and experience have given me the background and training that is needed to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for filling out our questionnaire and coming here for this interview and taking your time to do that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Very good. Next up on the list is Dr. Bonnie Hamilton. She is currently not in the waiting room.
Oh no, she should be right here.
And she's muted. Bonnie, you're muted.
I am currently here.
Okay. But can I interrupt 1 second, Bonnie? Please make sure that when you ask a question, it is a question. If you wish to discuss an issue with a candidate, you can take that offline or you can take it up another time. But for this meeting, it is strictly supposed to be about questions. If we disagree with your answers, annotate it on your notes, but just ask questions. Okay. Welcome, Mrs. Hamilton. You know all of the players here. I will tell you the same thing that I've told all the other candidates. You have a 2-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and 1 minute, and you'll be notified when that time is up. Okay?
I know this is a tough crowd, so. First of all, I just want to say I hope that everyone is well and with all that's going on right now. This is, but I'm running for Solano County Board of Education to help ensure that our students have access to the best education possible, especially during these difficult times, and that our schools are places where all students can find a path to purpose. As a pediatrician, I have decades of practical experience to meet the challenges we're facing with this global crisis and to serve our community by looking out for the health and safety of our local kids, families, teachers, and staff. Ongoing issues will arise as we recover from this crisis, which will need expertise and vigilant attention. I know what it means to stand up for our most vulnerable students and prioritize their well-being. Education was my pathway to opportunity. I come from humble beginnings and know the challenges facing many working people. I wouldn't have gone to college without the encouragement of my high school English teacher. Despite several detours, I worked to put myself through college, and a guidance counselor inspired me to pursue medicine. I'm also running to help ensure that our schools are places where every student can find opportunity and success, whether by going to college or learning a valuable trade. I'm a strong advocate for career technical education and pre-apprenticeship programs, and I myself attended vocational technical school and commercial art while in high school and worked in my senior year in that field. If elected, I will be a fierce advocate for accountability and transparency in our schools to safeguard that resources end up in the classroom where they belong. I'll prioritize getting all kids the technologies they need to succeed and addressing the chronic underfunding of our educational system in Solano County. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay.
Excellent timing.
Corey? Oh, no, yes.
Morning, Dr. Hamilton. How are you?
Good morning, Corey. I'm well, thank you. A little bit frazzled. I was evacuated and am now in Washington. We've been a couple of days on the road, but we're okay. Our house is okay, but thank you for asking.
Very glad to hear that. Could you talk a little bit about your race, the dynamics, your opponent, and how the Northern Dems and the Solano Democratic Central Committee could support you during your campaign?
Well, my opponent is her husband is a Republican political campaign consultant and has been the consultant on such races as like for Mitch Mashburn. I believe he was his consultant. Amy's Mrs. Sharp's, this is her first term, and so she's the incumbent. And she has a lot of endorsements from a lot of Republican folks. Our county is very purple when it comes to local races and local elected people. And this is an opportunity for us to maybe turn us more blue than purple, but certainly that's not the only reason I'm running. I feel like I'm the best person for this particular position. And I would appreciate all the help I can get, for sure. It's going to be kind of an uphill climb, but I'm up for any kind of challenge.
Okay, the next question is from Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Dr. Hamilton. How you doing? Glad to see you're safe.
Nice to see you.
Two-part question here. Do you support Prop 15, and would you be willing to carry Prop 15's logo on your campaign literature?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I noticed that it's not up on my website, and that is one of my first priorities to make sure it's there. Absolutely. I signed the petition to put it on the primary ballot back in November. I signed the petition, and I am full force. We need money for our schools, period.
Appreciate it.
Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Hamilton?
You know what? I have a question, actually, if it's okay. So, Bonnie, do you know, did your opponent vote in favor of elite charter school in Vallejo?
Absolutely. And actually, if I looked at her ballot statement, and she sings it praises.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, then, if there are no further questions for Dr. Hamilton, you have a 1-minute wrap up.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm proud to have the endorsement and backing of the California Teachers Association, our local teachers associations. I also have the endorsements of school board members Mike Silva and Rita DeAnda, Solano College Board President Quentin Voice, City Council members Steve Young and Nolan Sullivan, as well as State Controller Betty Yee and former State Superintendent of Public Education Tom Torlickson, as well as other members of our community and the Democratic Central Committee. I would be honored to receive the endorsement of the Central Committee. I will uphold our democratic values and will stand to ensure a path to purpose for all of our students and for the well-being of our families, hardworking teachers, classified staff. Thank you again and stay well, everybody. And please go to drbonniehamilton.com to find out more.
Excellent timing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Next up on the list, we have Christina Strawbridge. I do not see her in the waiting room, and I don't think she's already here.
No, she is not. She's not in the waiting room?
That is correct.
She has 5 more minutes before her appointment time.
Perhaps take a 5-minute break?
Yep.
Or Steve's here. We could do Steve first.
Then we'd end up, well, it wouldn't be much late. Would you all like to move on? I don't have you in gallery review. Here in gallery review, you can just give me a thumbs up, everybody. Okay. All right. Steve, are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. Since you've been here, I'm not going to tell you the whole rendition about the 2 minutes. Just start.
Thank you. Welcome, fellow Democrats. A lot of you know me, but may not know much about my background. I spent 30 years in local government, managing community development and affordable housing programs in different cities in California and on the East Coast, working in low-income communities with neighborhood improvement programs and affordable housing development and finance. I retired as the Director of Community Development in Sacramento in 2008 and moved with my wife and daughter to Costa Rica, where we lived for 4 years and gave my daughter the experience of living in a foreign culture. Upon her graduation from high school, we returned to the States and settled in Benicia. At that time, I was appointed to the Planning Commission. And the first big project that came in front of the Planning Commission was the Valero's Crude by Rail project. That was a long and contentious and divisive application. I spent a lot of time learning about it and led the Planning Commission along with Carrie Birdseye. We ultimately decided it was not in the best interest of the community, that it was too dangerous, and we voted against approving a permit for it. That decision was ultimately validated by the City Council. There are differences, of course, between my opponent, Ms. Strawbridge, and myself. Let me just highlight a couple of them, and they're all sort of COVID related. The first was that as soon as the virus hit, I made a proposal that the city set aside money for $100 certificates. We called them downtown dollars, that would have been made available to any resident who had been affected by the virus and been furloughed or laid off. And that money could have been spent at any downtown restaurant or small business. Ms. Strawbridge opposed that for reasons that I still don't understand.
Steve, that's your time on your 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the next part is for people who have questions. Is there anybody who have questions for Mr. Young? Michelle Pellegrin.
Hi, Steve.
Morning.
So I'd like to hear a little bit more about the COVID thing because it's such a important role that our elected officials are going to play. Can you tell more about what you did to try to work on that?
Yes, thank you. Well, I mentioned the Downtown Dollars program that only received support from Tom Campbell, who saw it as an economic stimulus that was needed. But the rest of the council decided against it for reasons that I still don't understand. I still think it's a good program. The other thing that I got involved with is I helped form an organization called Benicia Strong, which was a group of faith-based organizations in the community that was focused on providing food. And it subsequently expanded to include some other service organizations, such as Food is Free Solano and the Sustainable Solano. We meet every week. I convene a meeting but via Zoom of all these churches and service organizations, and we continue to be focused on delivering food to needy people. In Benicia, we've expanded to Vallejo and the rest of the county as well. Another issue was masks. There was resistance. Initially, I proposed a mandatory mask ordinance in Benicia that also got voted down by the council for reasons I don't really understand. Ms. Strawbridge voted against it. She said we needed more time. We needed to see if the cases really got worse. Well, we all know they did get worse. And 3 weeks later, we did adopt a mandatory mask ordinance. So I think those are 3 examples of things that I have done that were unique perhaps and have not been necessarily supported by the rest of the council, however, and I think that's unfortunate. Ultimately, we did support the mask ordinance.
Tom Bilbo, you have a question?
Yes, hi, Mr. Young. Thank you for your support in the past of the Pride celebration that we had there. Speaking of that, would you welcome another Pride celebration in Benicia?
Absolutely. I think Benicia needs to show that it's a welcoming place for all people. And I think we are that kind of a community. So it was a honor to host the Pride celebration last year, and we look forward to doing another one.
Thank you for your support.
Steve Quinlan, you had a question?
Hi, Mr. Young. Steve Quinlan here. Do you support Prop 15, schools and communities first? And would you be willing to put their logo on your campaign literature?
I do support Prop 15. I was one of the first elected officials, I think in Solano County, who signed on as a supporter of that. And that was at the California Democratic Convention down in Long Beach many months ago. My campaign literature, I was only planning to do one mailer, and it's already in production, so it's a little late to add it at this point. And I have not focused on propositions as something to highlight on my campaign, but I can certainly add it to the website.
Okay. Kathy Kettridge, you had a question?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here. What would you do to support affordable housing in Benicia?
Well, I think we need to do several things. And the first of those is to look at rezoning some of our vacant sites. Right now, we don't have a lot of unbuilt sites in town, and the ones that we do have are largely single family. And so I think it's going to be necessary to make the hard decision to upzone some of those sites so that they can accommodate medium density or high density housing. I think we should also look at raising the height limit and the density restrictions that we have currently in our downtown plan. I think downtown is an area that either right on First Street or on the streets surrounding it could be opportune for larger, higher housing. There's a lot of people who would like to live downtown, so I think there's an opportunity there, but it's going to take the council to make the zoning changes. Affordable housing finance is a little tricky because of with the state shutting down redevelopment agencies and the feds backing away from affordable housing.
Steve, that's your time.
Oh, okay.
So your 1 minute wrap up.
All right. So I think in Benicia, with the pandemic, we can't afford to simply do business as usual. That's not going to work anymore. I think we need to be open to different approaches on how we are addressing the challenges. We've been too much focused on businesses and not enough focused on residents. We have a lot of residents who've been affected by this, and they are not necessarily receiving the same attention that our business community has. Businesses are important, of course, but we need to balance that out. So I'm asking for the support of the Central Committee. I'm a lifetime Democrat. I come from a union community, a union household. My dad was the president of one of the largest teachers associations in the state. I am a supporter of unions, and a two-time member of the executive committee. So I do value this endorsement. I think it would be important, and I thank you for your consideration.
Excellent timing.
Thank you. Corey, is Ms. Strawbridge in the waiting room?
Yes, she is. And I'm going to go ahead and put Mr. Young into the waiting room and bring in Christina.
Okay.
And here comes Christina Strawbridge.
Hi, Ms. Strawbridge. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee's endorsement meeting. You will see most of our faces here. There's a limited amount of time for an interview, although we've reviewed your questionnaire. You have a 2-minute presentation. There will be 5 minutes for questions and a 1-minute wrap up. You'll be notified when the time is up on each one of those periods. So that I don't take any of your time, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here as a lifelong Democrat. This is actually my 4th time interviewing for the Central Democrats, and I'm asking for your endorsement again. I, as you know, am the vice mayor of Benicia. I was appointed there in 2018 because I had the most votes ever for a city council member race, which I'm really proud of. I've been on the council 7 years. I've been involved with our community of Benicia for 35 years. And I believe I bring strong leadership to a really uncertain time with the COVID and the aftermath of that. So I'm a champion of our small businesses and have been for 35 years. I've also advocated for our nonprofits, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars, literally, on their behalf. So I'm a person that can get things done. And I was able to watch the interview with Steve Young, and I just wanted to address the downtown dollars for one. It was voted down by a majority of the council, mainly because it wasn't a good plan at that time. What we did do was strengthen our relationship with the businesses and actually have created boost grants up to $300,000 to aid our businesses. And that is really helpful now, especially with all these limitations that we're having because of COVID. I'm very proud of my record. I have voted for things and made tough decisions through the years, and I stand behind those votes. And I'm, as I say, very happy to be here. I'm a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris Democrat. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes, there are some questions.
Okay. Let me go and find the very first one.
I think it's me.
Okay, Kathy, you're right.
Hi, I'd like to know what you would do to support affordable housing in Benicia.
Well, I believe that it's going to be mandatory. We can't use this excuse that we're built out anymore. We have availability with some infill, actually city properties that would be a good fit for affordable housing. We've also initiated a whole plan for our east side, the 5th Street, to encompass affordable housing. So affordable housing is not just for the very poor or poor, it's also for our teachers, our police, fire that can't afford to live in Benicia. I am very cautious about doing affordable housing with in the downtown. If we are going to, we have to maintain that historic character down there. So height limits are going to be essential, but I believe that housing is a great economic boost for our town.
Okay, the next question is from Pat Toth-Smith.
Hi, Christina. Why did you not seek an endorsement of the only Democratic club in Benicia, the Progressive Democrats?
Well, as you know, I was a Progressive Democrat Benicia member in 2018, and I did ask for their endorsement, went through the interview process, and there were two of us that were both Democrats that asked for the endorsement, and I did not receive an endorsement, even though I was a club member and in good standing and a Democrat. That was followed up by a woman's seminar that was entitled about Benicia women, and I wasn't asked to participate in that discussion, even though I'm the seventh woman, only the seventh woman to be elected on the city council. So, and also even in the last few months, I have been personally attacked on social media by some of the members of the Progressives. So I feel like it's been said that I was disrespectful for not coming, but in the case of the Progressives, they have shown me disrespect. Thanks.
Okay, your next question comes from Tom Bilbo.
Hi, Tom.
Tom?
There, sorry, real quick. So, Ms. Strawbridge, are you in favor of letting the voters of Benicia decide about cannabis dispensaries?
Well, Tom, it's actually going to be on as an advisory measure, this election. And the question is, do you want to see more dispensaries in Benicia? I voted against that. I have been very clear through the beginning of this discussion back in 2017 that there is not a really good fit in our community location-wise for cannabis dispensaries. I have been, and I've worked with Councilmember Young on making it more competitive in our industrial park for growing and manufacturing. But as I say, if that passes, if it gets a yes vote, then the council is going to have to revisit again location. And at that time, if they want more, it's going to supersede the buffers that we initiated, which includes schools and even neighborhoods. The one that was just passed is right across the street from a residential area, which is, in my mind, not an appropriate place for the dispensary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Corey?
Hi, Ms. Strawbridge. I'd like to ask a question about Prop 15. Do you support it?
Okay, well, I'm everything we can do for our schools, for sure. And I think that there are issues with Prop 15 that may affect small business. And so I've been very cautious about coming out directly saying it's a good thing, mainly because the building trades have not endorsed it for fear of the trickle down effect it might have on labor and on our wages. So
that's your time. That's the 5-minute time. So you now have a 1-minute wrap up.
All right. Thank you again for allowing me to come and ask for the Central Democrats endorsement. This year is so important for Democrats. We have to beat Donald Trump. That should be all of our mission. We can't go another 4 years. And so I believe that I'm a strong leader for our town. I have the most experience, and I am looking forward to being the 4th mayor, woman mayor of Benicia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for participating and filling out the questionnaire and coming for your interview today.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
And very good. We have Emily Gollinger sitting inside the waiting room, as well as Steve Young. Should I let both of them in, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Very good. And they are joining now.
Emily, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Ms. Gollinger. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee's endorsement interview. There are some timeframes. You have a 2-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and 1-minute wrap up. You'll be notified, when those time periods are over. I don't want to cut into your time, so I'm just going to start. If you're ready to start, please start with your presentation.
Sure, no problem. Madam Chair, committee members, guests, thank you so much for this opportunity to apply for your endorsement for the Solano County Democratic Central Committee. I am honored to be among your membership, and I am honored to be considered. I'm a 40-year resident of Rio Vista and married to a 4th-generation resident. My roots run deep in this community, as does my care and concern for our neighbors. I graduated from Rio Vista High School and continued my education at Southern Oregon University, majoring in political science and U.S. history. My commitment to civic engagement began around the dinner table. I was raised in a household of a Democrat and a Republican, so you can imagine what those dinner conversations were like. Those conversations helped shape my commitment to democratic ideals and policies of fairness, inclusion, and social justice. When my husband and I started our family, my role as volunteer became even more valuable. I have served as a deacon of my church, a Parks and Recreation Commissioner for the city of Rio Vista, which I was the chair. I was on the Planning Commission for the city of Rio Vista. I've been a Little League coach. I've been a soccer coach. I've been blessed to be the Regional Commissioner of River Delta AYSO for the past 4 years. I'm also the winner of the Manny Herschel Award for Volunteerism. I have also volunteered as a parent representative to the D.H. White Site Council. I've been elected twice and served as a volunteer to the River Delta Unified LCAP Committee. I'm currently an at-large member of the board of the Rio Vista Democratic Club and an alternate to the SCDCC. I've also been a Rio Vista Lion for 4 years. Through my volunteer roles, I have a unique perspective on what is missing in the city's priorities. We need a culture change at City Hall, where all of our citizens' perspectives and opinions are valid and welcome. City Hall and the mayor's office needs an open door policy. We will be a city of inclusion.
Emily, that's your time on 2 minutes. There's now 5 minutes of questions.
Okay, I talked too long. I'm happy to take your questions.
Don had a question first.
Yeah, in your questionnaire, you indicated, if I understood you correctly, that the city manager negotiated with the bargaining units to give up collective bargaining. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, would you support restoring collective bargaining rights for employees if you're elected?
Absolutely. Thank you, Don, for the question. I appreciate it. Yeah, so all but the fire union basically gave up collective bargaining in exchange for pretty small raises and increases in their PERS contributions. I don't think collective bargaining should ever be a tool that's taken away from our union employees in exchange for something else. I would definitely support our unions trying to reenact collective bargaining rights. Thank you, Don.
Tom Bilbo, you had a question?
Hi, Emily. So this year was the first year that Rio Vista had a Pride proclamation that came through. So I was wondering, would you be supporting that in the future if you were mayor and having that for Rio Vista and its LGBTQ citizens? And would you support flying the Pride flag at City Hall?
Yes, 100%, Tom. Thank you for so much for the question. Yes, absolutely. I was so happy to see a proclamation last year recognizing Gay Pride Month. That's absolutely something we're going to continue. And in fact, I'd like to kind of grow on that. We do have a growing LGBTQ plus community in Rio Vista who are very active and civically involved. And I'd love to get those people even more involved. And I would love to see us have a Gay Pride Parade. We've never had one in the city, and I think we're long past due. I'd love to see the Gay Pride flag waving proudly for the month, and I would definitely support that. Thanks for the question, Tom.
Solano Pride would love to host its Up Bay Pride event at your city.
Yes, let's do it.
Your next question comes from Pat Toff-Smith.
Hi, Emily. I saw in your questionnaire that there's not many medical centers in Rio Vista, and that's a real problem, especially with COVID. What do you plan to do about that problem with healthcare and hospital care?
Sure, great question, Pat. It's actually, I mean, it should be the top priority of any elected official to get medical care in this facility. We have a growing population of 55 and older residents because we have Trilogy, which is a retirement community. And all of our residents are forced to drive out of town just for basic routine medical care. Our fire department is almost like a taxi service to doctor's appointments these days through no fault of people's own. If you can't drive and you need to see a doctor, what are you going to do? You're going to call 911. Our current mayor worked a little bit with Kaiser and got them to bring a mobile unit here one time in October to give free flu shots, but that was it. So I hope that we can get to a point where we're bringing a brick and mortar facility to this community, whether that be Kaiser or Blue Cross Blue Shield or Sutter. We definitely need to survey our residents to see what a majority of them are using as far as insurance goes, so we're meeting everybody's needs. And we need to work with future developers who are putting in commercial parks in Rio Vista to incentivize them to, build to suit for a doctor's office. So, there are some stumbling blocks with COVID and medical care right now. I know it's, they're not antsy to, start new facilities in new cities right now. They're a little busy doing other things, but it's definitely got to get to the top of the priority list because, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Thanks for the question, Pat.
Monica Brown. Monica?
There we go. I had to unmute.
Okay.
So this is Monica Brown. The sheriff department is now your sheriff because, so the question then becomes, what economic development are you going to bring in, or are you eventually going to have to even have your fire department be taken care of by whomever? Because I'm just wondering how you're going to bring in revenue. And for example, the city of Suisun has a $3 million deficit in their budget. Is your budget also a deficit?
Thanks for the question, Monica. We are actually not operating at a deficit. And the reason why Solano County Sheriff's Department is providing our law enforcement in the city, it doesn't have anything to do with our budget. We unfortunately had to force our police chief into resigning, and he took his commander with him and several paid staff, basically leaving us in the lurch with nobody to enforce the law in the city. We were very fortunate that Tom Ferrera stepped in, and they are providing services to us for basically the same cost that we were paying for Rio Vista Police Department. We are on a
I'm sorry, but that's your time on the 5 minutes. You now get away.
Okay, sorry, Paul.
No,
Monica,
fine.
you can text me that and I'll answer it offline.
You get a 1 minute recap now.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you. Thank you so much for working so hard to get Democrats elected. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. I hope it's going smoothly for you all today.
Thank you very much for your attendance and completing the questionnaire. And now you're free for the rest of the day.
Okay, I'm going to go to a birthday party.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right. Bye.
All right, guys. Next on the list, we have M. Avon Hanley Mills. I apologize if I mispronounced that name. She is currently not in the waiting room. She is scheduled for 12:24.
Well, then let's give her a few minutes to see whether or not she shows up. Is there anybody else in the waiting room?
The waiting room is empty at this time.
Yay. Okay. Let's give her a few minutes to see if she shows up. What?
When were we planning to break for our 30-minute lunch?
We were planning to break for our 30-minute lunch after Miss Mills. Yep.
She's Mayor Vallejo, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. So we have one Mayor Vallejo interview, and then we break for lunch and we have everybody else. So that's the plan. So we can give her a few more minutes, and if she doesn't show up, we can break early for lunch, come back and do it that way. I was asked a question about the questionnaires. The questionnaires have been available to all of the Central Committee members and their alternates, and it was sent out on a link on Thursday.
You want me to post them? I can send it via file, I think, in the chat.
Yeah, I think that would help a couple of people.
Well, I say that. Maybe I can't.
Okay, then if you could just post the link again so that if anybody didn't have a chance
The
to
host,
finish.
Tom, you can try it that way.
What?
I can make you the host again, Tom. Maybe you can try it that way.
Okay, maybe that's it.
You want to make Solano Democrats a host or Bilbo host?
Yeah. Solano Democrats.
Very good.
That's the one on my PC. The other one's my phone.
There you go.
Okay. Let's see if I can do this now. Yeah, it's not letting me.
No reason why you can't just share the link. And if you've missed a couple of them or you haven't read all the way through the end, you'll have your lunchtime. Lunchtime reading will be already set up.
The link wasn't opening for me this morning. I mean, I could open it yesterday, so I just didn't know if because a whole bunch of people were on it, maybe it wasn't working. It worked when it was emailed, but hopefully it'll work when he sends
There's
it.
an updated link that was sent, so I'm thinking the previous link probably died.
No. It was the same link. It's because it's a version, but no, I don't know. It's Google. It should be working. They're pretty big.
So I'm your host, so I can't see who's in the waiting room.
Okay, let me just copy this link.
Hey, Tom, it's Norm Powers. The responses were in the email that there's a link there to all of the questionnaire responses. It's the email from info@Solano Democrats from Friday, August 21st at 5:03.
And that's
and I was able to open it this morning. So
yeah,
just by clicking on that. I don't know. Maybe other people are having a different problem.
Yeah.
I just tried again and it worked now on mine. So
okay, so for everybody, it is now in the chat. Okay, can you?
Avonlea is here.
Okay,
Avenel.
all right, so this will be our last interview.
Corey, I'm gonna make you host again. Or actually, I'll keep it until the break, and then I'll display the "we're on break" sign, and then I'll put you back to the host.
On the,
You're great at it. He's great at it. He's much better than me.
On the break sign, can we put the time that we'll be returning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Here she comes. Mayor of Vallejo. Candidate. She's joining. Still connecting.
Hello, Miss Hanley Mills.
I've asked her to unmute.
Yeah, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. We
Good,
can't.
great.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, wait. Huh. Why is that?
Coming on right now, I think.
Okay.
I have my camera on, so I'm not sure the issue.
Well, we can interview you without it if you need to.
Oh, here you go. Can you see me now?
No.
I cannot.
Huh. That's interesting.
So what we'll just, if it's okay with you, we'll just go ahead and get started.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I will tell you, fortunately, you can't see, can you see all of us?
I can see you, yes.
Okay. Well, oh, there you go. Now we see you.
Oh.
Okay. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Endorsement Interviews. And there's a pretty tight time frame and structure. There's a 2-minute presentation. There's 5 minutes for questions, and there's a 1-minute wrap up. And you'll be notified when the time is up on each one of those categories. I don't want to get into your time, so I want you to get started. So if you're ready, you can start your 2-minute presentation now.
Okay. I'm Avenel Hanley Mills, Transformative Advocate. Transformative City will be a new path in our city's journey to a collective community roundtable that is culturally responsive with partnership and collaboration. Our city needs social change. Overturning the passivity of dormancy in our government, bringing our city and people to its rebirth. I have over 21 years of service passionately to Vallejo through volunteering, employment, and ownership, with organizations such as Fighting Back Partnership, Youth and Family Services, Vallejo Together, and the Parent Movement. As a Caribbean American immigrant of African descent and a member of the LGBTQIA community, I believe and understand quality education is crucial to the path of success, regardless of origin, economic and ethnic background. My academic and education and personal experience is on the advancement of community members, regardless of economic, age, identity, ethnic culture, and health condition background, focusing on education, growth, development, and dignity of families. As the spirit of the Bay, we work together to heal and restore and rebuild. We must begin to highlight our strengths to address our challenges to a leadership that is innovative and assertive. As a solution-based thinker with an organizational mindset, I'm using the words Community Enrichment Development Fund to ensure consistency and permanent funding goes to our community. For a city, we all feel safe and prosper. I think it's important for us to unite, create a city and community. Coming together as a collective and as a group, it's important. Moving forward for our city, for prosperity. Thank you.
Excellent timing.
Okay, your first question comes from Steve Quinlan.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You write and speak a lot about transformative change and working collaboratively, but what would be some concrete, tangible steps you would do as mayor to improve our city?
Well, I think it's important for, as mayor, to begin looking at the infrastructure of our city and looking at many areas that we need to address so that our city can begin to really move in a way for our residents to be prosperous. Looking at a budget in a way that that decreases some of the overspending and putting it in areas that can assist the community, such as the social services of those who are unhoused, our senior community, and our youth. Also looking at our safety and security in the police department. And I like to consider it as the peace officers, because in this manner, you know, the police department was there to create peace in our community. And so looking at how the functioning of that works to support the well-being of our citizens through reorganization. I think definitely it's important to look as a city as an overall. What are we spending? How are we spending in every single area? Collaborating with, you know, our city manager and the council member, and also members of our community. I think looking at how we are spending our money and how we are not spending our money, and in areas where our community members are asking for change in many ways that supports our city to move forward. Our small business community, these are areas that we have to really look and focus on in terms of looking at all members of our city.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Your next question comes from Corey Penrose.
Good afternoon. How are you, ma'am?
Good afternoon. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I have a question just about the basics of the race going forwards. As you know, you're jumping into a very crowded field. So could you talk about what got you into this race and how you plan to win it? How are you going to, what does the path to victory look like? And that can be whatever, and that answer, I'm sorry, I need to stop.
Thank you. That's, you know, I think that question is very important because, like you said, I came into the race sort of later than most, or, you know, after most. And for me, coming into this race is to give our city a choice. What I saw was our city being divided in a way that was very heart-wrenching, and listening to our community members asking for certain things that wasn't being addressed, or if it was addressed in a way that there was still a demand for change. And you know, for me, looking at how do we change our city from a foundational perspective rather than looking at the surface. And I felt, based on my experience, but not just my experience, I've lived in Vallejo for over 21 years. I came to Vallejo as a younger person and developed into an adult here in Vallejo. And looking at many different areas in terms of how can we collectively, not individually, not divided, but together, work with our city and, you know, and work with the residents so that we can move forward. We cannot move forward in Vallejo on individuality. We have to move forward collectively, and not just collectively in a culturally responsive manner, which means looking at every sector of our community to bring and listening to our community members, bringing an entire visibility to every area, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of economic background. Everyone has to be included in this process. And what I did not see was inclusion in this entire process. I saw half of our city going in one direction, being pulled in one direction, and the other half being pulled in the direction. We can't move forward if we're divided. We must move forward with unity. And I felt, yes.
That's your time on the 5-minute
thank you.
question. So you now get a 1-minute wrap up.
Okay, 1-minute wrap up.
Yep.
You know, for me, coming into the process of being mayor is really part of how have the community impacted me living here, and how have I impacted the community. I think, you know, to bring our city into a new era, respecting what the past has brought for us and looking at the present, but bringing us into an era where we are transforming. We are looking at innovative ways of creating success for our city. Looking at, you know, bringing in substations for our peace department so that a community can feel more protected and more secure. addressing concerns in our on sheltered in ways that bring many areas of a community together.
Avenel, that's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for participating in our endorsement process. We like the fact that you have spent the time with us this morning, so we had a few minutes to get to know you. And we will certainly consider your questions and everything that you presented to us today. So,
thank you very much. Have a great day to you as well.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we can take lunch. We are about 2 minutes behind because our next interview is supposed to be taking place at 1:03, but I am pretty confident that we can leave a message to tell them that we'll be back at 1:05.
1:05?
Oh, yes, sir.
And then Logan Legg is in the waiting room. He's really anxious. I'm just going to tell him to come back at his appointed time.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to fit him in, and we're right on the money on time.
Oh, okay. Who is he running? Where is he running?
Yeah, he's around 1:48. It's almost 2 o'clock that he's on.
Oh, okay.
Jeanette, did you have a question? Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I tried to fit him in earlier, but there was no opportunity. They came pretty quick after we got started. So if everybody's okay, go have lunch. This is your time. Stand up, get away from your screen. Bye, y'all. Okay.
Okay, I sent him the note. I'm going to put up the "we'll be back."
Okay. All right. See y'all after lunch.
Be sure to mute, Tom.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Thought you might like that. Seeing.
Hey, Karen, is that you sign? You might want to mute yourself.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Karen.
Hi, I was just discussing with somebody who said that they had registered. He said he has registered or did register.
I can't hear anything.
Please let him in. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm glad that you're back from lunch. Do we have the next person? Is Robert McConnell in the waiting room?
There is a phone number in the waiting room, but not I can't tell who it is.
That might be him. I know that I got a message that said something about his computer going to be repaired. So I don't know if he's calling in on his phone or if he's calling in on a laptop or something else. So it might be, we'll try it. John Fox had computer problems this morning and just had AT&T fix it. So I think we can let him in, and I will talk to the whole bunch of you later about whether or not he can vote on the interviews that he missed. But
Before we start, Karen, can we make sure there's a new timer?
yes, Wanda. Yes, Wanda's right there. Okay. And she has it this afternoon.
Bridget was in the waiting room, but she's gone now.
And I have not heard from her.
I just gave her your number. Sorry, I was like trying to swallow food, but.
Okay. I'm sorry you weren't allowed.
I am letting John Fox in, and then does anyone know if Robert McConnell's cell phone number ends in 4500?
Hello.
Let him in and find out.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you back the thing, the host.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna let him in, and we'll go from there. Hi, whoever is on the phone number for that ends in 4500. You're gonna have to press *6 to unmute yourself. There we go. Hi, may I ask who you are?
Yes, this is Robert McConnell.
Oh, okay. Hi, Robert.
Hi. The Zoom iPad isn't working for some reason. They're saying that there's invalid password or whatever. It's not going through.
Okay. So hold, please. Let me find Karen. Karen is currently on the phone. Give us just 2 minutes, and we'll be right with you.
Sure. Okay. Sounds fine. The joys of technology. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh no. Yeah. Stay on the line.
Oh, I'm doing that. Yeah.
So sorry, I had another Central Committee people. Okay, so Robert is here.
Yes,
Robert,
Robert
are you
in the
there?
room.
I'm here.
Okay. Robert, you have a 2-minute presentation, and then you have 5 minutes for questions and 1 minute for wrap up. And you will be notified by somebody here who will tell you that the time is up for each one of those periods. And I don't want to delay anymore. I'm so sorry for holding you up. Please begin your 2-minute presentation now.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Robert McConnell, and I am running for Vallejo Mayor in 2020. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and tell you why I have decided to run. As you all know, I've been on the council for 9 years, and during that time period, I have attempted to bring financial stability to the city as a principal reason, and also to move it forward by rebuilding the city after the bankruptcy, which I think we have done. Now we are on very, very dangerous times, not only in the city, but the entirety of the country, mainly because of the pandemic, those fires, the people that are on edge, and especially the economic fallout. As you know, I've been a trial lawyer all my life, especially with financial services. And the way I see the economy heading and the financial impact that we're going to have, I think it's not boding well for all of us, but especially Vallejo. With the years of experience that I've had, with the knowledge I have, with the education I have, the personality I have, I think I'm the right person to be the leader of Vallejo as mayor for this 4-year term to which I can run. And during that time period, I envision that we are going to have to hold the line substantially, say no to a lot of things, but try to keep ourselves moving forward with economic development as much as possible. As you know, we have tremendous challenges in the form of the police lawsuits. Is that the 2 minutes?
No.
And pardon me?
Keep going, sorry.
Okay. But the main potentiality is in 2 areas. One, for economic growth with our developers, and secondly, by developing a program that the Chamber of Commerce has embraced but has never really carried to fruition, and that is a serious dedication to buy locally. Because the sales tax will benefit the city of Vallejo more than anything.
Mr. McConnell, that is your time. Mr. McConnell, that's your time.
Okay, now is the time for 5 minutes worth of questions. And the first question I have is Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Councilman McConnell. Steve Quinlan here.
Steve, I cannot hear you.
Can everyone else hear me?
Better.
I can.
All right. Okay. Councilman McConnell, I'm a Vallejo school teacher. Do you support Prop 15, the schools and community first tax that closes the corporate loophole to fund our schools? Vallejo schools would receive $8 million+ if this was passed. Can we count on your support?
I'm planning to vote for it. I have some difficulties with the way the funds are designated to proceed, but given the reality that corporations have been benefiting from the Prop 13 restrictions for decades, I think it's time to make some adjustments. I'm not sure this is the total correct adjustment, but it's better than nothing.
Okay, great. Thanks for your support, Councilman.
Okay, the next question is from Steve Young.
Councilman McConnell, do you support the construction of a new police headquarters on the waterfront?
No. Let me explain why.
Yes,
First off, we've had to dip into our reserve by $14 million already. And now that this pandemic has exacerbated the problems, that's making us even more difficult. We're going to be looking at dipping further to support the bringing into the highway patrol, and where we will have to pay 1/2 of their salaries because of the escalating crime. I think it was a bad decision, but now that we have it, the best I think we can do is to lease it out until the market improves. I think it's the wrong place for the wrong thing. There are other alternatives in town. There is absolutely no question that the building they have today is totally inadequate. I'm sitting here looking at it right this minute. But that was not the right place, it was not the right time, and it was not the right building. And I've made myself very clear on that, but only one other council member has seen it my way.
Okay, your next question is from Brenda Crawford.
Hi, Robert. This election for the city of Vallejo around the mayor is really about running for the soul of the city. The city is incredibly fractured and polarized because of the police killings and all of the racial animus that is in town. How do you plan to address it and heal us and bring us back together as one Vallejo?
Well, I will continue to advocate, as I've done, for the state licensing, investigation, and disciplining of law enforcement officers, as we do with anything from lawyers and doctors on down to hairdressers. I think by taking it out of the local jurisdiction, we do away with a huge amount of conflict of interest. I believe that that process will substantially strengthen the belief of the community in the police force and the enforcement against the police force. It needs to be coupled with laws changes at the state level, because they have a privilege immunity that has built up over the years that totally protects them, and they have now coupled that immunity with impunity. As mayor, I think I would make it a point to go out into the community more than I have ever done before. I've reached out to the families as best as I can, mindful of the fact that as a council member, I am an agent for the city, and anything I say can be introduced in court. And as a trial lawyer, I have to be very, very careful. But behind the scenes, I have met with some people. I've also asked our state legislators to make whatever comments are made by city councils and mayors with respect to addressing the needs of the families. Privilege that is not introducible at evidence at time of court, and that request didn't go anywhere. But there basically just needs to be continued dialogue on a much greater and accelerated basis than ever been before. And I think my record has somewhat indicated to some people, at least, who have been substantially injured, that I'm of a mind that there needs to be substantial change, all the way from the state level to the state and the federal. But we have to start here with what we have and the laws that we have. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I have a question. This year, the budget went into the reserves, and there were no budget changes when it went from the time that the budget was presented by council to the time that it was approved by council. There were no budget changes, even though we went into the reserves. And then we actually now have the potential, or we are going to have a tax increase. Can you tell me what you will do to make sure that we don't go into the reserves anymore for a unbalanced budget, and what your opinion is on the tax increase?
Well, I'll continue to argue for financial restraint and stability.
Excuse me.
A lot of how successful I am will depend upon.
Mr. McConnell's time.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear people.
Your time has expired.
Okay.
Time for questions is
Thank you all very much.
Oh, no. You have a 1 minute wrap up, sir.
Okay. I continue to believe that the city has to exercise financial restraint while getting its citizenry more involved with the process, because we've been neglecting them. There's too much of a secrecy, especially on the part, I think, of city staff. I've always been open. I believe in it. I believe we need to have more public comment, more public involvement. I believe we need lots of citizen oversight, not only the police department, but also with the administrative process and the openness of government. I find that our city manager and our city staff are basically treating those with whom they disagree with impunity, and they do so because they have a majority on the council. And I'm praying that the majority will shift this time. If that happens, then I think we can see an awful lot of changes coming back. And with my background and my ability to interact with Mr. Nyhoff, you can bet I'm going to be sitting on his desk an awful lot.
Okay, thank you very much for filling out the questionnaire and giving us this opportunity to hear your opinions.
That was his time.
Thank you.
Well, let me say to all of you, thank you for your time and your involvement, because I know it takes a huge amount of commitment for you all to do this, and we all benefit from it. So thank you too.
Okay.
And have a great afternoon, and hope it goes well. Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Very good, folks. We have Hakeem Brown in the waiting room. Madam Chair, shall I let him in?
Yes.
Very good. Here he comes. And Tiffany Jones is in the waiting room also. She's a committee member, right?
Yes.
Very good. I'll let her in as well. And Hakeem should be here momentarily if he isn't already.
I don't see him.
There he is. I got him. Cool. Let me unmute him. Put the spotlight there. And there we go.
Hi, Hakeem.
Hi, how are you all doing today?
We're doing good so far. We're moving. I'm sorry, we're a little bit late for you, but in front of you, I hope that you see most of the people that are on the central committee that will be making the endorsement decision. And thank you for filling out the questionnaire and being here for this endorsement. The process is sort of, you have 2 minutes to give a presentation. At the end of that time, you'll be told that your time is up for that. We'll switch over to questions. There's only a 5-minute time period for question. Again, we'll be notified that that's done, and then in 1 minute. Okay, I don't want to take any of your time up, so I'm going to turn it over to you so you can start your presentation.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the Central Committee for allowing me to interview. I met a lot of you. For those I haven't met, my name is Hakeem Brown. I am second vice president of the NAACP Vallejo chapter. I am a delegate for the Democratic Party, as well as legislative chair for the California Democratic Party African American Caucus, as well as a Vallejo City Council member, elected in 2018. As a lot of you all know, my roots with the Central Committee run very deep. I remember coming before you as a young man who was being prosecuted for providing cannabis to patients, and you all embraced me with open arms and have embraced me since then in my run as a delegate and as my time on council, and I sincerely appreciate it. I think before I got elected, I was an advocate and really worked hard to address voter registration, cannabis reform, speaking out again in favor of immigration reform, as well as police accountability. And since I've been elected, I feel that I have fought for those same democratic values that we all hold very dear, passing the first rent control ordinance in the history of Vallejo, making growing youth opportunities a tier 1 priority, and really addressing our youth, taking a look at a Know Your Rights program for our youth and police department, and making sure that all of our high school kids address that, and making sure that we're investing in an advanced peace project, which really addresses systemic racism and focuses on helping our youth to solve violence. It was started in Richmond and has spread all over California, and they're looking at that as a revolutionary way to address violence in the community, but more importantly, prevent violence in the community. I've also fought for police accountability and transparency, calling for every third party, every police-related shooting to be investigated by a third party, passing the—
Mr. Brown, that concludes your 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes went fast.
All right, so we're now going into our 5 minutes questions, and the first question is from Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Councilman. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Steve?
Good. Thank you. Although the city council and the mayor have no direct oversight over the school district, what kind of collaborations would you like to see between the city and the school district?
Well, that's a great question. I volunteer at Vallejo schools, and there's some of the ones that I've seen. I've sat down with our last superintendent, as well as many of our school board members, to see how the city can support our students. I think that by supporting programs like Obama's My Brother's Keeper, we need to invest in our schools and invest in our youth. And that's something I've been a champion of since before I got elected, and will continue to do that. I think that there has been a mentality on council that kids aren't our problem, when in fact, the youth are our problem. And if we don't address that, we're seeing some of the effects of that. So I think that it should be collaborative. I think that it should involve resources in the city, helping to fund the city, our school district, and helping our youth and finding ways to help, whether it's creating workforce housing for teachers, which we're working on in North Vallejo, as well as grant funding that will overlap to help provide resources for our school district.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your next question comes from Corey Penrose.
Good morning, Councilman. How are you, sir?
Good morning. How are you doing, Corey?
Excellent. Thank you. I'd like to ask you about Prop 15, the Schools and Communities First initiative. First of all, I presume you're going to support it?
That's correct.
Very good. Would you commit to putting that support on your campaign bit?
Yes, I would.
Very good. Could you discuss how that initiative could help the community of Vallejo to really fulfill its potential during some very challenging times?
Well, it will allow us to put funding where funding is really needed. When people are talking about defunding the police, what they're really talking about is, why aren't we putting more funding into our youth, more funding into our schools? And because we know that we can't police our way out of this problem, we can't police our way out of systemic racism. So from my standpoint, this bill will help address systemic racism, help provide resources where we absolutely need it the most.
Very good, thank you.
And your next question is from Morgan Hannigan.
I'd like to know how the council has changed in its attitude since you've arrived and how you will direct them as mayor.
That's a great question. I think since I've arrived, I think, there's a lot of values that council shares, but that being said, we haven't been able to move forward on a lot of these things. Rent control, we hadn't moved forward. When it comes to addressing our youth and police brutality, we haven't moved forward at all. And I think that it's really been about pushing the council to embrace and look at new ideas like the Cahoots program, which I introduced into the budget this last budget cycle, which will provide medical professionals responding to low-level police calls. So I think it's about constantly pushing them on new ideas, new ways to do things. I'm definitely proud that I brought up systemic racism and talked about these issues where they've gone untalked about, and really trying to hold our council accountable.
Okay, the next question is from me. And my question is that we went 6 million roughly into the hole in terms of our reserve, and we didn't make any changes to our budget as it was originally, proposed. So we made no budget cuts, went into our reserves, and now we have a budget increase or a tax increase. I would like to know what your viewpoint or how you're going to handle the budget in the future and what you're going to do about this expenditures.
Well, I think that we have to fight hard to create revenue in this community. I think that too long, each economic development project has been viewed from a political aspect, or how it helps one group or not another, or these political infighting, but we haven't done enough to address how economic development addresses systemic racism, how it addresses poverty, how it addresses housing, kids that grow up in on the streets, how are they expected to learn? So I think that from my standpoint, we can't hope our way out of this. We need more revenue, but we have to make smart economic development decisions. But there has to also be a real push to understand, even if we don't, for example, want a cement factory in one location, what are we doing to put something else there? Because we have to have livable wage jobs. And I don't think that there's been enough of that. We've championed what hasn't gone in, but we haven't championed what needs to be there so that families can take care of themselves, so that kids will have a safe home, and so that we'll have
Your time has concluded.
Okay, the time for questions is finished. You now have a 1 minute to wrap up your presentation.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I think that, for me, it's been an honor to represent you on council, but now I need to take that next step. And it's really about addressing systemic racism, addressing the education gap, addressing the opportunity gap, addressing the livable wage gap, and as well as the housing gap. And I think that, as well as police, but police are a symptom of systemic racism. And it's easier for racists to prey on an impoverished area when we're not addressing systemic racism. And since I've been there, I've been doing nothing but fighting on behalf of the community, fighting for those who haven't had a voice, fighting to address these gaps. And I will continue to do so through strong leadership as mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and filling out the questionnaire and coming and spending time with us on this endorsement.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And you all have a great day.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Very good. And Madam Chair, next up is Terry Scott, who is in the waiting room. Shall I admit him?
Absolutely.
Very good. As I find him, right?
Should be there.
There he is. Okay, very good. Let's make that the spotlight.
I don't see him.
Give me a second. I'm finding him. Yeah. Make spotlight. There we go. Now you guys should see Mr. Scott, no problem.
Hi, Mr. Scott. Welcome. This is the Solano County Democratic Central Committee's endorsement interview. That's all of us around you. You have a 2-minute presentation, and then we have a 5-minute question period and a 1-minute wrap up, and you'll be notified when the time is up on each one of those. Is that okay?
Fine, good, thank you.
All right, with no further ado, you're welcome to start your presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Central Committee, for the opportunity to talk about why I'm running for Benicia City Council. I chose to run for Benicia City Council because I felt that I could make a difference in Benicia. I was brought up in an active Democratic household dating back to supporting FDR in 1932. My grandfather, who raised me, worked on local and national campaigns for the Democratic Party. In fact, my mother sang for Franklin Delano Roosevelt Happy Birthday in 1936. My grandfather instilled in me core values of addressing injustice, human rights, and opportunities, and helping those who needed help. To measure society by its equality and its diversity and its commitments. He would ask me, if not you, who? I believe I can bring to City Council the skills required to effectively represent the needs of our residents of Benicia. I've learned over a lifetime of experience, listening, wisdom, and earned leadership. We face significant issues in Benicia ahead. The challenge of change will be great. As a futurist, as a businessman, as an experienced businessman, as a human being on this planet, I see ahead of us a path that we must not fear, but we must embrace. I can bring to the City Council bold, proven record of innovation and visionary thinking, a strong understanding of financial responsibility, and the ability to get things done by looking at problems from a different lens. I believe the role of a City Council member is to boldly focus on issues like climate change, environmental stewardship, racism, economic recovery, homelessness, and more. I will do this by leading by example, by listening, by doing, and by being a good human being. Questions?
Okay. I'm sorry.
We have a question from Pat Toth Smith.
Pat, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry about that. I have a question. What ideas do you have to bring back small businesses to the downtown after COVID? We've had a bunch close, so.
You broke up completely on that, Pat. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll ask it again. I said, I'll turn up too. I said, what ideas do you have to bring back the small businesses? Because we've had a lot of them closed from COVID in the downtown.
Thank you for the question. Bringing up businesses in the downtown is a pretty complex issue. First off, I look at the marina and the opportunity to what can we do to bring people into the downtown. Two, I've been a significant proponent, along with Steve Young, on developing parklets within the downtown, opening up the area so that we can bring business in. Bringing business outside of their retail establishments into the street. In addition to that, I believe that we should be able to look at ways to fund auxiliary businesses, such as remote hubs for the remote workers that are going to be coming into the community as we look at the transition of the millennials coming into the community and the remote workforce they bring with them.
Okay, the next question is from Kathy Carriage.
Hi. I'd like to know what you would do to promote affordable housing in Benicia.
Good question. Thank you, Kathy. We have not met our commitment to affordable housing. We have a corridor on 5th Street that we have been talking about. I believe that the city should be working with developers and working with business folks to look at how we can develop that area, how we can provide incentives for that area. In addition to that, I believe that we can start to look at city properties that potentially are vacant or could be modified into providing opportunities for homelessness as well as affordable housing.
And your next question is from Carrie Birdseye.
Hello, Mr. Scott. Thanks for being with us today. Can you talk about the aging population in Benicia and your plans to diversify our population?
Excuse me, you broke up there again. I'm sorry.
Can you talk about the aging population in Benicia and your plans to diversify our population?
Aging population. Yes, I wrote a report for the U.S. Economic Development Administration a while back, talking about the silver tsunami and the impact with the millennial migration. We are at the midst right now of a cultural change. The aging population in Benicia is significant. Almost a third of the population is over 55 years. We have issues with single floor living. We have issues with medical care. We have to have the opportunity to look at ways that we can focus on bringing in the millennials that will backfill, but as far as providing transportation needs, hospital needs, and looking at ways that the silver tsunami, which is at 55 and older boomer group, will be backfilled. They need to look at how police departments will be acting when they get the calls for I'm missing my grandfather. The fire department understanding that they need to have specialized equipment to get to the second floor when the steps are only 28 inches wide and the gurneys are 30. We need to be able to understand what are those specific aging in place requirements that our population has. And I have a full plan, if you go to my website, on aging in place.
Let me unmute you, Karen. Since I scroll down there. There you go.
You are the next question on there. I wonder if
We only have 37 minutes. You want me to pause and give him a little bit more time for questions, or are you done with the 5 minutes?
Almost done with the 5 minutes. Corey had one question.
Yes, I have a question about, I mean, again, time permitting, obviously, but I have a question about Prop 15, the Schools and Communities First initiative. If I recall correctly, I believe you supported it. I believe you support it, Mr. Scott?
I do support it.
Very good.
I believe it's the most effective way to facilitate change and have the school districts or have the school systems be able to have enough economic revenue moving forward.
Very good. Thank you. Would you commit to putting yes on 15 on your campaign lit so people in the community of Benicia will know that this is something that you support?
Absolutely.
Very good. As a classroom teacher, I thank you.
All right. You have 1 minute to wrap up, sir. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I believe I'm the best choice for Benicia City Council because I'm a proven visionary. I believe I am a candidate that has the best potential for seeing how the world should exist and take steps in how to solve them. I've been endorsed by Mayor Patterson, by Councilmember Young and the Progressive Democrats. I am bold, I'm brash, and I'm out of the box. I will bring to the council a different way of looking at things, new opportunities, understanding cultural change, and how to meet the future. I see potential all around us, and I'm not afraid to ask about it. I ask for your endorsement to help meet the challenge of change that we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you very much for completing the questionnaire and coming and spending your time with us this morning for this interview.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right, bye.
And next up, we have Trevor Mazinski for, oh, wait for a second. There we go. Next up, we have Trevor Mazinski for, I believe, Benicia City Council. He is in the waiting room, and with the blessing of the chair, I will admit him.
Wait 1 second. Tom, is Brigitte in the waiting room?
She is not.
Oh, that's right. You would know this. Okay.
At this point, the only folks in the waiting room are Logan Legg and Trevor Mazinski.
Okay. So then let Mr. Mazinski in.
Very good. And he's in. Let me go find him and put the spotlight on him. Very good. You'll see him momentarily. And there we go.
Mr. Mazinski, you need to unmute yourself. There you go. Hi. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee interview. All the people that you see here will be the people who are making the decision about your endorsement. And we have following the following protocol. We have the 2-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and then 1 minute for wrap up. And you'll be notified when the time is done for each one of those, okay?
Sounds good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, so I'm ready. Can everybody hear him? Yes? Okay. All right. Then you're ready to begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Trevor Masensky. I'm running for Benicia City Council to help strengthen the economic future of our city while maintaining fiscal responsibility, preserving our historic roots and quality of life, and ensuring our community's safety, and making sure that we have great access to public education. I commit to representing Benicia residents with integrity, respect, and transparency that invites civic engagement. As a commissioner, I've served our community in various roles. The Planning Commission, where I currently sit as the vice chair, our Historic Preservation Review Commission, Soul Trans Public Advisory Committee, and our Refinery Community Advisory Panel. These roles have kind of helped me prepare and develop extensive knowledge on important issues that our community is going to be faced with. I'm a father of 3 kids, Drake, Nash, and Monroe. I'm a husband to my wife for over 13 years. I'm a coach, I'm a commissioner, I'm a planner. I'm a collegiate educator, having taught environmental impact assessment methodologies at UC Davis. That's also where I got my undergrad degree, and I have a bachelor's of science degree in environmental policy analysis and planning, as well as a master's in science degree from Johns Hopkins University in environmental policy. So I've decided to help, solve some of California's largest challenges over the last, 15 plus years as a practicing environmental urban planner. And I wanted to bring that experience back home to my town of Benicia. So I look forward to your questions, and thank you for having me here this afternoon.
Okay, your first question is from Carrie Birdseye.
Can you read the question, or was she going to ask it?
No, she's going to ask you.
Hi,
Okay.
Vice Chair. How you doing?
Hi, Carrie. I'm doing well. Good to hear your voice.
Okay, so as you know, in 2018, Benicia's Refinery and their friends ran a really dirty campaign. You've been endorsed by that same PAC. Will you ask the Working Families PAC to stay positive during this election? And if they don't, will you give back any donations or in-kind contributions?
Absolutely. Yeah, actually, I had a conversation with pretty much everybody was running at the beginning of this, and we all kind of agreed to make sure that we run a fair campaign, especially in the event that there's an outside interest that wants to have great influence over our local community's election, to stand up against that. They have a voice and they have a right to have a voice, but that's not to say that they should kind of bully the community around per se, as you know well.
Okay, your next question is from Kathy Carriage.
Hi, Trevor. I wanted to ask you a question about what you would do to support affordable housing in Benicia.
I'm a big proponent of affordable housing. If you know anything about my professional career, actually, I worked on some of the largest affordable housing projects around the Bay Area. I think, for Benicia in particular, the biggest thing is trying to identify sites that we can actually pave the way for affordable housing in our community without impacting other sensitive populations, such as seniors. So step one would be to develop kind of a site inventory that would allow for ease of development of affordable housing, because right now the affordable housing developers are really looking for pre-approved, pre-zoned affordable housing sites that they can jump into. That's also kind of the same path that the state took when Newsom decided to try to develop his sites inventory for doing statewide affordable housing.
Your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Good morning, Mr. Mazinski. Do you believe that working people have a right to advocate collectively for candidates who share their values?
Yes.
Good. And since PACs are one of the best ways for folks to do that, I trust you're in favor of helping working people to advocate for our collective values?
I just asked for a little bit more clarity. How so are you referring?
In other words, if labor wants to support you, I trust you would be favorable to receiving that support and that advocacy, since you are a stalwart advocate for the shared values of working people?
Yeah, for sure. I think, labor is a big part of our community.
Very good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, then I guess, oops, wait a minute. Sorry, there's another question from Pat Toth Smith. You have to turn off your, yeah.
I think I'd learned by now, but hi, Trevor. Are you endorsing Proposition 15?
Yeah, so Prop 15 is the bill which basically could generate, I think the last estimate was between like $8 and $12 billion, right? The repeal on commercial and industrial property taxes to make sure that they pay their fair market value or fair share. I absolutely would support that because I think the funding sources that they've identified are really important because it specifically identifies it's going to go to schools and infrastructure. I think watching it right now, the nuance and the detail is how will that really trickle down to kind of the small business community. So I'd love to see a provision in there to prohibit them to be able to pass on that additional tax burden to like an occupant or a lease owner or something like that. Did that answer your question?
Okay. Michelle Pellegrin. Michelle?
Thank you for coming. As you know, in this area, there's a bit of a problem. A lot of the unions, some of the unions have been on the wrong side of environmental issues. Would you support, if you take money from them, would you support those projects?
Just let me rephrase your question to make sure that I'm understanding it. Would I take money from unions? I think step one, and with the idea that that would be in exchange for support in the project. Is that your question?
Pretty much.
Yeah, no, I don't think, financial support related to my campaign gets you anything beyond a conversation with me. It doesn't buy you votes. That's called integrity. I'm here as an individual trying to help our community and represent everyone's interests, not just one particular party or the next.
But you'd take their money.
I guess I would, depending upon who it would be.
Sorry.
It's your time. It's over.
Okay, so you have a 1 minute wrap up.
Okay, so start now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure obviously you guys have had a lot of discussion today, so hopefully those that don't know me have had a few seconds here to get to know me a little better. So in closing, I just want to thank all of you for taking the time to do this. I have a vision for our community, one where we build on our historic roots and bring well-paying jobs into our town to help support our local businesses. I want to make sure that we can maintain a great education system so that our kids want to come back and live in Benicia. I want to reduce our unfunded pension liabilities by finding efficiencies in our civic operations while still ensuring a safe community. We have some hard times in front of us, and I want to help lead our community through those so we can bounce back stronger, because during this time we're going to learn something and it will make us better. So I promise to you, I'll always listen to your voices and I will fight for what is best for Benicia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for filling out the questionnaire and coming, spending the time with us and letting us ask our questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do I leave now? Is that how that works?
Sure. You're
okay.
done.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Very good. Madam Chair, next up on the list is Jerry Castanon from up in Dixon. He is not in the waiting room.
No, but he's here.
He's here. Oh, very good. Oh, there he is. Awesome.
Okay. So since you're next, you've heard me say this all over again about the 2 minutes and everything. So go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
You're soft, but I can hear you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Everybody?
Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, good.
Okay.
Do you want me to start now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jerry Castanon. For some of you who don't know, I'm 56 years old. Lived in Dixon for over 15 years. Solano County, 36 years. I lived in Fairfield and Sassoon for 20 years. Here in Dixon, I've been serving on the Planning Commission from 2010 to 2012. And from 2012 to 2016, I've been on the City Council. I've been retired, just recently retired in March 1st, after 35 years in the construction industry. It's time to call it quits. So now it's where I can put more dedication to public and community service. That's where I'm at. I am very active in my town, member of the Dixon Chamber, an executive board with the Dixon Family Services, Dixon Rotary, the Knights of Columbus from the St. Peter's Catholic Church in town, just continuously involved. I've championed some apprenticeship language in Dixon, also in city of Davis and Yolo County. This helps the apprentices an opportunity to work and make decent wages. I'm a strong proponent with the military men and women who enter the apprenticeship construction careers to give them a fresh start when they get out and put them to work. I'm also a big advocate for women in politics. In the Sacramento region, I worked there for 12 years and backed many, many women to get into politics. And I could name a few if you'd like. But other than that, I was very active in every way you could think of. I'm a guy who volunteers all the time, is there, and they can count on me here in Dixon. And people know what I'm about. And that's what I am.
Okay, so we have finished with your presentation and it's now up for questions. And Don Lowry, you have a question?
Jerry, I know you said you were in the construction industry, but you might want to just tell people who you actually work for, i.e. Which union and what you did for them.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, Don. Sorry, I apologize for not giving that. 36 years in the construction industry, 35 years in the union with the Carpenters Local 180 in Vallejo. I was a field representative and political representative in the Sacramento region for 12 years, long as an organizer also. So very active in where I'm at and a strong Democrat.
Okay, you have another question from Miguel Castillo. Miguel, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. My question is that have you had much involvement with the Latino community in Dixon? It's growing, it's large. I know a lot of Latinos up there.
Actually, I do. I'm involved with the church and the Cinco de Mayo organization that we put on there at the church. And also, I'm also endorsed by Carlos Alcala with the Chicano Caucus Democratic organization. Being in construction, I dealt with a lot of Latinos and a lot of that wouldn't speak too much English, but I was happy to help them in any way I can to help them find employment when they come into the hall and we try to disperse them out to a project or something like that. It's so important to help our fellow Latinos. That's always a real big thing. And whether it is at any nationality, we help them out in any way we can. When it comes to construction and work, we don't discriminate in any shape or form.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom Bilbo, you had a question?
Hi, thanks for coming to our meeting. I won't waste time on that. So we have been trying to get a pride proclamation from Dixon for years. If you recall, we actually had a pride rally after the incident with one of the city council members up there. Would you be open to bringing forth a pride proclamation from the city of Dixon?
You know, the way I was raised, 15 brothers and sisters from a small town of El Paso, Texas. You know, I've seen my share of discrimination in that sense, and you guys are pretty much aware of what occurred in El Paso, Texas, just recently. So, you know, I look at everyone is the same. You know, I don't see color. I like to treat everyone the same. But the LGBTQ, I don't have a problem with that, and I would, yeah, I won't have a problem in Dixon, especially with the Mr. Hickman who was on the council and what occurred with him in town. That was disgusting, and I was pretty sad that it came to that. But you know, I'm an old friend of Hickman in any way, shape, or form, just to let you know for the record. But yes, I'm able to help anyone, and I don't discriminate. I'm not a discriminating person.
Okay, Corey, you had a question?
Mr. Castanon, I'd like to ask you a question about community allies in Dixon. Well, I mean, and we can run this kind of however you want. Could you talk about community allies both in the bigger House of Labor and in the education community? What sort of connections? Who are your friends up there? Who have you helped to make life better for in Dixon?
I'm going to say the family, the Chacon family in Dixon. They hired a contractor who was supposed to redo their house. They gutted it all out and left them with studs just in the house. We stepped up, a lot of the trades and the construction. We went in there and completed the house and got it all done. And they were able to move in and with the help of other nonprofits that donated money, it all turned out really swell. And I'm very connected with everyone in town. I've got a list of endorsements that I will definitely say at my closing. And yes, I'm very much involved in the communities in Dixon.
Okay, you have a question from Steve Young.
Thank you, Mr. Castañón.
Sure.
On the questionnaire, you said that there were not any racial issues in Dixon. And I'm wondering what makes Dixon unique in that sense, because there certainly are in all the other cities.
You know what, to me, what makes Dixon unique is we don't have a section of town that is just predominantly Latino or predominantly African-American. Everyone is scattered in town, and it's everyone where we go, everyone says hello to each other. It's a unique little town, and I joke around with my friends all the time when they say, hey, the time, okay.
That's the end of our time for questions, but you do have 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay, just want to let everyone know that I'm a dedicated guy that's going to be there for the people of Dixon. Not to mention my endorsements. I have endorsements from Garamendi, Lois Woke, Cecilia Aguiar-Carey, Jim Fraser, Mark Tonneson, County Clerk Charles O'Malley, all the boards of supervisors, Mayor Harry Price, Lori Wilson. And just to go on from there, I could just keep going, but you don't want to hear all the endorsements. But I got great support, and I'm the guy. I'm your shovel-ready candidate in Dixon, ready to go.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your participation and your questionnaire, and thank you for giving us your time during this interview.
Thank you, and thank everybody for your time.
Okay. I think that Corey is the
Logan Legg is in the waiting room and ready to go. Shall I meet him?
Yeah, well, you have to take Jerry and put him in the waiting room.
I will do so momentarily. Put into waiting room. Jerry is there, and Logan is coming in. You guys ready?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, let me go find Logan. Put the spotlight.
All right, are we all good? Everything copacetic?
Yes, I believe that we are. I'm so sorry you had to wait so long. I kept trying to fit you in. They just didn't work.
No. I just came in early. I know it said come in early, and I know I have a lot of time, and I know it's a condensed, succinct time, so I'll go ahead and we'll get started. I'm very appreciative of you guys taking a moment to speak with me.
You have a 2-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, 1 minute for wrap up, and we'll let you know when the time period is over for each one. Okay?
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Okay. So if you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. So my name is Logan Legg. I'm a born and raised in Dixon, the only candidate for Dixon City Council District 4 who is born and raised in Dixon, which essentially just lends itself to I've gone through the public education system here. I have seen the turnover from residents, from local businesses, and how they've kind of that they've left the town and that there is no reciprocity between them. I studied at Sacramento City College, where I got AA in political science, and then at UC Davis, where I international relations with an emphasis on global environment. Subsequently, I've also had jobs with the State Lands Commission doing GIS, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, Strategic Education Services, which is the policy firm. And so a lot of my platform really stems from education. Being a first gen, it's something that is inherently important to me. Fiscal responsibility, since I was born, Dixon has impetuously spent millions of dollars. I want to create a great downtown that has that begets that's not just a bedroom community, that we can have residents work in town and contribute to the local economy. Environmentalism, climate change, sustainability is one of the closest things in my heart. And that's also with civil injustices, and that's environmental racism and trying to ameliorate the residual effects of redlining. A lot of those, diversity and equity. Dixon is notorious for being a relatively homogeneous town. And I think we have to allay some of those concerns that isn't as inclusive. I'm trying to think, I know it's short time. A lot of I've been on student government in an executive capacity. I've volunteered for the Sunrise Movement, Citizens Climate Lobby, Environmental Council of Sustainability, Fridays for Future, Mandate Democracy, community outreach. A lot of those concerns are. Thank you.
Unmute, Karen.
I'm sorry, Monica, you're the first person to ask a question.
Logan, this is Monica Brown. My question to you is number one, why are you running and did anybody ask you to run?
All right, thank you. I appreciate your question. I am running because I relatively got into politics last year. Before my kind of impetus was environmental concerns. I was in environmental policy, didn't really want to get into law. So I felt the most holistic lens to help the most amount of people with the entire breadth was politics. And I felt that I'm ready to take the ire or the vitriol or the fire from these subjugated groups that incur it every day. I can take that burden. I'm ready for it. So being the catalyst or being the proxy that, you know, the hate goes to and helping move those changes, that was the biggest thing. And my time finishing my bachelor's, I realized I had to have some foresight into how did I want to give back to the community. And then the second part, it was just me. I reached out to a lot of the people on the dais. I think it was the granularity. I didn't really know city council, school board, you know, assembly, Congress, Senate, all those seemed a little bit more, a little higher. So I wanted to start local.
Okay, the next question is from Steve Young.
Hello, Mr. Legg. Your opponent believes that there are no racial issues in Dixon. Do you agree with that?
I do not. I love Dixon, but it is not special. Racism is a ubiquitous issue, unfortunately. And we have to be very ardent with eliminating those issues. And it's been thousands of years. Dixon has biases. We see the police. I have friends who are minority groups, whether that be Latinx, whether that be African American, whether that be Indian, Asian, not a large Asian demographic in Dixon, and I haven't been around, but I've seen them say that they have been stopped, whether it's been driving, whether it's been going into stores late at night, whether it's walking late at night. I've seen the education system where a lot of students who are of color have been left behind. And I don't believe that they're getting the necessary resources or maybe not being taught in a way that's most beneficial to them. Dixon isn't special, unfortunately, and we still have a long ways to go to make sure that we are inclusive, diverse, and equitable for every demographic.
Okay, your next question comes from Tom Bilbo.
Hi there, Logan. So question, in the past, we have not had a pride proclamation from Dixon. And as you know, there was a bit of controversy a couple of years back with one of the city council members. I was wondering what your position on having a pride proclamation from the city of Dixon and maybe even hoisting the flag.
Yeah, first off, we rebuke the prior city council member who made that. As I kind of previously mentioned, I'm a first gen, but my mom taught me a PhD in empathy. And so I've been a very hard ally and proponent of LGBTQ plus community and working for them to get their rights and for them to have the proper representation that they deserve. So explicitly, yes, I am for having a flag for the proclamation for Pride Month. I know there's also a month in October that I'm less familiar with personally, but unquestionably, it's something that I will imbue myself to.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, then I'd like to thank you for coming. And well, I'm sorry, you have a whole minute to wrap up.
Sure, I'll keep it succinct. Very appreciative of everyone, you know, moderating as well as the people who asked their questions. Yeah, young right now, it's just me. I don't have a family right now, you know, as far as wife and kids. I'm not working. I just finishing school, so my priorities are to give everything to this position, to be I have no ulterior motives. I'm a very transparent candidate. I have so many friends and family that I want to help, and I want Dixon to be a progressive town that can finally make a change and be a luminary and not just being associated with the rest of Solano.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and filling out the questionnaire, and we appreciate you coming to spend the time and share with us your views. Okay?
Likewise. You guys have a great rest of your Saturday.
Okay, you too. Bye.
And Jerry's coming back in, and Rick Vaccaro is waiting in the waiting room. Shall I go ahead and admit him, Madam Chair?
Yes, you should.
Yes. So we need a break. Did I hear a yes, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got it. Very good. Here he comes.
Hi, Mr. Vaccaro. Thank you for joining us at the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement meeting. I know that we have a limited amount of time and you were a little bit over, so I'm going to remind you that we have a 2-minute presentation. You have 5 minutes for questions and 1 minute to wrap up. And there will be somebody who notifies you when those time periods are up. And with no further ado, if you're ready for your presentation, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, so I didn't quite hear you. You said how much of 5 minutes you said?
No, you have 2 minutes for your presentation,
Okay.
5 minutes for questions, and 1 minute for a wrap up.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I have to admit, you sound kind of soft to me, but I don't know if that's true for everybody else.
Can you hear me better now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my, it should be okay. Let me see if I can raise it. Anyway, do you want me to start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just to start out with, well, I've been a Democrat my whole life. I know that's not true about everybody that goes in front of these interview panels. Okay. I think that was the case back in 2011. But I did get the endorsement back in 2016. In my 12 years on the council, I've always been someone who has supported the Democratic platform. I grew up in a Democratic household. My father was a labor leader. Also, you know, right now, I think it's so important that we do support our party because of what's going on in our country, especially with the civil unrest in our country. We need to understand the reasons why. We need to understand what we can do to help. And I think that's pretty broad based also. As far as the city is concerned, I think the same exact thing. I think we need to understand about reform issues, how we can help. You know, I think now is not the time to kind of stand in the middle and say, okay, you know, maybe. I think now is the time where you have to really take a stand one way or another. You know, not every vote I take on the council, maybe people don't agree with. In fact, even some people on the council don't agree with, but I have to vote my conscience. I think right now, just to kind of wrap it up in a 2-minute thing, I've just, you know, I've always believed in the Democratic platform. And I think this year, like I said, more than ever, I think Joe Biden said the other night, it's for the soul of our country. I think it's absolutely for the soul of our country. And we definitely have to get out there and vote and do the right thing.
Okay. Your first question comes from Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Councilman. How are you? I have a question for you. Recently, Councilwoman Moy made some statements where she painted a group of young activists as Antifa and Marxists and was highly critical of the Black Lives Matter movement. Did you agree with those statements?
Of course not. I can't believe you asked me that question. No.
Hey, checking for the record.
I know. No, of course not. I mean, why would I agree with that? I didn't agree with anything she posted at all. Everybody has a right to protest. Everybody. You know, and right now the Black Lives Matter movement, you know, that is so important in our country. You see it not only among our citizens, you see it in sports. You're starting to see it in big business even, which is important. No, I don't agree at all with what she wrote.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, your next question comes from Tom Bilbo.
So, Councilmember Vaccaro, thank you in the past for your support for the LGBTQ community. I wanted to ask you if you would ever be in favor of, besides the Pride proclamations that you have brought forward to the council in the past years, having the city council fly the Pride flag during LGBTQ Pride Month?
Yeah, absolutely. I tried to get it done this month. I mean, this year it just didn't happen. You know, I need the votes on the council. And I
Totally
didn't
get that.
have them. So,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you so much for your support.
Don Lowry, your next question.
Yeah, I just have a question, council member. Could you just review for us why you chose to vote against extending the urban limit line?
Oh, you're talking about Measure L, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, I mean, we did put a moratorium on for 2 years, and you know, I just felt like a 20-year, to put it on there for 20 years did tie our hands, you know, and with the general plan coming up right now, I think that we needed to look at how we were going to develop that general plan. I can tell you right now, and I told people on the Measure L committee that I would not vote to annex land into the city. I would not vote to develop agricultural land. Simple as that.
Okay, there's a question from Corey Penrose.
Hello, Councilman. How are you, sir?
Hi, Corey.
Excellent. How you doing? I have a question about Prop 15. If memory serves, I believe you support it, right? Very good. Would you commit to putting on your campaign lit? As a public school teacher, we could definitely use this support. We could definitely use the support.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Vaccaro? Okay, then you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Well, I can tell you in 2011, I didn't receive the endorsement of the Democratic Central Committee. I was very disappointed, and I wouldn't say angry, but I just could not understand how someone who had only been a Democrat for 2 years was able to get the endorsement over me. And I think I said that in 2016, nothing personal against that individual. But this is somebody who you're just interviewed who's been a Democrat his whole life and believed in the Democratic way. So I would very much like the endorsement of the Democratic Central Committee. I understand that is not something that is, you know, just because I'm a Democrat, it's definite. But I can tell you won't find anyone who you're interviewing with who believes in the party more than I do and has always voted the Democratic way. I'll end with the words of my late father. I'd rather vote for a dead Democrat than a live Republican. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for coming and participating in this interview. And we really appreciate you filling out the questionnaire. And thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good one. Stay safe.
You too.
All right.
Very good. And to finish up, and next up, waiting in the waiting room, we have Cam Hoseldorf. So shall I admit him, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Very good. As soon as I find him, I will go through and put the spotlight on him. There we go. Very good. Spotlight video. All right. Let me get you in. Very good. You're on, sir.
Hi, Mr. Holzendorf. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee meeting. And I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to remind you that we have you have a 2-minute presentation. You have 5 minutes for questions and a minute for wrap up. And we will be having somebody let you know when the time is up for each one of those. So with no further ado, please go ahead with your presentation.
I want to thank everybody a part of this for inviting me to the endorsement meeting. I am so excited to be here. As a Democrat, as an African American, to be able to represent the culture and the movement going on here, and just to represent the whole body of what America stands for, the people. I am an organically grown product of Fairfield. I've lived in Fairfield for 20 years, and this is where strong Democratic minds have shaped in my values and my skills. my mom, my dad, coaches, mentors, all this shaped me and gave me the foundation of what this campaign is really about, which is campaigning for change. And that means which campaign for change, for solutions, out of the box ideas and getting to those solutions together, whether it is how we support our youth and develop them, giving them options, giving them something to do so we don't get them in that cycle, the carceral cycle, whether it's working on how we develop our communal bonds. And today we are at a lack of we don't even know who our neighbors are at this time, how we address or how we are adding, investing into our community. Other ways in how we get to solutions of the houseless crisis. Again, this is their home. The city is their home. How are we getting solutions and basic amenities to them? The affordable housing, that everybody has opportunities to live in this great city. And the environment that we have, the environment that we listen to the environment and we support the needs of the environment so we can live here in a peaceful manner. Public health, that's what we're campaigning for change. And I myself a young, energetic go-getter, where that if we're bringing in a new demographic and basically opening their eyes up to what politics looks like and how they can be involved. And I thank you for having me here. Thank you so much.
Okay. Your first question for the next part comes from Steve Quinlan.
Good afternoon, sir. How you
Good
doing?
afternoon, Steve.
Fairfield High graduate, fellow English teacher.
Awesome.
Vallejo. Couple questions for you. First of all, I want to thank you for all your work with community Fairfield Change. Really appreciate it. But you're running against a longtime councilman and someone that's been a friend to a lot of people in this room.
Yeah.
What separates you from the councilman?
First off, I am on the young demographic. So I have, especially for Democrats now, we need a new perspective and we need a new vessel to get those people energetic and excited to vote. And I think that's what I bring, because I have a way to motivate people. And also I could be a good friend to everybody in here too. It's just about me reaching out to you, everybody, and I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to talk to whoever I need to. Willing to work with any group to bring them together. And that's my biggest thing, is bringing people together for a cause and getting to solutions. So yes, my council, my opponent is friends to many and a long time, but I have the endurance and the energy and the know-how to get to these solutions. And any support, all the support is going to make this campaign work.
Okay. Your next
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Your next question comes from Don Lowry.
Yeah, Kim, I want to ask you, where do you stand on extending Measure L, which would require changes to the Fairfield's urban limit line to be voted on by the people?
I think we need to reinstate Measure L for the people. Again, I feel that we can't strip away the people's rights, and if the people want it, we need to listen to the people. Urban sprawl creates health problems for the environment and for the people. So keeping our resources inside the city and developing our city also goes in with reinvesting in our cities and having everybody opportunities to be a part and be accountable for the city there.
Your next question comes from Steve Young.
Hi, Cam. One of the lines in your endorsement questionnaire stood out to me, and that is that you welcome negative campaigning.
Yes.
That makes you unique among anybody that we have heard from today.
Yeah.
Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
I say education and negative campaigning is also a part of education, because I look at this that I can't be the hero in everybody's book. Anything that I do, someone's not going to like, but I can see what they're talking about and go ahead and try to find some type of solution or try to find a way that I can get to the helping the other person. So negative campaigning is not, it might be attack, but I see it as something that I can use to build as constructive criticism and built myself and built this campaign so we can encompass everyone.
Okay. The next question comes from Tom Bilbo.
How you doing, Tom?
All right. Hey, question. For the LGBTQ community, would you support a pride proclamation and also flying the flag at City Hall and potentially hosting a pride celebration in the city of Fairfield?
100% yes. That all goes into community empowerment. I think we need programs that show what makes our community beautiful, and that is the LGBTQ plus community as well. So fly that flag high, be proud of who you are. Let's get to the representation representation for all.
Okay, that's all our questions.
Do not support the charter schools. Public school and Prop 15, Prop 16. Yes.
I see that you read the chat. Okay, then. At this point, you have a minute to wrap up.
Okay. Again, I just want to say thank you for inviting me again. This is the Democrats. I know that we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I never shied away from the work. This is what we're about, changing the narrative so we can get to positive solutions. So with me being a quick learner, a go-getter, a change-oriented person, I think with your support backing me, the sky's the limit for us. We can go ahead and be the city council representative and represent and make our city blue so that we can support everybody in it. So please, I'm asking you for your endorsement so we can campaign for change here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming and filling out a questionnaire and doing the endorsement. We appreciate your time. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day or the rest of your day.
Well, I do believe he is out and Doris Panduro is in the waiting room. Shall I admit her?
Yes.
And there she is.
Hi, welcome to the Solano County Central Democratic Endorsement Meeting. We're glad to have you here. I just want to go over a little bit about how it's structured. We have 2 minutes for you to give your presentation, and then we have 5 minutes for questions and a minute for a wrap up, and we'll be letting you know when the time is out for each of those. And so without cutting into your time anymore, I'm just going to turn it over to you for your 2-minute presentation, okay?
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Doris Panduro, and I am running for Fairfield City Council District 5. I am a lifelong resident of Fairfield, born and raised. My grandparents came to the city in the 1960s. And for the last over 10 years, I have been pretty involved here in our community. I've been on various volunteer boards. I've been on as a volunteer on boards and commissions. I have held various leadership positions as well within those groups. And I feel that within those experiences, I have been able to gain the skill set necessary to be an effective leader, one who is solutions-based, but also inclusive. And I think that's so important, especially in the environment that we find ourselves right now, and especially with what has been going on specifically within our own city and community. And so I really want to be that bridge to be able to build partnerships so that we can have a stronger relationships with each other, with city leadership, with the police department. I really hope to work on homelessness. Obviously, is a big issue. Affordable housing and also living wage jobs. A lot of my neighbors, in the complex that I live, they all walk to work. A lot of the fast food restaurants here, on Texas Street, and so I see the need for that, for more living wage jobs, but then also childcare with the pandemic going on and families having to leave home and leave the children at home. So these are a lot of the issues that we're facing. We're obviously in extraordinary times. And so as a lifelong resident of Fairfield, I just want to be able to continue to serve my city and be a voice for all of Fairfield, but also, as a voice and to raise the concerns for the residents who do live in District 5. Thank you for your time and thank you for having me.
Okay, you have some questions coming in. And the first question is from Steve Quinlan.
Okay.
Hey, Doris, how you doing?
Hey, Stephen.
Two-part question here. Do you support Prop 15, schools and communities first? And if so, would you be willing to put its logo on your campaign literature?
Yes, I do support it. I understand the value of it the value that it would have and the fiscal impact that it would have on our schools, on our small businesses. So definitely support it. I have signed the support form, and I would be willing to put the logo on my material.
Thanks, appreciate the support.
And
absolutely.
Your next question comes from Don Lowry.
Yes, Therese. My question is, where do you stand on extending Measure L, which would limit changes to the urban limit line to a decision of the voters?
Right. So I know that what happened with that with regards to the voters not being allowed to do it. And I feel that the voters should have been allowed to choose on the extension of the urban limit line. I think it's important for our community to have a voice in that, and for it not to be limited just to the city leadership. So I feel that the citizens should have had a voice in choosing its extension.
Okay, your next question comes from Tom Bilbo.
Hi, Doris. Thank you for being here. A question about the LGBTQ community. Where do you stand on the Pride proclamations that have happened with the city of Vallejo, and would you ever bring forward a proclamation to have the LGBTQ Pride flag flown at City Hall?
Absolutely. I'm a supporter of promoting the LGBTQ flag. I think that it does provide awareness around what that community has brought to our community, our state, our nation. I think it's important to raise awareness, to show it, to fly it. And so I would definitely be for bringing forth a proclamation to be able to fly it at City Hall.
Okay. You have another question from a Kathy Carriage.
Hi. I know you mentioned that affordable housing is one thing that was one of your concerns. What would you do to bring more affordable housing into the area?
Sure. And I know it's a complex issue, right? And so I'm a rental, so I rent a townhome in District 5. And so I understand that the need for it. I see it every day. I hear about it a lot. I think for me, starting off is going to be really learning about the programs that we have currently in this city. There is gaps. And so how can we close those gaps so that the city can make more room or create more of these types of housing? Because our families work so hard, and so many of them are just one paycheck away from eviction or being on the street. And so that's unacceptable. So we really need to work either as a city and county to make sure that we're doing the best that we can, whether that's bringing in different types of grants or funds or subsidies that these families can, with the landlords, that these families can get housing, because it is top of my list. And like I said, I think I need to delve into and see exactly what's going on and the numbers of all that, but I'm definitely willing to work hard on that issue.
Your next question is from Monica Brown.
So, Doris, Monica, can you explain to everybody how you finally got on the ballot? And my question is, why did you wait so long to file? Make it quick, because you're going to run out of time.
Sure. Yeah. So it really wasn't that I waited that long. It was a scheduling conflict. It was due to COVID and a scheduling conflict on my end and with the city. And so I was told I had until the 12th if I needed it. I obviously was not going to wait until the 12th to file, but when I could not come in on the 10th because of the other issues I just mentioned, or I'm sorry, on the 7th, I was told that it was fine for me to come in on the 10th. And so I received notification I learned through the paper that on Saturday, the county had changed the deadline to Friday. And so I had already been scheduled to come in on the 10th. So it wasn't that I waited. I was trying to come in that week. There's documentation around that. But again, it was just the misinformation aspect of it. Had I known, I would have really pushed harder to come in on the 7th.
So what are you going to do to make sure that doesn't happen again? Because people go to City Hall in order to, okay, I'm just saying, just something.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, I hear you.
Now that the questions are done, you have a minute to wrap up.
Okay. So again, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I stand by the values of the Democratic Party. I'm a lifelong resident of Fairfield. I care deeply about this community. I care deeply about its future, the families that live here, the future families that will live here. I want to make sure that the city is progressing forward and that the leadership of the city has the appropriate diversity and perspective, because our community is changing. And so we need to be able to have different voices at the table. And so I am ready to work hard and listen and be a voice and a bridge to make sure that Fairfield continues to be strong, and it continues to be a community where all of our families are proud to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for completing the questionnaire and coming to join us for the interview process.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. And Alma Hernandez is in the waiting room with the blessing of the chair. So she's on the phone, so I will wait for a second.
Please bring them in. The lady who we missed this morning was on the phone, so I'm going to talk to her for a second, but I'll be right back.
Very good. Let me unmute you. Unmute yourself, Karen.
I'm done. Okay.
There you go. Cool. You're all set. And she is in here. Let me go ahead and put the spotlight there.
Okay.
Very good.
Hi, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you for coming, and welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement interview. I just wanted to go over what the process was. We have a 2-minute presentation time, 5 minutes for questioning, and a minute to wrap up. And you'll be notified at the end of when all of these times are done. So you'll hear somebody say time, time, time. Okay?
Wonderful. Right. Thank you.
All righty. Go ahead and please start.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much all for being here. I'm really excited to be able to introduce myself. My name is Alma Hernandez. I'm running for Suisun City Council. And to share a little bit about why I'm running, I really have to just start off by mentioning that I was really inspired to make a difference in my community when I was canvassing for a local campaign about 2 years ago. It gave me the opportunity to knock on doors and speak to residents and listen to a diverse voices in our community that really energized me to want to make a difference. And I knew at that moment that I really had something to bring. I had a diverse background and a true interest in helping our community. Part of my background includes working in education. I've worked specifically on consulting school districts in the state of California that has allowed me to understand revenue sources into an organization and how important revenue is in strategic thinking around long-term sustainability. I have a background in healthcare that has given me the opportunity to really understand vulnerable populations and what it means to be someone who is in need of assistance and how a city can support that. And I also have a background in supporting small businesses. I am a board member of the Solano Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and currently work on small business development, from advocating for funding to advocating for education, certifications, and supporting their needs. And I really believe that my dedication to community, my service to community, my true desire to want to make a difference, in addition to the skill set that I bring, is something that I believe will help move Suisun City forward. Thank you.
And since the chair is on a phone call, I'll go ahead and start bringing questions forward. First of all, we have a question from Steve Quinlan.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, quick two-part question. Do you support Prop 15, schools and communities first? And if you do, are you willing to put their campaign logo on your campaign literature?
The answer to that question is yes. And the reason for it is because when I was working in education, I'd really understood what it meant to fund schools and communities. And I do think it's important to be able to have mechanisms or ways in order to be able to do so. And I do believe, well, not do believe, I do agree in adding Prop 15 into my campaign logo or my campaign material.
Great, thanks for your support.
Thank you.
Your next question is from Don Lowry.
Historically, Sassoon has not been a job center. It's primarily been a bedroom community. What do you plan to do to bring living wage jobs into Sassoon so people don't have to commute out of the area?
Well, this rings very personal to me because I've been one of those commuters that have had to commute an hour out every single day and back into Sassoon. And so I completely understand what that means at a personal level. And one of the things that I truly want to work on is being able to bring and uplift our businesses in our business community. They make a pivotal difference in sustaining our revenue because of tax structures that apply to them. And I think that's very, very important and it's key. But it's also important to look at how we're developing, and we have to develop mindfully about attracting businesses and looking attractive to developers that want to invest in our community, being able to bring jobs that community members can go to here locally that pay living wages, that they can pay to live in Sassoon. So all of those pieces are extremely important, and being able to support quality of life, which is one of the platforms that I'm working on at this time.
Okay, and the next question is from Corey.
Hi, Mr. Hernandez. Pleasure to see you. I'd like to ask you just kind of an open-ended question. Talk about your community allies, endorsements. Who's endorsed you so far? Who you expecting / hoping will endorse you in the future? And how do you view that coalition lining up behind you to accomplish the policy goals you would like to implement if you were elected?
That's a great question. I have really great community partners because of my volunteer work in community. So prior to running, I had good relationships with some of my current endorsements, which include Mayor of Sassoon City, Lori Wilson, Vice Mayor Wanda Williams. It includes the Mayor of Fairfield, Harry Price. It includes the Superintendent of County Superintendent of Schools, Lisette Estrella Henderson, Supervisor Aaron Hannigan, are just some of the top that I'm thinking of at this time. The reason for why these endorsements matter to me is because they're also diverse in regards to from education to business. I have an upcoming interview with the Fairfield Sassoon Chamber of Commerce, and I'm seeking their endorsement because business is important to me, but also community leaders are important to build relationships with, because these are our thought partners. These are our strategic thought partners in decision-making that takes place in community. So what happens is when we're looking for opportunities to connect and collaborate with others and understand different perspectives and how to come up with good strategies to have a sustainable decision-making process in our community, it's important to have different voices that we're listening to. And I think that these are some of the leaders I respect and admire in their leadership. And when you say I'm hoping for other endorsements, there's some that are out there for me that are important to me. Things like endorsements like Senator Bill Dodd, for example, that I've worked with on the chamber side, and Secretary of State Secretary Alex Padilla is one, because I've admired his work, and these are individuals who carry policy at state level that I believe is really important that we have collaborative opportunities to work with them and build trust with them, and to carry what our initiatives are at a state policy level that could influence how those decisions take place and how it trickles down to our local communities.
Your next question is from Pat Toth-Smith.
Hi, Alma. I have a question. The Sassoon Marsh has been under threat from fires because of the droughts. What kind of measures?
Sorry. Okay, our time is up, and you still have 1 minute to wrap up.
Well, thank you so much. I know where you're going. I don't know where you're going with your question, but I think continuously looking for ways to support the different areas in our community is needed, and to continue to listen to concerns about different residents, to look at ways to have solutions is part of just the way of my decision-making process in general. So I hope to bring that forward as I look for an opportunity to serve in City Council. First, I want to thank all of you for taking the time to meet with me and getting to know a little bit more about who I am, and especially about the areas that matter to me. I also want to thank the Solano Democratic Central Committee, because I believe that the work that you do in helping keep our members, our community members, informed about policies that affect them or about candidates that can represent them is really important. And I hope that you were able to learn a little bit more about the things that matter to me, and being able to be of service in leadership for my community, that I care about community, that I care about the people, and that I care about how decision-making processes take place.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks for completing the questionnaire and spending the time for the interview with us. We appreciate
Thank you.
it. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Very good. And with the blessing of the chair, Michael Silva is in the waiting room. We need a break.
Well, this is when we had planned on the break, and we're a little bit late. So I'm thinking that we should go ahead and take it. Instead of taking 15 minutes, do I have an agreement to take 10?
Works for me.
10's fine.
Okay.
Fine.
And if you could send him a notice, a little bit of notice telling him that aren't going to be able to call him until 10 minutes from now.
So tell him that I'll let him in at 2:50.
2:51, right?
2:51. Very good. I will let him know.
Okay, thank you very much. And you could put a screen up that says that we're on break now. Okay, great.
Whoever is on, you may want to mute. We can hear you typing.
Karen? Oh, okay. We're not back yet. All right. Okay, we are coming out of break. Okay.
Corey, were you able to message Mr. Silva?
Yes, yes. He's currently in the process of charging his phone. I suspect he's probably already in the waiting room.
Actually, just Jason Roberts now.
Okay, I'll text Michael, make sure I have him get back on.
Okay.
He was doing a community fundraiser for disadvantaged families in his part of the community, and so he's been politicking, as you put it, pretty hard. But let me text him, make sure have him get back on.
Okay, if you think he can get back on real quick, then we'll wait for him, because otherwise.
Let me give me a few seconds. He should pop up momentarily if I know him.
Okay. And Tom, would you let Mr. Roberts know that we're running a little bit late?
Tom, did he
Okay.
pop up? Michael Silva?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, I figured he would be.
I'm letting him know.
Okay. Hi, Michael, you want to unmute yourself?
I asked him to unmute himself.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome
All right.
to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement interviews. We're glad you're here. I just want to go over real briefly. We have a 2-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and 1 minute for wrap up. And you'll be notified at the end for all those time periods.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's no further ado, then if you're ready to start your presentation, you're on.
Okay. So, and it's our intros, 2 minutes?
Yes, sir. 2 minutes.
All right. So my name is Michael Silva. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I'm running for Vacaville City Council in District 3. It's a newly formed district, and I'm really excited to have the ability and opportunity to be the first person elected to represent not just Markham, but the entire city of Vacaville. The past couple of years, I've dedicated my life towards making sure that we have opportunities towards access towards affordable education through Solano College. I am a professor in our biotechnology department. I also teach biological sciences and microbiology at Solano Community College. Our Bachelor's of Science program at Solano College actually provides an affordable opportunity to seek a Bachelor's of Science degree in biomanufacturing. Many of our students are able to get a job long before they even graduate. And so what that means for me particularly, and why it's so important for me to be a part of this team, is to ensure that people, especially from poverty, have access to a quality education and actually get jobs coming out of it. Everything that this campaign is about is ensuring that I bring people together, facilitating the discussions that need to happen to ensure that we provide opportunities not just for those currently wanting to improve their life, but for that next generation to improve their life. And one way of that is through education. The other part of that is through our ability, through our city, through our policies of how we actually support the ability for our families to earn a good living, as well as being able to pay it forward towards our community. So this campaign is truly about jobs and families, our ability to earn a good income, to be able to provide a good quality of life for our families. Right now, actually, so if you notice, it's not your typical office setting. I'm actually at an event organized. Oh, that's time?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we have time for questions. We're going to start those questions
Okay,
now.
okay.
And the first question is Steve Quinlan.
Hey, Trustee Silva, how are you doing?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Are you good?
So I'm good. The Markham area has historically been an impoverished neighborhood. What is your vision for breaking the cycle of poverty there?
Great question. So number one, it's not just a matter of having a voice, right? It's not simply a matter of speaking out about what we feel we need. It's also a matter of actually building relationships with different partners throughout the community to address the fundamental root causes of poverty. Education is one piece. Healthcare is another piece. Access to affordable housing and not just rental, but affordable ownership in housing is also essential. You have a lot of hardworking people that are paying more in rent than others are paying, than even myself is paying in my mortgage. That's not right. We need to make sure that when we have city council members up there, that they focus on who they serve, which is the people, and finding different ways through different local policies to make sure that they have an opportunity to escape poverty by building wealth through financial literacy, and also investing in programs that help create sustainable communities. I have a lot more planned on that, and if anybody wants to learn more and contribute more, I'm happy to have those conversations. Another area that's coming up is how we actually address our women. The event that I'm at right now is actually helping raise money for battered women and families. And so it's a chili cook-off and rib cook-off. I'm not the best cook in chili. Definitely don't do ribs great. But it's really great to see community come together to help support others in need. So what that tells me is that people care. We just need to make sure that we form the necessary relationships to help make sure that everyone's involved in those discussions. Not to where we're just talking about it, but we're actually doing something about it. And a lot of that is really dependent on collecting the voices of the community and filling the gaps on what's needed. So
Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next answer is your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Pleasure to see you, Michael. You're outside wearing a mask, right?
Yes.
Good man.
It's right here. It's right here.
Excellent. Nicely done. That mask looks familiar.
Custom made. Available on silvavvd3.com.
Yeah.
Or text me.
All right. I believe I already know the answer to this, but I'll go ahead and ask it since it's been a conversational topic all afternoon. I trust you support Prop 15, right?
Absolutely.
Very good. Combining years of service on the Vacaville School Board and Prop 15, how do you envision those two ideas, those two concepts, helping to shape your tenure on the Vacaville City Council, assuming you get elected? In other words, how can what you learn on school board be applied on the City Council, and how could those efforts be improved if Prop 15 passes?
Right. So number one, I need everyone to understand that we cannot work in silos. Government is supposed to work for the people, not just for certain people, right? I need to make sure that everyone understands that from where I'm coming from here. So what that means is that quite often, because there's so much going on, and it's understandable, it's no knock on anybody, we can't, but the fact of the matter is we cannot work in silos. We cannot put ourselves into this confined box and only focus on what we need to focus on. If we do that, we ignore how integrated everything is. One of the issues right now with reopening the economy is this absurd notion that teachers are babysitters, right? And that they need to watch our kids. It's completely absurd, and it's offensive. As an educator myself, our educators are professionals, and the fact of the matter is they're responsible for doing quite a bit. And I think there's a lot of extra supports that the city does do, but we got to get better at helping ensure that we address fundamental concepts that are all tied into poverty that help that also translate to how well students do academically. So something that we call the achievement gap, right? So when we talk about a lot of these societal issues, we cannot ignore we cannot ignore how a lot of these really, in my opinion, stem for our education system, and not just the quality of education that we provide through an equitable approach, but also, and I need to make sure that this is clear, that how we also cope with and deal with racial issues. Whether we feel race is an issue or not, race is an issue for many of us, and we cannot ignore that. We cannot also allow our race to continue to be something that actually divides us. So that's why, for me, in my role as school board, how is part of the reason is why I've actually supported a district equity task force, as well as a countywide one that you guys will hear more about coming soon. Okay. So thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry there's no time for additional questions, but you have.
Oh, there's always time.
Yeah, not today, unfortunately. But you're right. We can certainly talk to you out of the interview. But you have a 1-minute wrap up now. Okay,
so again, my name is Michael Silva. I really need your guys' support to help make sure this city council run is successful, whether that be through donations, spreading the word. Again, what this is about, what I'm about, what I've always been about is making sure that we got access to quality jobs that help make sure that we can take care of our families. I am in this, I need to be clear as well that this is just not about myself. This is about how we support our existing families and that future generation coming up. So if you're interested and you truly care about how we make this happen, please reach out to me. Please join the team. I have different advisory panels to help keep me informed about different decisions that are going to be made, that are going to be coming up, and how we collectively come together, united for a better future. So check me out at silvavv3.com. I want to make sure that you guys know that we are united for a better future. We need good leadership, and I'm the person to help provide that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for filling out our questionnaire and coming to our interview.
Thank you.
Your day. Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
I'm trying to kick myself out.
can find you, I'll kick you out. But I can't find you.
Did you find him?
No, he's gone.
Okay, and I think Mr. Roberts is in the waiting area.
Yes, shall I let him in?
Yes, please.
Here he comes. He is, there we go.
Hi, Mr. Roberts, welcome.
How you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to welcome you to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement interviews process. You see all the people that will be making that decision in front of you, but I wanted to go over what the process was today. There's a 2-minute interview time, which is not interview time, presentation time, where you have 2 minutes to present your situation. Then we're going to have 5 minutes for questions and a minute for wrap up. And we have somebody who's going to let you know when those time periods are up. So that I don't take any more of your time, I'm going to turn it over to you to start with your presentation.
Okay. Sorry, I got called into work today when I was supposed to be off. Anyways, my name is Jason Roberts. I'm a resident of Vacaville, been in District 5 for about 10 years now. And it's currently the district I'm running for City Council of Vacaville. As you can see, I'm a lieutenant in the California National Guard, currently working at the California Office of Emergency Services, helping out with COVID response and now the fire season. I work as a liaison between the state and the National Guard. So anywhere National Guard assets go, usually comes through my office, and I help provide those services to the community. Outside the National Guard, I work for Team Rubicon, a disaster response nonprofit primarily composed of veterans and first responders. Sorry. And yeah, I've responded all over the US to hurricanes, wildfires, earthquakes, tornadoes, and even internationally, the Bahamas for Hurricane Dorian. Currently running, reason why I decided to run for Vacaville City Council is I see a definite need in the community, the way things are going with COVID and other disasters such as the fire we just had. I had to evacuate myself Wednesday morning at 2:33 a.m. And part of these preparedness for communities is, yeah, near and dear to my heart with my disaster response work history. On top of that, I see a lot of stuff going on in the local city council that I don't necessarily agree with. A lot of things which are affecting the democratic process, which reinforced my wanting to run for council. And I figured this time was the best time for me to run with the incumbent withdrawing, as well as breaking down in districts. It made it much more feasible and better representation of the individual districts in Vacaville. And with that, I just want to, yeah, serve the community the best I can.
Hi.
All right, you have questions lined up. And so the first question is Miguel Castillo.
Hi, Jason. I read your questionnaire, and I believe, and I may have misunderstood something, said you had some issues with the Democratic platform. Could you expand on that, please?
Oh, with the Democratic platform?
Platform, yes. That's my understanding from what some issue with it. Do you support the platform?
Oh, yes. I may have misread the question or mistyped it. I have no issues with the Democratic platform as it stands. I've been a Democrat since I was able to vote. My grandmother helped establish a couple of Democratic clubs in Northern California. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Your next question comes from Corey Penrose.
Hi, Mr. Roberts. Pleasure to see you again. My question, given that you're running against a conservative Republican opponent, what could the Northern Democratic Club and the Central Committee do to help support you in your campaign?
Probably the biggest help I need is in terms of the political scene in Solano County, especially Vacaville, is I'm a newcomer. A lot of people don't know who I am other than the last couple of weeks since my name's been put out there. So the biggest help that the Democratic Committee and Democrats in Solano County and Vacaville could help with is help me get my name out there so that the people within my district know that there's a Democrat in their area running, especially since it's nonpartisan race, even though it does come down to partisanship sometimes. But that's the biggest help I can use with the race in Vacaville.
And again, you're going up against an incumbent, well, not an incumbent, against a candidate with good name recognition. And as the only Dem in the race, that could be very beneficial, right?
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah. So yeah, she is on the school board, has been established in town. Her husband is a battalion fire chief. So her name recognition is already there. But I do have support of some conservatives as well, like former Mayor Glenn Augustine and John Thompson, that have chosen to endorse me over her. So with that help, and then with the help of the Democrat, hopefully get my name out there and have a good race.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, your next question is from Tom Bilbo. Tom? Okay.
Okay, wait, let me try now. So thank you for coming before us. My question for you is, in the past, the LGBTQ community has had a less than positive response from the city of Vacaville. Would you be supportive of having a pride proclamation from the city of Vacaville? And also, would you be supportive of flying the flag? Also, this past, in 2019, we tried to have a pride celebration in Andrews Park, but because of the cost that the city chose to bill us that they had not billed to other people or other groups, we had to move to Benicia. Would you be supportive of that?
Yes, I'd be very supportive of that, as I have family members within that group myself and a couple really close friends. So I'd definitely support that type of movement in Vacaville.
Okay.
Okay, Steve Young?
Yes, thank you, Lieutenant Roberts. You mentioned that you had some issues with some of the things that are happening on the Vacaville Council. Would you like to elaborate on one or two of those?
The things that were brought to light is actually after I chose to run was it's been brought out in newspapers and from the state was the appointee process, which has been happening in Vacaville, where people have been appointed to city council or other positions where it should have been held by a special election. And my personal belief as being a democratic society is that it should be held, if it's an elected position, it should be held by an election, not an appointment.
Okay, Jeanette Wiley?
Did I hear something about you had problems getting started with your campaign and having restrictions on your website?
Yes, actually I did, because by the way that the orders were authorized for coming in to help out with COVID support, just the way the president of the state authorized it, they brought me on traditional active duty orders. And under those orders, I'm allowed to run for office, but I'm not allowed to campaign, even for my own campaign. But I just came off those orders last night. And so now I'm going to start pushing forward as hard as I can. So yeah, I did have those restrictions at the last month or so.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, Lieutenant Roberts, you have 1 minute to wrap up your presentation.
Sorry, what was that? Cut out there for a second.
You have a minute to sum up your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank you all for giving me the time to interview. I'm really looking forward to hopefully I get your support, especially being the only Democrat running in my district. Yeah, I think I can do a lot of good with Vacaville, represent the Democrats effectively, since I have been part of that community for almost 18 years now. And yeah, I just want to see a big difference made in the community. And I think I can be an excellent voice for those people within District 5 and bring balance to the city council as a whole. So that's all I have. Yeah, again, thank you for speaking with me.
Okay, thank you for being here and filling out your questionnaire and taking the time to interview with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Y'all have a good day. Bye.
The next person on our list is our very own Jeanette Wiley. I'm not going to go through the drill.
I'm not sure how the process works.
I know. So you have your 2 minutes. Please start whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much. I am Jeanette Wiley, and I am running for City Council for Vacaville District 6, and I am running to be the voice for District 6. I've lived here almost 30 years, and we just really haven't felt like we've been represented on the City Council. And so now, hopefully, if I get elected, we will have a voice on the City Council. I have been working in several different leadership roles during the past 30 years. I've been on the Central Committee for about 10 years, and part of that was also, this is my second term as secretary. I have been teaching for Travis for about 25 years. I recently retired. And during part of that time, I was president of the Teachers Union for about 8 years. I also am president of my church congregation. So I feel like all the leadership roles that I've had have been listening to the people that are involved and trying to make changes based on the stakeholders' input, not just a predetermined agenda. I feel like I will be an independent mind and voice on the city council. I feel like city council should be open, transparent, and responsive to the citizens. And currently, I don't feel like our city council meets those needs. I do feel like times are going to be tough with the COVID and everything else. So I do want to, be fiscally responsible with our city budget and look at the needs of the residents and go from what people need in our city. I have been talking to a lot of residents with some small groups listening on the lawn, and I have also been walking door to door and making some phone calls. So I want to hear what the citizens of Vacaville in my district want. And I totally realize I'm not just representing my district, but I'm part of the bigger council. We are going from 5 members now to 7, so that will make a difference. Currently, there's only one sitting Democrat on the city council.
Okay, you have some questions now. And the first question is from Tom Bilbo.
Hi, Ms. Wiley. Thank you for joining us today. Question, so as you know, we've had some problems with the city council in Vacaville. Would you support a pride proclamation coming from the city council, not just the mayor? And also, would you support our hosting a pride celebration in Vacaville like we wanted to in 2019?
Yes, I would be supportive of both of those things. I was appalled at the meeting they had 2 years ago when all the residents of Vacaville spoke, and then still nothing happened. As I said, we haven't been responsive to the citizens.
Okay, thank you.
Your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Hi, Jeanette. Long time no see. As we've talked about before, this is a tough race. It's a contentious race in which many of the constituent blocks are split. So could you talk about the nuts and the bolts of the campaign? What does the path to victory look like? Campaign consultants, budget, methods for campaigning, whatever the case may be. I mean, I figure that's kind of an open-ended question. I'll let you run with it.
All right. I am getting in this race when I realized it was going to be a difficult race against, it's not really an incumbent because we're a new districts, but a person who's on the city council currently is also running. And he is a conservative Republican. And I feel like that he's not exactly representing our area. So I have really been amazed at the people who have been very helpful and stepped forward and supportive. I mean, when I told people I was running, whether it was the teachers or teachers groups or the Central Committee or the Northern Club or people I know from church, everyone was very enthusiastic and said, yes, you'd be great. We support you. I did get the support of the building trades last week, and then the CLC had to put off their vote because of the fires. So I also have been involved with labor when I was president of the teachers union and before that and since then. So I do feel like I have a wide group of people supporting me from a lot of different areas. And I have got Republicans supporting me and Democrats supporting me because it is nonpartisan, but mostly because they don't support the current candidate. And I don't have a manager per se because I have worked a lot of campaigns and I have a big breadth of support from a lot of areas. So.
Very good, thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? No, okay, then Ms. Wiley, you have a minute to wrap up.
All right, I will say that Mike and Jason spoke just before me. They're also running for city council. They are 4-year terms because when they redistrict, districts 1, 3, and 5 are 4-year terms. So my term is actually just a 2-year term because in 2022, 2, 4, and 6 will be elected again. So this would be filling out the term for the person that was just elected 2 years ago. I also really want people to vote because in the last supervisor's race, just in March, 2,300 people did not vote for either candidate, and the candidate only won by 80 votes. So I really am talking to people how important it is to vote, and I really liked hearing that at the Democratic Convention. Yes, 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 get out and vote. I totally want to thank you for having these endorsement meetings so people can get out. And it's also kind of practice because there's a People's Forum and the Chamber Forum and all these other things.
Fine.
So thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
And thank you for being here for this and supporting the Democratic Party. Robert, is Bob, listen to me, Tom, is Mr. Randall in the waiting room?
No, but Rosanna Verda-Aliga is.
Okay, I'm just wait. If Mr. Randall shows up, we'll have to ask you, Jeanette, to, I don't know why I have you down there.
He's not on the table of contents. I didn't think he was interviewing.
No. I don't.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I crossed
complete
him off.
a thing. So
Yes.
it's Roz.
Okay, all right, then we're ready. Thank you.
Okay, I am admitting her now.
Yes. Hi, Dr. Verda-Aliga.
Hello there.
Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee interview process. We're glad to have you here.
Yes.
I just wanted to go over what the process was again. There's a 2-minute presentation for you to do. Then there's 5 minutes for questions and 1 minute for wrap up, and you'll be notified when the time is up on all of those. And so to make sure that I don't cut into any of your time, then I'm going to turn it over to you to start your presentation. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Solano County fellow Democrats. Very pleased to interview before you this afternoon, and I am seeking your support for a 4-year term on the Vallejo City Council District 1. I wanted to ask your support so that I can continue to work with my fellow council members. And in order for us to maintain fiscal stability, implement needed police reforms, enhance public safety, and continue the progress that we've made pre-COVID. As we deal with unprecedented challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic, economic crisis, and social racial justice issues, it will take all of us working together to move Vallejo forward. We also need leaders that have the experience, the courage, passion, integrity, listening skills, and collaborative skills to work with fellow mayor and council members. I firmly believe that I possess the qualities and skills which have been honed in my 25 years of public service and also as a mental health professional. I'm pleased to report that during my tenure, our city has made progress. My passion, can-do attitude, and collaborative spirit with the mayor and city council have been instrumental in our city's success pre-COVID. I supported some of these initiatives, started to implement police reforms, specifically the 8 Can't Wait program, and also decreased neighborhood blight through the neighborhood law program, created jobs by streamlining business permitting processes. We have a balanced budget of $14 million in reserve funds. I approve together with the council, approved the development agreement with Nimitz Project and Solano Nimitz Project and Southern Land Company at Mare Island. Paved some of our roads, not all, but we have a long way to go with that. Supported funding arts, youth, seniors, homeless navigation center, etc. So I'm seeking your support. Thank you so much.
All right, your first question comes from Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Councilwoman. I have a 2-part question for you.
Yes, Steve.
Do you support Prop 15, schools and communities first? And if so, would you be willing to put it on your campaign literature?
Yes, I support Prop 15. And yes, if I get your endorsement, I will go ahead, put it on my website and campaign literature as well.
Thanks. Appreciate the support.
Okay, your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Hi, Corey Penrose, Glen Cove resident.
Hi, Corey.
We talked about this before, but I'd like to go ahead and follow up on it. Our fire station in Glen Cove has been shut down since we moved here. And needless to say, especially in the middle of red flag fire season, we're all just nervous, especially if there's any sort of lightning coming. Can you talk about the process of reopening it? Last time we met, I think it was the CLC endorsement interviews, you said that Measure G passes, then the city would be able to reopen it. Care to go further on that, or?
Yes, Measure G is what we're put out in the ballot this coming November, and that one of the items that is going to be where this funding will go will be opening fire stations, which is the public safety umbrella. And really, I supported opening it way back, but with the funding that gaps, it has not happened. But with Measure G, that will definitely be a priority. Because your nearest fire station is actually on Oakwood Avenue, and that's way too far. Takes more than 10 minutes to get to an emergency at Glen Cove. So it's a critical need and a priority for this council.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, your next question is from Paula Bauer.
Hi, Paula.
My question was whether you supported Measure G, but I'm gathering from your last answer that in fact you do.
Yes, Measure G is the measure that will be on the ballot, and voters hopefully will vote for it, and it's hopefully will be a yes vote. And I signed off on the on the arguments for it to pass.
Okay. Your next question is from me. I was excited to hear that you supported moving the 8 Can't Wait onto the agenda. Yes. And I know that the police department came out saying that you didn't really need to do a lot because they were already doing it. Although the national record shows that Vallejo is not in compliance except with 2 items. I'd like to know whether or not you will take action to push through so that those policies on 8 Can't Wait are voted on.
It's already been put out for implementation by our new police chief. The council supports it. It's not just locally. There's not just a clamor for it to be implemented locally, but nationwide. And we have to follow in order for us to actually implement police reforms. Very much needed. It's also in the OIR recommendations, 45 recommendations, and that will supplement the 8 Can't Wait program, which includes de-escalation techniques, body cameras, not to shoot on moving vehicles, all those items on the 8 Can't Wait program. It has to happen. It has to happen in our police department. It's starting to happen, but I support the police chief. I want to give him an opportunity and a chance to fully implement those reforms. And so it will happen and it should happen.
Right.
We have no choice. It has to happen. We know what the opposition will be, but it's something that this council will have to do because it's the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Steve Young, you have the next question?
Yes, do you support building the new police headquarters on the waterfront?
I was one of 2 votes that opposed building that on the waterfront. I recognize that was myself and Councilmember McConnell voted no. I believe very strongly that we need to renovate and find a new location for the police department, but the waterfront is not the location to put it and build it. Of course, I was in the minority and that still passed, and we spent $14 million to buy that property, and so we had to dip into our reserve funds by $7 million.
Okay, Dr. Aliga, you now have a minute to sort of wrap up your presentation for us.
Okay. This November 3rd is a very important election, not just locally, but nationally. I support the Biden-Harris campaign. Obviously, I've been a longtime Democrat since 1985. That's when I became a naturalized citizen and a very proud Democrat and a very proud American. The Aliga family have been in Vallejo since 1926. My family lives here. I've been living in Vallejo since 1981, and I've lived here 39 years. If elected, and if I get your endorsement, which is critical to this campaign, I will continue to listen to your concerns, do my homework, weigh all options, and make decisions that will benefit not just my District 1, but all of Vallejo, because my vote impacts all of Vallejo and not just District 1. And during my tenure, I supported many programs that address public safety, economic development, police reforms, financial stability, as well as community engagement. And I care about Vallejo. I raised my 3 kids here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for filling out that long questionnaire and coming and interviewing us today.
Yes.
We appreciate the time you took to do that.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
We do not have anyone in the waiting room. It should be Matthias or Alex, rather.
Yes, we are like 2 minutes ahead of time.
Oh,
No, 5 minutes ahead of time. 4 minutes. 4
well, we
minutes.
made up time then.
I know, we did.
Yeah, sorry for that rustling that was happening. I didn't realize my mic was on.
So we need to give him a couple of minutes before he gets here.
Okay. Oh, he is here.
Okay, then.
Shall I admit him?
Absolutely.
Here he comes. Let me put it on great view. Where is he?
Hi. Oh, he's not yet here.
Oh, there he is.
Mhm. Hi, Mr. Matthias. Hi, Alex. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee's endorsement interview. I just wanted to go over with you for a few minutes what the process is. This is just a reminder. There's a 2-minute presentation, and there is a 5-minute question and answer, and then there's a 1-minute wrap up, and we'll have somebody let you know when the time is up for each one of those. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you to start your presentation. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, then.
So good afternoon, members of the committee and the community at large. Thank you for the opportunity to connect with you today. My name is Alex Matias, candidate for City of Vallejo District 1. I'm a 31-year-old Afro-Latino, resident of Vallejo for a few years and homeowner in District 1. I'm running for City Council because Vallejoans deserve a city that works for all of its residents and that is truly representative of its broader community. A Vallejo that works for all of its residents is safe, has access to the essentials needed to support individuals and families, and is easy to navigate via car and public transit. Vallejo currently lacks the resources and infrastructure needed for most people to tend to their basic needs. As Vice Chairman of the Code Enforcement Appeals Board, I've increasingly seen seniors on fixed income be adversely affected by a municipal code that needs to be updated. Some of us have seen in our communities to other cities in the Bay, the many Vallejo parents and children who ride city buses in BART in search of quality jobs and education elsewhere. For some of us, COVID-19 has shown us the amount of time we're away from our families and community every day, time we should be spending here. We need the city of Vallejo to change now. City Hall has had time to create jobs, healthier and safer communities, beautify our city, and effectively set a vision and be a partner in managing our local government. I am of the view that we can't solve long-standing city challenges with the same solutions and elected officials who created them in the first place. It is time for a fresh, courageous, and compassionate leadership that is eager and excited to get to work for all Vallejoans. The time for change is now, and that's why I'm running. Thank you.
Okay. You have some questions lined up. Paula Bauer is your first question.
Hi, Alex. It's kind of a two-part. So do you support putting the police headquarters on the waterfront? And do you support raising Vallejo's sales tax to over 9%?
I do not support the police department being moved to the waterfront. In fact, the solution I'm proposing calls for substations throughout the city of Vallejo. And I do not support a sales tax increase or whatever increase is on the ballot this November. The city council passed Measure B for public safety purposes several years ago, made it permanent, and is now asking for an additional tax to cover the same things the other tax should have covered. So I'm against both measures that you've asked about.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve Quinlan.
Good afternoon, sir. I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Did you seek the endorsement from any of the public employee unions for the city of Vallejo or any of the labor unions at large? And if no, why not?
I did not seek the endorsement of any of the public unions or labor groups that are here in Vallejo. I want to come in with an independent. My first customer are the residents of Vallejo, and I am going to be in a decision-making authority that's going to require for me to be assessing the information that's in front of me without any sort of interference from any other groups at play. I'm going to take all of the information and all of the needs from all of the different constituents. But first and foremost, my priority is to make sure that we are doing the best work possible on behalf of our city. And so that is why I did not solicit those endorsements for this campaign.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay, Corey, you have the next question?
Hi, Alex. My name is Corey Penrose. I'm a Glen Cove resident. As I'm sure you're aware, the fire station over here has been closed for quite a few years. If you're opposed to Measure G, how would you fund reopening it? How do you get there from here?
Got it. So that's actually one of the things that I'm genuinely concerned about, the fire situation. We had a huge fire at the start of last year. And I think we have to find the funds to make sure that all of our fire departments are up and running. Now, the last measure should have addressed that, and it didn't. So we have to look at our budget, find efficiencies, and make sure that we are allocating the appropriate funding for all of our needs in the city. With respect to this additional measure that's on the plate, I'm not entirely sure if it's covering the fire department. There were many different things on that measure. I'm not sure fire department was one of them. So I want to see that in writing. I want to see specific commitments from city council to address that issue. But you have my commitment if I'm so fortunate to be elected to make sure that fire safety is one of the priorities moving forward. The pace of fire has increased and it's getting closer to Vallejo, and we need to take care of it. And it's going to take a community approach in partnership with the fire department to make that work.
Very good. Thank you.
Your next question is from Michelle Pellegrin.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
I have a two-part question. One is your view on public participation, and the other is the increase in the police budget and whether or not that could have gone to this fire station in Glen Cove.
Yeah, so that's actually, so the first question is public participation. I'm running on, there's 4 priorities that I'm sort of emphasizing in the first term. Effective city leadership is one of them, and that calls for public participation across all of the issues that the city faces. So I want to make sure that we've got public involvement in how we're going about designing solutions for things. And I will be sort of engaging the various groups in Vallejo to make sure that they provide input for me in my decision-making if I'm elected council member. Now, with respect to the police budget, I think that needs to be, we have an infrastructure issue in the city of Vallejo. Usually you have the city government providing a whole set of services to its residents, and then you have an ecosystem of nonprofits and external partners that are coming in to supplement some of the social services work that is necessary. I feel like some of that funding should be allocated towards those purposes. We need to make sure we have strong nonprofit partners in place across the city. And so to that end, I would definitely support setting aside some funding from the police department to make sure that we're addressing other root causes and issues that have been affecting the city for decades.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions?
Time.
Okay, then you have 1 minute to wrap up, Alex.
Sounds good. So thank you all for the opportunity, for taking the opportunity to listen to me today. I'm excited and eager to get to work on behalf of all Vallejoans. I will utilize my set of experiences along with my education in both public and business administration to realize a vision that focuses on economic development and jobs, public health and safety, effective city leadership, and the beautification of our city. This is truly an unprecedented time that calls for a new approach. I believe in Vallejo's promise, have set roots and built community here, and I'm excited and eager to get to work. With the support of my party, change will start now.
Thank you very much for coming in, filling out the questionnaire, and spending the time with us for the interview.
Thank you. Hope you have a great weekend. Take care.
Okay. Is our next,
Yes, she is. Mina Diaz.
okay.
I am admitting her now. Okay, she's joining.
Hi, Mina.
Hold on, let me. She is muted.
Can everyone hear me?
We can now. Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement interview. That's so
Thank
much
you.
to say. I just want to go over real quick that there is 2 minutes that you have to do a presentation, 5 minutes for questions, and then you'll be given another minute for wrap up. And we have somebody who will let you know when that time is up. Okay? So,
Sure.
all right, with no further ado, then I will turn it over to you for your presentation.
Sure.
Okay. You can begin.
My name is Mina Diaz, as you mentioned. I'm running for City Council District 3 in Vallejo. I've been a resident of Vallejo for over 36 years, and there's a couple of reasons that I decided to run. And I think the most important one, which continues to be the same reason that I ran in 2016, is because I think that the voice of everyone in our city has not been heard. During 2016, when I ran my first campaign, I was endorsed by the committee that I'm applying to today, and it was an honor to receive that endorsement. I've been busy in Vallejo trying to get unity and make sure that everybody works together for a better Vallejo. I think that the city budget that we have needs to be looked at very thoroughly and determine how we can bring some of the services that we so much need. We have to work with our youth. That's very important. I think that police reform is also something that's very important to me. And with the work that I have been doing for these years that I've been living in Vallejo, it clearly shows my commitment and that I'm vested in the city. After I did not win the campaign in 2016, I did not stop. Unfortunately, sometimes candidates stop and they disappear and they come back when it's time for election again. My motto is you're there for the long run. I have a grandson now that motivates me every day to make Vallejo a safer and better place. I'm also very interested in transparency. I feel that our city government needs to be more transparent and have timely communication with its residents and be able to unify. There's a lot of issues right now that are going on in Vallejo, and I think that our city in many ways just tends to be torn and separating each other. I mean, we're one of the most diverse cities, yet we have a lot of issues and very divided. So what I bring is my experience.
Okay, you have questions, and so Steve Quinlan is the first question.
Sure.
Steve?
Endorsement of any of the public employee labor groups?
I can barely hear you. Could you repeat the question? Could you start over? I can't hear you.
I'll yell into my phone. Two-part question. Did you seek the endorsement of any of the employee groups from the city of Vallejo or at-large labor organizations? And if not, why so?
Okay, I did not seek the endorsement of the Central Labor Committee. I am a proud past union member with over 25 years of union membership. Everyone in my household has been union members, but I'm running this campaign grassroots and independent. I am running in a way that I represent the city. The endorsements, most of the endorsements that I have are local community people just like me, who believe in what I bring to the city, and also local businesses. So I did not apply for that. In fact, your committee is one of the few endorsements that I have seeked. I did get a call today from Congressman Thompson, and he has endorsed my campaign. Again, you know, people watch what I do and they approach me. But as far as the labor, no, I'm willing to meet independently with every single union leader and every single union member in Solano County or in Vallejo and talk to them about what I bring to the table. I'm a listener. I will listen to all the needs because I have been on the other side. I have been through page cuts, wage freezes, layoffs. So I know exactly how important it is to negotiate a contract that's fair to the employee, but is also not going to drive a city bankrupt.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Hi, Mina. My name is Corey Penrose, and I'm a Glen Cove resident. As we stare down the barrel of a red flag warning, we take a look at our fire station, which has been closed since we moved here. If you make it on to City Council, how would you get that station reopened, especially during such simple enough question? Your answer, please.
Okay, well, I think that it's a shame that fire station has been closed for, I believe, 12 years. Although I do not live in Glen Cove, I live over in the Regents Park area, the Somerset subdivision. That would be very close to me as well. So I just don't understand how we have had increases in taxes, and it's not been a priority to look for outside grants or take from different contracts and apply them to the fire station. One of the things that I also propose, in order to be fair to everyone, is that we rotate the opening of the fire stations. I think that if we don't have the money, we could at least rotate the opening of the Glen Cove Fire Station for a couple of years and then rotate back to the others. That way, everybody gets a fair chance at having safety. My Centro Latino that I put together, the nonprofit, we have been distributing information that we partnered with Listos California. It's a state agency for fire prevention, earthquake, and disaster prevention. So we've been educating people on what to do when preparing for this. So I think it's a combination of education and people being prepared, and also making some noise on the city council. I have watched city council meetings many times, and I don't recall anybody bringing up, or very minimally bringing up, that fire station in Glen Cove that's so direly needed. There's one way in and one way out. If we were to have a large fire there, you know, fires like we had last year, we would be in a lot of trouble, and we would be disservicing the people that live there, which are residents equally as important as any other place in Vallejo that has access to timely response from the fire department.
So you don't really have a plan for reopening it?
I'm sorry, that's it. We only get to ask one question. There's several left. Miguel Castillo, you're next.
You can call me and we can discuss the plan if you want to do that further, since we don't have time here.
I mean, you are in a unique position to have the pulse, to know the pulse of the Latino community in Vallejo. What do you think we need to do to improve the civic involvement of our community? Could you expand on that a little bit?
I have been working with the Latino community all my life. I am an immigrant that arrived in the U.S. at the age of 4, so I take this very, very personally. I think that in order to get people engaged, you have to be able to meet them where they are. We need more information in other languages, and not just for the Latino, but for other folks, including the Tagalog speakers and other immigrants. But with the community, our numbers have grown quite a bit in Vallejo, yet we don't have the participation that we should be having in Vallejo. So getting them to participate more in civic engagement, knowing their rights that they have, working with the youth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The rest of you can, like she said, get hold of her for your other questions. Rita, you have 1 minute to wrap up your presentation.
I just want to add that I'm honored to be able to be here today. And anybody who has a question that was not fully answered or was not able to ask a question, I invite you to give me a call. Contact me. I am more than willing to sit down with you and explain, what you want to hear. And whether it is the answer that you want or whether it's not the answer that you want, I can tell you this: I'm a very straightforward kind of person, and I will not promise things that I can't deliver. There's a lot of things that need to be done, and we need to get people on the council that are willing to listen and take action, because for too long we have seen things fall behind. Now, as far as the fire station, I think it's important to open it. I can't tell you how important it is, and I will fight for that. But I do not believe that a tax increase that Measure G is the answer. Vallejo needs to learn to live within its means, just like anybody does in their own household. We cannot, every time we get stuck on something, go and ask for a measure and expect everybody else to pay for it. I will. Thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you for filling out that very long questionnaire and coming for this interview. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You guys all have a nice day.
Okay.
Okay, we have Louis Michael, who is also listed as Matthias Louis Habti Michael, coming in.
Okay, and he's also District 3.
Yes. Okay. Unmute.
Hi, Louis Michael.
Hello.
Welcome to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement interview process. I just wanted to go over for a minute what the process is. There's a 2-minute presentation, and then there's 5 minutes for questions and a minute wrap up. It's pretty quick, and we'll let you know when you hit the end period of each of those time periods. Okay? All right. So if you're ready, go right ahead with your presentation.
All right. Thank you all for allowing me the time to meet you and have this interview. As you can see, I'm a young, fresh face stepping up in Vallejo to fulfill this role as a city council member in District 3. But with my youth comes energy and passion. And I don't have the advantage of political experience, but my ability to listen, to empathize, and to connect with the people that have been marginalized in our community is what sets me apart. Being raised by a single mother, moving from house to house, from school to school, and barely making ends meet, I know firsthand the struggles so many people in our communities are faced with. I knew I was a Democrat since before I was old enough to vote. I've always agreed with the Democratic platform. And as somebody who deeply cares for the community, I've done outreach trips in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, as well as served as a youth group leader for inner city kids. I've worked as a referee, as a coach. I've worked for the YMCA, for the Boys and Girls Club. I've even worked as a behavioral therapist with kids with autism. So my passion lies in youth, in supporting youth and youth development. And most recently, I've gotten involved heavily with issues around social justice and police brutality in Vallejo. I founded Vessels of Vallejo, which has a mission of educating and empowering community members to take an active part in various city processes with a specific lens on restorative justice. So through this work, I've seen the need for change in Vallejo, and our current leadership has failed to listen and act upon the concerns of our community. So I'm stepping up to be that voice for those who have been silent. I love Vallejo, and as a young man who was lucky enough to go to college and be the first in my family to do so, I want Vallejo to be a place that provides the opportunities and resources that I didn't have.
Okay, thank you. You have some questions ahead of you. Steve Quinlan is the first question.
A couple questions here.
Can we stick to one, please?
It's a 2-part question. As part of Vessels of Vallejo, you drove to some council members' houses and some less than positive dialogue occurred. how do you plan on working with these very same council members if elected?
Yes. So organizing that event, we approached it from a very strategic standpoint, and calling members out who have been affected in this community to come and have their voices heard. We had our rules in place. We had what we wanted this event to look like. And beyond that, we can't really control some of the things that passionate members of certain groups, such as the families that have been affected by police violence. We can't really control some of the things that they say or some of the ways that they express themselves. I believe that it was action that was needed, and I think working with city council members moving forward, I don't think that there was anything personal on my end or anyone else's who's a part of Vestas of Vallejo who was a part of that event. So I think that there should be no problem there.
Okay, thank you for your response. Appreciate it.
Your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Hi, Lewis. My name is Corey Penrose, and I live in Glen Cove. As I'm sure you're aware, the fire station in our neck of the woods has been closed for the past 12 years. As we stare down the barrel of a red flag warning, how would you on City Council help procure funding to reopen that much needed fire station?
Yes, I believe that that fire station is an important part of our city, and for it to be closed down for so long is saddening. I believe that I would advocate, if I were in city council, to get funding for that fire department to be reopened, and push for funding for that and for resources, just because I know how important it is, especially with Glen Cove kind of being like out of the way. If you think about like Vallejo, and how there's not many other resources or many other developments other than housing there. So I think that it's important for that fire station to be there.
Okay, the next question comes from Michelle Pellegrin.
Louis? So my question for you is about public participation and funding the police. Would you have used the reserves in the budget to please to give them more money?
It broke out a little bit, but it sounded like you were asking if I should have used the reserves in the budget to give more money to the police. And no, I wouldn't have. I think that we can find funds I think funds need to be going to sources that really address root causes of crime in the community. So I think that funding programs for the youth and funding programs for housing and things of that nature should be at the forefront of our concerns in Vallejo. And that would take some burden off of all of the stress that police have if we address those root issues.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Paula Bauer.
Yes, Paula Bauer.
Hi, Louis. So do you support raising Vallejo's sales tax to over 9%? And do you support the the police station on the waterfront?
I do not support either one.
Awesome. Thank you.
You have another question from Tiffany Jones. Tiffany, you need to unmute.
Good afternoon, evening. Quick question for you, Luis. Do you support Proposition 16, the repeal of affirmative action?
Yes, I do. I believe that it's important that our schools get the funding they need, specifically in Vallejo. When you think about Solano County as a whole, Vallejo is in desperate need of resources and funding for our schools. So yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Time.
Okay, perfect, Patty. All right, at this point, you have 1 minute to wrap up, Louis.
All right. Well, for the short time that I've been in this space, doing the work in Vallejo, I've gotten to know some of you personally, and to earn your support and endorsement from the Solano County Democratic Central Committee would be an honor. I'll be sure to represent the city as a proud Democrat upholding democratic values. And while this is an important time, we all know, to vote on a national level, I believe it's even more important right now to vote at a local level. In Vallejo specifically, the direction we move as a city is dependent on who we have in office after November 3rd. I have the passion, the integrity, and the energy to step up as a leader in the community, and I'm ready for the long journey that I have ahead. So thank you again for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, we appreciate the time you spent on the questionnaire, and thank you for spending your time on our interview process.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Tom, the next person on the list is,
Christina, and she is not in the waiting room.
oh, good. I mean, not that that's good. I need you to take about a 2-minute break. I don't know if everybody else needs that 2-minute break, but I need to. So I'm just going to block myself off. Is there anybody else in the waiting room?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We only have three more.
Yeah, Tina, Pat Hunter, and then Raymond.
Okay, and Tina is supposed to be here. We're a little early for her. So actually, no, it's only a minute. She's not supposed to be here until.
Okay, you need to go.
Yes, I do. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
One thing I would like to say is I believe that the gentleman that was just here did not understand your question, Tiffany. I think he heard 15 instead of 16, and he didn't pick up on your last bit.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah. Because his answer was in line with 15, not 16.
I thought he was stoned.
I know, I saw that too. I don't know if he was stoned, but I saw that he answered 15 instead of 16.
Yeah,
Why are you guys talking about people being stoned? Come on.
So cute though.
Yeah, he's a cute young man, bright, articulate, and how dare
You're
you
being
throw around?
I would remind everyone that we're being recorded.
Yes, this is being broadcast live on YouTube.
Getting specifically why we should watch our comment.
That's a very good point.
We still have no one in the waiting room, so. Karen, are you back?
Yes, I've been talking.
Oh.
And just apparently to myself. I was telling you that if nobody is here, the next person is not supposed to show up until 4:09.
Christina has just joined the waiting room.
Okay, then let's go.
All right, here she comes, Christina Ariola, candidate for District 6, or I mean, yeah, District 6 of Vallejo City Council.
Hi, Tina. Welcome to the Solano County Central Committee endorsement interview. I just wanted to go over the process for a second. There's 2-minute time for you to give a presentation. There's 5 minutes for questions and a 1-minute wrap up, and we'll let you know when the time is out for each one of those periods, okay? Okay, well then with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you so you can start your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Christine Ariola, and I'm honored to be running for City Council District 6. My goal is to improve the city I know and love by bringing our community together. So that's my intro. Am I muted, by the way?
No, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay. So my desire is to fix District 6. It's an area that I grew up in. I grew up on Porter Street and went to the schools in Grant School and Franklin Junior High School. I still have friends that live in the district. And while I was away working and going to school, I came back in 2009 and it was like a time warp. I didn't recognize Vallejo. There were so many changes in other parts, but yet the older parts of Vallejo had not changed. They haven't improved. And that was a problem for me. It made my heart cry because the neglect. And so I've discovered that these districts, I'm talking about in the north, the Crest, and in my district, South Vallejo proper, it seems like the woods have the areas around Georgia and Springstown, that area over there. They've got commerce and activity going on, but South Vallejo has been left behind. And with that major corridor of Sonoma Boulevard slamming through the district, dividing it, I saw that there was some needed changes there.
Time.
Okay, thank you. You have some questions lined up for you. And the first question is from Miguel Castillo.
Yes, in your questionnaire, I believe I noted that you said that you thought the city council was in shambles, and I maybe gotten that wrong, but it was kind of in shambles. Could you expand on that a little bit?
I don't see any focus or vision for propelling the city. It's lopsided in the voting for common sense proposals, and there doesn't seem to be a unity with the city council. So maybe shambles was a bit harsh, but it just to me seemed disorganized.
Thank you.
Okay, your next question is from Corey Penrose.
Hi, how long have you been a Democrat?
Not very long. Off and on.
Very good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your next question is from Paula Bauer.
Oops. Hi, Tina. So my question is, do you support raising Vallejo's sales tax to over 9%, which is what Measure G would do? And do you support putting the police department on our waterfront?
My answer is no. My answer is no to both of those. The sales tax they're both wrong, bad ideas. The timing is wrong. It's no, and no.
Okay, thank you.
Your next question is from Morgan Hannigan. Morgan?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Ariola. Could you please explain to us why you had left the Democratic Party originally? I believe you had mentioned in your questionnaire that it had to do with immigration, and I'd like to hear an elaboration.
Why I left the Republican Party?
No, the Democratic Party originally, in
right.
to immigration specifically.
I grew up in a Republican family, so there's people in our family have, spread to the four winds as well. And I've toyed off and on throughout the years with going green, with going independent. The immigration issue to me is, look, my dad was an immigrant. So let's be fair here. My dad was an immigrant. He came here legally. He learned the language. He raised his kids on his Mare Island blue collar income. I had a problem with that, just because our resources and our financial burden seemed to be skyrocketing because of that. So for that reason, yes, that was the only reason why I switched. None of the other values interested me at all.
Okay, the next question comes from Michelle Pellegrin.
I don't have a question.
Okay. Steve Quinlan.
Hi, Steve Quinlan here. I'm the son of immigrants, and you're saying you switched from the party because you were upset about illegal immigration. Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The next question is from Tiffany Jones.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Ariola. My question is very simple and to the point. Do you support Proposition 16, which is the repeal of Proposition 209 from 1997?
I don't have an answer for that as I'm unfamiliar with it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, if there's no more questions, then, whoops, did I miss somebody?
Yeah, me.
Okay.
So I just decided to ask a question. So it seems that many of our current elected officials were Republicans, weren't they? Isn't that right? Dodd and, well, all of them really in Solano County. So I congratulate you for making your choice to become a Democrat. And
I'm considered a dino, am I not?
I don't know.
Do you have, Michelle, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is do you support putting the police building on the waterfront?
Gosh, no, go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are any other questions? No? All right, then Christina, you have a minute to wrap up your presentation.
1 minute. Okay, well, thanks again for giving me the invite to attend this meeting. With your help, I want to start building a Vallejo that is a great place to live, a great place for our children to grow up and for us to grow old in. And when you do this, you'll feel safe in your home, feel safe in your neighborhood, and safe in your city. And I hope to achieve that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for filling out our questionnaire and coming to our interview. I appreciate the time that you spent with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do I go away here?
I think that Tom will help you go away.
Okay.
Okay.
Pat Hunter is in the waiting room.
Okay, then let's start.
Okay, I'm admitting Pat Hunter, candidate for District 6, I believe a write-in candidate, or is she on the ballot?
No, she is a write-in candidate, but I couldn't find anything on the Democratic Party site and the bylaws or otherwise it said that if she sought the endorsement, that we should not consider her. So we are considering her.
Okay, here she comes. Where is she? Oh.
Pat, you need to unmute yourself. There you go. Hi, Pat. I want to welcome you today to the Solano County Democratic Central Committee endorsement interviews. I'm glad you're here. And I just wanted to go over the process real quick. There's a 2-minute presentation. There's 5 minutes for questions and answers, and there is a 1-minute summation. And we'll let you know at the end of the time periods each time when the time is up. Okay?
Yes.
All right, so when you're ready, you can start your 2-minute presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pat Hunter, and I live in District 6 here in Vallejo. I born here in Vallejo. My father's retired Air Force and worked for the Vallejo Unified School District, and he loved Vallejo enough to bring us back. And I've been living in the same area since I was in the 4th grade. During my years, I went to Beverly Hills Elementary School, which is a concern, it has closed, Franklin Middle School, as well as Hogan High School. I was PTA president at the school. My children are 2nd generation here in this district. Have always had my hands for service working in our district, and would be proud to represent District 6 as the next Vallejo City Council member. I serve in the community. I am a faith-based leader. I serve internationally, so I'm not afraid of leading. I'm innovative. I like to collaborate with people. And also, I'm an Emerge graduate. So leading and running campaigns, that's something that I believe that I will be great at doing. And so I look forward to serving the city of Vallejo as the council for District 6.
Okay, you have some questions for you. And the first question is from Steve Quinlan.
Hey, Ms. Hunter.
Hi.
Steve Quinlan here. I never heard of you before, asked around, heard nothing but great things about you.
Well, thank you.
You're running in as a write-in candidate, right?
Yes, I am.
What's your plan to get name recognition and get the vote out for you there?
Well, in the area of District 6, again, as I was saying, I was raised here in Beverly Hills, actually Beverly Hills, John Davidson area, and also lived in the South Vallejo area. So I'm not sure you're saying as far as name recognition, I believe that my name would be recognized, but I'm out canvassing with others for voters registration. And since it's 2020, I believe that I'm very visible, not only in my area, but of the city of Vallejo. I have attended city council meetings. And so I plan to canvass even more, meeting new neighbors when I was out out visiting with the constituents. So my plan is to just do what I've been doing, canvassing, speaking, joining where I can. And I do plan to do some online Zoom meetings, town hall meetings, and working through the churches, because that's where I'm comfortable as being faith-based, and that's where I've served and met many, many people here in Vallejo in my area.
Thank you, appreciate it.
The next question is from Corey Penrose.
Hi, my name is Corey Penrose. I'm a Glen Cove resident, and I'd like to discuss the issue of public safety in our neck of the woods, specifically our fire station, which has been closed for 12 years. If you make it onto city council, how would you, what would be the funding source to open that fire station back up? How would you improve a much needed public service, especially during a time of global warming and increased fire danger?
Oh, yes, we missed the fire station. It's right over the hill. I'm right on the cusp of Glen Cove and Beverly Hills and know it very well. I know the firemen in regards to when we were at Glen Cove Safeway, they would come and visit. In regards to reopening it, Vallejo uses taxes to when it's time to revive Vallejo. And I would love to sit down and discuss with other communities and cities, what are they doing to raise money, to be able to generate money to open such a grand place like the Vallejo Fire Station. During the time of this time that we're having fires, there was a huge fire just last night in South Vallejo, and it's very concerning. So there is a need for that fire station to be back open. And in regards to raising monies to do it or having revenue, it would be something tax-based.
Measure G, perhaps?
Pardon me?
Measure G, perhaps?
Measure G, perhaps, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Your next question comes from Tom Bilbao.
Hi, Ms. Hunter. Thank you for joining us. Question, do you support the LGBTQ community's right to have a Pride proclamation here in Vallejo and fly the Pride flag for the month of June? And okay, thank you.
And the next question is from Don Lowry.
Yes, I had a question. What prompted you to run as a write-in candidate for city council rather than filing to be on the ballot?
Well, again, I shared that I'm an Emerge graduate and I was serving with some of my Emerge sisters. I am the class representative. And as time went on and I reflected in regards to just running in this area, and I understood that the opponent was a Republican woman. This is a Democratic area where we have families that are working class families, and it matches all the values. So this would be the time for me to throw my hat in. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm a military brat, and I believe that the write-in is something that will happen here in District 6. It's not favorable, but I believe I'm the woman to pull it off. And I have a great team and we're working hard. We have at least 35 people, volunteers that are believe in me and ready to get the work done. Karen, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm sorry. The next question is from Norm Powers.
Yes, I was wondering if you could speak about the issue of police violence in Vallejo. It's fairly well known that there are quite a few problems in the police department. What would you do as a city council member to address that?
Time.
Oh.
You had the question, Patricia, but you don't have the time to answer it. I'm sorry. You have 1 minute to summarize your presentation.
Thank you. I'm Pat Hunter again. And in regards to police violence, I see that there's no room for it. That's something that we need to work on. And I believe through good leadership in Vallejo, having the people of Vallejo come together, and we need to work on that. I would like to close with, I appreciate the opportunity as a write-in to be have the interview this evening for your endorsement. Your endorsement would be the world to me. I am a Democrat, have been a Democrat since I was 18 years old, and stand with those values. Again, my name is Pat Hunter, and I'm the write-in for District 6 City Council. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire, and we appreciate you coming for the interview.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Have a good rest of your day. Tom, is there anybody else in the waiting room?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't know what happened to Mr. Courtemanche.
Well, I worked with him to get him going.
And he sent me a message this morning saying he was certified, so there's no way of knowing. He was helping out with the fires from the night before, and so I will contact him as well as Miss Leslie from this morning. I've already sent her an email and haven't heard from her, but we did say that we would give, we would allow absences based on that. So we will have to,
Karen.
Okay. We did say that we would allow that if they had a fire issue, and I don't know whether that is Mr. Courtemanche's issue, but if it is, then we will end up having to bring him to the Central Council meeting for that interview. But
everybody in Fairfield can go back home.
Yeah, and I don't think he ever left home. He was out helping other people. And so he thought that he would be able to be here, but I will at least ask the question, as I will ask it of Leslie this morning. I don't think either of them will have that as a reason, but I want to make sure that we ask.
Okay, so are we calling it an end to the candidate interview portion of this?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna end the live stream.
Yes.
Thank you everyone who joined us on the live stream. Thank you for joining the Democratic Party as we talked to and discussed items with our candidates. We look forward to letting you know our decision when we get there. For the rest of the committee members,